LMBPN Audio presents Storm Raiders, Book 1 of the Storms of Magic series by P.T. Hylton and Michael Anderle. Read for you by Gabra Zachman. Prologue. The future is not what we expected. After our greatest heroes left Earth to carry their justice to the stars, war broke out between those who remained behind. Eventually, the alien technology that once enhanced a select few began to change, infecting the blood of all humans, bringing about an age of madness. But that mutation allowed the survivors to access powers beyond their imaginations. As society began to rebuild, those who could tame the powers within started calling it by another name: magic. Years passed, and the true history of our world turned to legend. Strange societies formed, each with their own myths and methods to control the power. But new abilities has led to new evil, and the need for new heroes. Welcome to the Age of Magic. Chapter 1. Abbey rarely went looking for a fight, but fights often came looking for her. Her father's blacksmith shop was quiet that morning. She worked the bellows, stoking the fire hot enough to soften the iron so he could hammer it into shape. They silently performed their tasks, with the efficiency of a team that had been working together for many years. Abbey could instinctively tell what her father needed of her, and she did it before he even had a chance to ask. The bell in the front of the shop chimed as the door opened. Abbey and her father exchanged an annoyed glance. Being interrupted at the forge was a pet peeve for both of them, even if it was a paying customer. He took off his gloves and apron, setting them carefully on the workbench. Then he sauntered to the front of the shop. Abbey stayed at the bellows so she could tend to the fire, but she had a good angle to see and hear what was going on up front. Her nose wrinkled in annoyance when she saw who it was: Lawrence and his son Olaf. Lawrence put his hands on the counter and leaned forward, glaring at Abbey's father. "Morning, Benjamin. I assume it's ready?" Benjamin grabbed a long object wrapped in oilcloth and set it down in front of Lawrence. "Indeed it is. Made to your exact specifications." Lawrence unrolled the cloth, his long, knobby fingers working with surprising deftness. Olaf excitedly peered over his father's shoulder. Soon the iron sword inside the cloth was exposed. It gleamed in the light as Lawrence picked it up and inspected it. He let out a displeased grumble. Abbey shook her head. She'd checked the sword herself the night before, and she knew it was perfect. It was well-balanced, beautifully decorated with the symbols Lawrence had requested, and sharp enough that a man could shave with it. Granted, it wasn't quite the equal of her father's sword, which hung behind the counter, but few swords were. But this was the city of Holdgate. Grumbling about the product was an expected part of the negotiation process, as was what came next. "I suppose it will do." Lawrence's voice dripped with reluctance, as if he was granting Benjamin a favor in accepting this subpar weapon. He reached for the coin purse at his belt. 20 iron, then?" Now Benjamin grimaced. He hated these games, Abbey knew, but after 16 years in Holdgate, he'd learned to accept them as necessary to doing business here. "Lawrence, you know the agreed-upon price was 40. "Was it?" He made a show of inspecting the weapon again. "Perhaps for a well-made blade, but this—" His voice trailed off. He clearly couldn't think of any specific complaint. Abbey wondered what would happen next. Often the customer would demand negotiation by combat at this stage, but a single glance at the two men on either side of the counter revealed that would not be a smart move on Lawrence's part. Thick muscles stood out on her father's arms, and his experience with swords went far beyond making them. Lawrence, on the other hand, looked like he'd have trouble battling a stiff wind. Like most men in Holdgate, he was a few inches taller than Benjamin, but he didn't have the usual stocky build of most Holdgatesmen. Abbey knew Benjamin would break Lawrence in half if it came to combat. Lawrence didn't take his eyes off the blade when he spoke again. "The sword is a gift to Olaf for his 18th birthday. I'll tell you what, he'll fight you for the blade. If you win, we'll pay the ridiculous fee you quoted. But if he wins, 20 is the price." From where Abbey stood, she could see Olaf grinning dumbly at Benjamin. Unlike his father, Olaf was sturdy Holdgate stock. He was a few inches taller than Lawrence and nearly as well-muscled as Benjamin. He'd have no shortage of offers of employment on the stormships in the coming months, Abbey knew. Benjamin looked the kid over. "I don't think so." Lawrence cackled in surprise. "I never thought I'd see the day Benjamin of Arcadia was afraid to face a Holdgate whelp. Getting old, are you?" Abbey gripped the bellows to keep herself from marching over there and teaching Lawrence some manners. The hint of a smile played on Benjamin's lips. "Perhaps I am. Young Olaf deserves a real challenge. He doesn't want to fight an old man like me." Lawrence set the sword down on the oilcloth. "Excellent. We'll be taking it for 20 iron, then." "Sure. But you'll have to earn it at that price. You can have it for 20 if Olaf can defeat my daughter." Now it was Abbey's turn to smile. Abbey marched to the front of the shop, a dull-edged practice sword in each hand. Olaf scoffed when he saw them. "Practice swords? Is the girl afraid to face me in real combat?" "The girl is not," Abbey said. Benjamin held up a hand. "I won't have bloodshed in here. It's practice swords or full price." Olaf looked questioningly at his father. Lawrence shook his head as if disgusted. "Do as they ask, son. They're Southerners. They don't understand our ways." Abbey ignored the comment. Even though she'd lived in Holdgate since she was 3 years old, she heard similar statements all the time. Her father had come from the city of Arcadia and set up shop here after his wife's death, a young Abbey in tow. The topic of why Benjamin would have left the wealthy city of Arcadia and chosen a life in the harsh climate of the Caldfell Peninsula was fiercely debated in town. Benjamin wasn't forthcoming with answers, even with Abbey. All he ever told her was that it was too painful to stay in Arcadia after Abbey's mother died. He'd needed a change. So Abbey had grown up here in Holdgate, an outsider from the time she was 3. She'd spent most of her life in this blacksmith shop, playing with swords like other kids might play with blocks. Her father had schooled her himself, drilling her on reading and mathematics as they worked the iron together. Holdgate's educational system seemed to be focused on throwing axes and navigating by the stars, and Benjamin said he wanted a daughter who could read. Now she was 19. Many of the girls her age were married, but Abbey still worked in her father's shop. She still loved making weapons as much as she had when she was a child. Perhaps she'd open her own shop someday. Until then, she was content to be near the weapons she loved. Abbey held out both swords to Olaf, offering him his pick. He looked at them for a few moments like they were a particularly challenging riddle before finally grabbing one. Though she hadn't spent a lot of time with other children, she'd seen Olaf around enough to know he was a bully. He was big, even by Holdgate standards. While his beard still had a wispy, boyish look, the rest of him was fully developed. His arms were as big around as Abbey's legs. Abbey stood 6 inches shorter. Her slight frame hid her lean but strong muscles. Her black hair was pulled back with a ribbon as it always was when she worked in the shop. She took 10 paces back and turned to face Olaf. She raised her sword and held it at the ready. "You'll fight until we signal it's over," Benjamin said. "Yes," Lawrence agreed. "Keep going until Benjamin signals his surrender, Olaf." Olaf held up his sword and smiled at her. "I'm going to enjoy tussling with you. Maybe we can do a bit more of it later, when our fathers aren't around. You'd like that, wouldn't you?" Abbey wanted to laugh at the way he held his sword. He gripped it tightly in his ham-like fist as if it were a snake trying to wiggle free. There was no finesse in his stance, either. Clearly he was used to winning battles with sheer strength. "Somehow I think I'm going to be the only one who enjoys this. Call the start, Father?" Benjamin crossed his arms and leaned back against the wall behind him. He wore the easy expression of a man preparing to watch something amusing. "Begin." The instant the word left Benjamin's lips, Olaf charged. He held his sword two-handed, raised over his head. It might as well have been a club. Abbey's instinct was to rush to meet him, but she remembered her father's most frequent instruction. Patience. It was something he reminded her of nearly every day in her sword practice. She'd been sparring against her father for more than a decade, so she was no stranger to facing bigger and stronger opponents. She'd learned to use her smaller size as an advantage. Your opponents will underestimate you, her father had often reminded her. Don't let them see what you can really do until it's too late for them to stop you. So she waited with sword raised as Olaf charged. Then, when he was almost to her, she made her move. She thrust her practice sword forward, driving it into Olaf's stomach. The air rushed out of him in an audible oof. She then spun out of the way as his momentum sent him careening past. The young man stumbled to a stop, dangerously close to the forge, and put his hands on his knees as he tried to regain his breath. Abbey could have gone after him and finished it then and there, but she was having too much fun. "Are you enjoying tussling with me?" she asked sweetly. Benjamin laughed. Lawrence threw his hands up in the air. "What's wrong with you, boy? Get after her!" Olaf slowly rose to a standing position. There was fury in his eyes now. "Gladly, father." He moved toward Abbey again, more slowly this time, his sword held in front of him. Abbey jabbed her sword forward, testing his defenses, but he batted it away. It looked like he was done underestimating her. He fired back with a surprisingly quick thrust. Abbey parried, but the deflected sword still managed to whack her upper arm. Shit! If these had been real swords, she'd have blood pouring out of her arm right now. As it was, she'd have a nice bruise on that spot tomorrow. Enough messing around. It was time to end this. Abbey swung her sword in a wildly obvious attack. When Olaf took the bait and raised his sword to block, she pulled back and thrust her sword under his defenses, again jabbing him in the stomach. He managed to keep his feet, but she had him off balance. All she had to do was keep attacking. The time for finesse was over. She let loose a barrage of blows, hitting him in the arms, the chest, the stomach. He managed to block some of them, but he was desperately off balance, so she easily knocked his blade aside again and again. "Enough!" Lawrence called. "The price is 40. We'll pay 40. Abbey immediately stopped her assault. She held out a hand to Olaf. "You all right?" He looked at her hand like it was covered in shit. "Like I'd shake hands with a piece of Arcadian filth." He threw down the practice sword and stormed out of the shop. After Lawrence had paid and left with his sword, Abbey allowed herself to rub the spot on her arm where Olaf had struck her. "That went well?" Benjamin stroked his short beard. "Not bad. Your defense was a bit sloppy. If you'd been fighting a skilled swordsman, you might have been in trouble." Abbey picked up the other practice sword off the floor. "Perhaps you'd care to test me?" Benjamin laughed. "After what I just saw you do to Olaf? No thanks. The boy is going to be sore for a month." He picked up his apron off the workbench and put it on. "We've got a lot more work to do before the festival tonight. Let's get to it." Chapter 2. "This is a day you'll long remember, boy." The old man gripped the staff lodged into the notch in the foresection of the small boat. Dustin muttered a semi-polite response that he hoped wouldn't encourage any more conversation. In truth, looking at this man made him sad. Maybe the old guy had been a master stormcaller once, but those days were long past. Now his eyes were dyed a permanent pale blue-green, and he barely seemed able to conjure enough wind to fill this pathetic craft's tiny sail. Once he'd conjured fog, and storms, and lightning to battle Barskull warriors. Now he was consigned to ferrying young apprentices out to testing rock. Dustin looked away from the old man. He couldn't afford to be distracted right now. In a few short hours, he'd be a full-fledged stormcaller. He'd trade in his skinny little apprentice's staff for a thick, twisted staff carved from old wood. He'd earn his place on a stormship. If all went well, he'd soon be going into battle, defending the world from the Barskull. But first, he had to pass the test.
Ah, there she is.
The old man pointed a crooked finger at a rock jutting from the sea a few hundred yards ahead.
Many men have been made on that rock. Many have been broken, too.
It'll take more than a rock and a few waves to break me. Dustin figured if the old man wasn't going to shut up, he might as well talk to him. Maybe it would help quell his unexpected nerves. The rock's, what, half a mile from shore? I've been swimming farther than that since before I was 10. The old man shot him a stern look over his shoulder.
Underestimate the sea at your peril. She's a fickle mistress.
Dustin stifled a laugh. Despite the nerves, he was confident in his chances. He'd stand on the testing rock while a stormcaller brought on choppy waves. All he had to do was calm the sea and swim to shore. If he made it back alive, he'd pass the test. He was 20 years old and had been training for this for the last 12. From his first day as a stormcaller's apprentice, he'd performed better than his peers. He had a natural connection with the sea. He always had ever since his father, a fisherman, had taken him on a 2-day voyage when he was barely old enough to walk. His friends struggled for years to conjure even a bit of light fog, a task Dustin accomplished in his first 3 months. He didn't understand why it was so difficult for them. He simply touched his staff to seawater, asked, and the sea answered. Not that it had all been easy. He'd struggled mightily with dispersing weather after he'd conjured it, but he was getting better at that, too. Now, even before he was officially named a stormcaller, his eyes were already taking on the vibrant blue-green hue of the sea. Some of his fellow apprentices had already passed this test, and if they could make it, he was confident he would, too. Dustin wasn't one to down natural abilities, but he wasn't one to flaunt them either. Most days he enjoyed using his skills to help the other apprentices grow theirs. But today he had to flaunt his skills. That was the whole point of the testing. The old man glanced back at him again, as if reading his thoughts.
Would you like a bit of advice from one who's passed the test?
Dustin glared at the man, his patience finally at the breaking point. I highly doubt there's anything you could say that would help at this stage. I've been training for this for 12 years. I don't want anything else in my head messing me up right now. I need to focus. The old man turned back to the sea ahead of them.
Fine. Suit yourself.
I meant no offense, but the tests were different in your day. Stormcallers weren't as powerful. His master, Harold, had told him all about the old days when stormcallers were still learning how to commune with the sea effectively to call forth storms. Today's stormcaller was a different breed. The best of them were able to call down lightning that could hit a ship a quarter-mile away. The old man sighed.
It's true. We had much to learn in my day. Perhaps that's why I kept an open mind, unlike some in this boat. I always kept learning and never thought I was too good to listen to the advice of my betters.
Dustin didn't dignify that with a response. If this old man thought he was Dustin's better just because he'd been a stormcaller once, he was dumber than Dustin thought. Dustin would be master stormcaller of the fleet one day. The old man should have spent the trip befriending him instead of berating him. Can we just go the rest of the way in silence? I need to concentrate.
Of course,
the old man said. They reached the rock a few minutes later. It was smaller than Dustin had expected. 2 full-grown men couldn't have stood side by side on it. Dustin was going to have trouble staying up there all by himself. The skiff pulled alongside the rock, and Dustin hauled himself onto it. He stood up and held out his hand. The old man passed him the apprentice's staff. Whatever the result of the testing, this would be the last time Dustin would use it. He was to leave it on testing rock when he swam for shore. When high tide came in, it would be carried out to sea. Dustin stared back at the shore. He knew it was only half a mile, but it looked much farther. Do you know who my stormcaller is? An apprentice wasn't allowed to know what stormcaller they'd be facing in their testing. Dustin assumed the old man wouldn't know, but it was worth a try. The old man smiled up at him, revealing a large gap where his front teeth had once been.
I certainly do. It's me.
Dustin blinked hard, confused. The old man appeared to be standing a bit straighter now.
You have until I return to shore to prepare yourself. I suggest you spend the time wisely.
He closed his eyes for just a moment, and a strong wind filled his sail, sending his skiff gliding back the way they'd come.
The old man turned back and yelled over his shoulder as he sped away. If you'd been nice to me, I might have gone easy on you. Since you weren't. Well, I hope you're a good swimmer.
Dustin swallowed hard as the skiff raced toward shore. Dustin gripped his staff and jammed it down into the hole in the rock, so it touched seawater. Full storm-collar staffs were longer, many nearly 8 feet tall, so they could be placed in the notch in the bow of stormships that exposed them to the exterior of the ship and the spray of seawater. His current apprentice staff was shorter, only about 6 feet, slightly shorter than he was. Sunk into the hole in testing rock, it only reached his waist. He could see in the distance that the old man was almost back to shore now. It would begin soon. He gripped his staff and moved into a wide stance that would allow him to keep his balance once the waves started crashing against him. He talked to himself quietly while he waited. Come on. You can do this. You were made for this. He's just an old man. You're a stormcaller of the future. Okay, so maybe he's faced Barskull warriors, and maybe he's led troops into battle. Big deal. He's old. The words seemed hollow, even as he spoke them. The man was a stormcaller, and Dustin had foolishly mouthed off to him. Now he was going to pay the price. There was nothing he could do about that now. The only thing he could do was prepare. He closed his eyes and centered himself. The sea is my ally. He reached out, not with his hands or even his mind, but with something deeper, with his spirit. He gently touched the sea and began the wordless conversation that was storm magic. The old man was right about one thing. The sea was a fickle mistress. She couldn't be forced to do anything. Even asking outright was often fruitless. She had to be coaxed. Dustin needed to take the energy flowing through the sea for its own purposes, ask to borrow just a little of it, and then gently reshape it. It was a bit like riding a wild horse. It took a combination of gentleness, firmness, and the wisdom to know when to use each of them. He felt the power of the sea thrumming up through his staff and into his hands now. He was connected. He was ready. On the shore, he saw the old man appear on the wall that overlooked the sea. The top of the wall had a trough filled with seawater, Dustin knew, so stormcallers could touch their staff to the water, thus allowing them access to storm magic for defense of the city. The old man stood still for a long moment, both hands on his staff. And then the sky began to darken. Waves started to crash against the rock as the previously gentle swells around Dustin grew into angry waves. He felt a momentary surge of panic, but quickly pushed it away. What he needed was a calm mind and spirit. The waves were crashing over the rock now, slamming into him with a cold, wet force. It was all he could do to keep his grip on his staff. He risked a look up at the wall and saw the old man was walking away. Dustin breathed a sigh of relief. It was bad, but since the old man was leaving, it wouldn't get any worse. He'd conjured the storm, and it was up to Dustin to dispel it so he could swim safely back to shore. He closed his eyes and tried to concentrate. It was so chaotic. The noise, the way his body shivered as the wind whistled past him, the slippery feel of his staff. He tried to get hold of the sea's energy as he had so many times before, but that felt chaotic too. He silently asked the sea, begged it really, to give him control, but it seemed to be listening to a louder voice. He worked for over an hour, struggling in vain to get the sea under control. Every time he thought he was starting to get it under control, it slipped away from him, and the waves seemed to slam against his rock with renewed fury. His master, Harold, talked about how the great stormcallers had a breakthrough during their testing, how they left testing rock with a strengthened connection to the sea. Dustin kept waiting for the moment, but it wasn't happening. Worse still, the tide was beginning to rise. If he didn't figure out something soon, testing rock would be underwater. He had to act now. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated on emptying himself of ego and conscious thought. He put everything he had left into one more attempt, reaching out with his spirit, pleading with the sea to let him shape it. To his utter surprise, this time there was a response. The familiar power of the sea flowed through him, and he went to work. He shaped the energy in his mind, smoothing it, dispersing it to calm the waves. A gust of wind hit him, and he momentarily lost his grip on his staff. It was only his left hand that slipped, but it was enough. His concentration was broken, and the power he'd felt a moment ago was gone. "Damn it all to hell!" he yelled into the wind. But as he opened his eyes, he saw the sea was much calmer than it had been only a few minutes ago. He hadn't calmed it completely, but he'd certainly improved his situation. He watched the swelling waves as he considered what to do. It was beyond idiotic to attempt swimming a half-mile in this choppy sea, but what choice did he have? If he waited much longer, the rock would be underwater anyway. He carefully removed his staff from the waterhole and placed it on the rock. It had been with him for 12 years, but he couldn't use it anymore. If he made it back to land alive, he'd be a stormcaller. If he didn't, well, there probably wasn't much use for a staff in the afterlife. He took a deep breath and dove into the water to begin the swim to Holdgate. Chapter 3. Abbey carried another armload of helmets to the cart at the front of the shop. All of them were crafted in the popular style with the bit of metal that extended down over the nose. Abbey never liked that style. It seemed to her the metal would obstruct vision on the battlefield, and if you couldn't see in a battle, what good were you? The storm captains kept ordering them, though, so maybe things played out differently in battles than she imagined. Not that she'd ever find out. No storm captain would ever hire her, no matter her skill with a sword. It wasn't that she was a woman. In Holdgate, men and women alike were expected to be trained in the ways of war. But she was an Arcadian, an outsider from the rich, soft South. That disqualified her from employment on a ship. She put the helmets into the cart and then walked back to the rear of the shop where Benjamin was hammering a piece of iron into shape, humming a happy tune as he worked. He'd been in a pleasant mood since her sword fight with Olaf an hour earlier. They had both been. Abbey knew there was nothing that put Benjamin in a good mood like watching her do what she did best. Benjamin set down his hammer and inspected the iron. He glanced at the forge. Then, instead of walking over to it, he raised his right hand. His eyes turned black, and a fireball the size of an apple appeared, floating a few inches above his hand. He held the fireball to the iron. "You know, if you worked as hard at learning my other lessons as you do at the sword, you'd be quite the magician by now." Abbey sighed. This again. He was always trying to get her to practice his form of magic. "If it comes to a fight, I prefer a sword." It wasn't that she couldn't do any magic. She could create a fireball, though she couldn't control it with the finesse her father was demonstrating now. She could move objects with her magic. She could even make her sword glow with a terrifying green flame if she really concentrated. But she didn't enjoy the way it made her feel. It drained her somehow. But that wasn't the primary reason she didn't focus on developing her magic skills. She was enough of an outsider already. Her father's form of physical magic was so different than the storm magic used here in Holdgate. The last thing she wanted was another thing to make her different. She respected her father's skill. He'd trained under some of the best magicians in the world at the academy in Arcadia, and the things he could do left her in awe, even after growing up with him. But admiration was quite different than the dedication it would take to master those skills herself. Benjamin held the fireball in his left hand and picked up the hammer with his right. As the fire heated the iron, he began working it with the hammer. He spoke over the clang of the metal. "Swordplay and magic aren't that different." Abbey gathered another armload of helmets and headed toward the cart. "Really? You could have fooled me. One of those things lets me beat up smug bullies, the other turns my eyeballs black." "They both require focus. They both channel your anger into physical force." He set the hammer down and dispelled the fireball. "In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a bit of magic behind some of those sword strikes at the end of the fight." She paused. Hang on, are you accusing me of cheating?
Not at all. When you know how to use magic, sometimes it comes out in unexpected ways. It was the same with your mother. She didn't have any formal training, just a few tricks her uncle showed her. Yet her magic manifested itself when she didn't mean for it to happen.
Abbey felt her cheeks growing hot. Olaf has the skill of a boar. If you're saying I couldn't beat that idiot without magic—
I'm not. I'm just saying that he's much stronger than you, and you were batting his sword away like he was a child at the end there.
He gave her a serious look.
Abbey, magic is nothing to be ashamed of. It's part of you, same as your skill with a sword. If a bit of it comes out in a fight, that's not cheating. It's using every tool you have to win.
She started toward the cart again. I still say I didn't use magic. I could have beaten Olaf with one hand, let alone without magic.
Fine,
her father said with a smile.
What do I know? I'm just a graduate of the academy in Arcadia. Chancellor Adrian himself once complimented my magitech work. But I'm sure you know better.
Trust me, Dad. Around here, that isn't something to brag about. Abbey pushed the cart through the streets of Holdgate. Every bump in the road made the helmets loudly clank together, and there were plenty of bumps. It felt good to be out of the shop. The sun shone brightly in the clear sky, warming her as she walked. It was summer, which in Holdgate meant long days. Abbey tried to cherish these times of abundant sunlight. Things would be different in the winter, when the sun only showed itself for a few short hours, and even that did little to stave off the bitter cold. The streets were crowded, and Abbey had to weave her cart around the people milling about. A fair number of the stormships were in the harbor, as were many of the hunters and fishermen who rarely came to the city. They were all there for the festival. Still, Abbey kept moving. Captain Stephen was waiting for these helmets, and in Holdgate it was never a good idea to keep a storm captain waiting. Sick of the crowd in the street, Abbey cut down an alley. She headed toward the beach, hoping to find more space to guide her cart down under the docks, where there would be fewer tourists. From there, it would be a straight shot to Captain Stephen's ship. She pushed her cart along the beach. The rocky ground was even worse here, and she had to keep a firm grip on her cart to keep it from toppling over. But it was still worth it to get away from the crowd. Some might have said it wasn't a good idea for a young woman to be walking alone under the shadowy docks, especially on a festival day. But Abbey had her sword on her hip. She wasn't worried. If someone wanted trouble, she'd be more than happy to give it to them. The sea seemed especially rough this afternoon, especially for such a day when the wind was so calm. She looked out at the choppy water, and she saw something. No, not something. Someone. She let go of her cart and walked toward the water, squinting to be sure she saw correctly. After a moment, she was sure. It was a man. He was a good 150 yards from shore. It wasn't uncommon to see someone swimming in the ocean, even though the water was freezing year-round. Holdgate's men were always challenging each other to demonstrations of manliness, and that often included ill-advised swims. But this man appeared to be struggling. He wasn't making much progress. If anything, he appeared to be losing ground. Abbey watched for a long moment as the man struggled. He dipped under the water, then his head reappeared. He was above water for only a moment before he went under again, this time for longer than before. He's not going to make it, Abbey realized. She had to do something. She warily glanced at the choppy water. She was a good swimmer, but if she tried to swim out there, all she'd do was end up drowning them both. But there was no way she was letting this guy drown either. As much as she didn't want to, she had to use another way to save him. Remembering what her father had taught her, she moved her hands in a complicated pattern and concentrated her energy on the drowning man. Her eyes turned black, and the magic began to flow out of her. Moving objects with her mind didn't come easily to her, and this man was so far away. Still, she didn't let doubt creep in. She focused on the man and drawing him to her. She didn't need the magic to carry him completely. She just needed to give him enough of a boost that he wouldn't drown. His head appeared above water again, and the man began moving toward shore. He swam through the water, each stroke taking him much farther than it should have. It was as if Abbey had him on a line and was reeling him toward the shore with her magic. The man cut through the choppy waves, and in only a few minutes he was dragging himself up onto the shore. Abbey recognized him. It was Dustin. When she was a child, most of the other kids had shunned her. No one wanted to play with the weird Arcadian kid who always smelled like the blacksmith shop, a distinctive combination of coal smoke and burnt honey, a product of the beeswax her father applied to his metalwork. Dustin had been the rare exception. They'd spent long hours running through the streets together, getting into all sorts of trouble. For 4 years, Dustin had been a fixture in her father's shop, stopping by nearly every day to play with Abbey. All that had changed when he got accepted as an apprentice stormcaller. For the first couple years, he'd simply been too busy to hang out with her. But somewhere along the way, he'd seemingly realized it wasn't a good idea for a stormcaller to socialize with an outsider like Abbey. The last couple times she'd seen him in the street, he hadn't even returned her nod of greeting. Some friend. Abbey walked to the edge of the water and held out her hand. "You all right?" Dustin tried to stand and stumbled forward. Abbey realized she was still pulling him forward with her magic. The poor guy looked terribly confused. He looked up at Abbey, and his face went pale as he saw her eyes. He'd spent enough time in Benjamin's shop to know that black eyes meant magic. "What did you do?" There was anger in his voice. She stopped pulling him forward, and her eyes returned to normal. I saved your damned life. Maybe the phrase you're looking for is thank you?" "Get out of here before someone sees you," he hissed. "You'll ruin everything." She was stunned. It's not like she'd been expecting a hug or anything, but a little gratitude would have been nice. She was half tempted to use her magic to push him back out to sea. His eyes softened a little before he spoke again. "Look, I'm not trying to be a dick, but seriously, you have to go." He was looking past her at something down the beach. She followed his gaze and saw a group of men approaching. She didn't recognize all of them, but there were a few she knew all too well. Dustin's master, Harold, was among them. These men were stormcallers. Abbey realized what this was. It was Dustin's testing. They were standing in the shadows under a dock, so there was a chance the men hadn't spotted her yet. She glanced back to Dustin. He was already on his feet, running toward them. Abbey's eyes turned black again, and she reached out with one more bit of magic. Dustin stumbled and fell forward, landing on his face in the sand in full sight of the stormcallers. "Serves you right, asshole." Abbey stifled a chuckle as she went back to her cart. Chapter 4. Dustin stood alone outside the magistrate's office. He gazed out the window at the sea. They were on the 4th level, and he had an excellent view of the breaks. Testing Rock was underwater now, but he fixed his eyes on the spot where he knew it was submerged. Damn that girl. If Abbey hadn't interfered, he would have made it back to shore. He knew he would have. Granted, he'd been struggling a little. And yes, he'd swallowed a bit of seawater, but what stormcaller hadn't at some point? He was chosen by the sea. His storm magic was proof of that. There was no way the sea would have let him drown. Thankfully, no one had seen Abbey help him. Although the stormcallers had been watching from their place up on the wall, their view had been obscured by the docks. For all they knew, Dustin had made it through on his own, if just barely. Now the stormcallers and the stormship captains, the ones who were in port anyway, were gathered in the magistrate's office discussing his placement. Having passed the testing, he knew he'd get a spot, but not all stormships were created equal. The highest among them spent their time fighting Barskull warriors along Caldfell's western coast. Some of them even performed raids in Barskull territories from time to time. The lowliest ships, on the other hand, patrolled the fishing and trading routes, calming the seas and dispelling any storms that endangered the fishermen and traders. In Dustin's mind, those two types of ships shouldn't even share the same name. The ones who fought Barskull were warriors. The others were little more than babysitters. Dustin had spent the last 12 years on ships that protected trade routes, and he was ready to see the other kind. War-bound stormships didn't take apprentices. The door to the magistrate's office opened, and Harold, Dustin's mentor, stuck his head out. He had a thick beard that hung to his chest, and his brownish-blonde hair was a mess of uncombed tangles. He was a man accustomed to life at sea. "We're ready for you, boy." As always, Harold's eyes were unreadable. The vibrant blue-green tint didn't help, but there was coldness in those eyes that hid whatever emotion lived behind them. Harold had spent many years hunting the Barskull before he'd agreed to take on an apprentice. Perhaps all the fighting had hardened him. The older man turned and walked back into the office. Dustin quickly followed. 6 stormship captains sat on one side of the table, 4 male and 2 female. The stormcallers sat on the other side. Dustin recognized most of them, but not all. With so many ships coming and going from Holdgate all the time, it was impossible to know everyone. Dustin did his best not to glare at the old stormcaller who'd rowed him out to Testing Rock, but he wasn't entirely successful. The man had almost drowned him, after all. The magistrate sat at the head of the table. He was the only man present without a beard, and he wore his long, white hair pulled back in a thick braid. He was in a strange position. Storm captains and storm callers held the highest status in Holdgate, and they appointed a magistrate to oversee the day-to-day operations of Holdgate and to mediate any conflicts between them. He was both the leader of the city and an employee of the people who controlled the stormships. Technically, any citizen of Holdgate could bring a grievance to the magistrate, but most knew better than to do so. He was a busy man, and he didn't appreciate his time being wasted. A citizen who asked for a ruling from the magistrate was just as likely to end up in a cell themselves as they were to have their problem solved. The magistrate nodded at Dustin as he entered. The man's bushy eyebrows seemed to wiggle of their own accord when he moved his head. He didn't offer Dustin the open chair at the foot of the table, so Dustin stood, silently waiting. On the table in front of him lay a long, twisted staff and a blue cloak, the symbols of a stormcaller.
"First, I'd like to offer you congratulations on behalf of Holdgate," the magistrate said. "You've passed the testing. You are now a stormcaller."
Dustin couldn't keep the smile from leaping onto his face. His chest swelled with pride. He'd done it.
The magistrate raised a finger. "However, the testing was not without its challenges. You didn't calm the waters completely. Swimming in those waters was a risky move. The fact that you made it to shore is a testament to your strength, but not necessarily your storm-calling abilities."
The smile melted off Dustin's face, and his cheeks grew hot with embarrassment.
Harold pointed at the magistrate. "Or it shows his strong connection with the sea. She didn't drown him after all." The magistrate waved the statement away. "You've made yourself clear, Harold, and your dedication to your apprentice is admirable, but we've made our decision."
He turned back to Dustin.
"We know you want to be placed on a ship headed northwest to fight Barskull."
Dustin nodded fiercely. "Yes, sir, very much so."
"We believe that your skill makes you a candidate for such a placement. However, your performance in the testing shows you're not ready."
Dustin's knees suddenly felt weak. This couldn't be happening. Just this morning, he'd been so sure he was going to get a placement on one of the best ships.
He started to object, but the magistrate silenced him with a raised hand. "We've come up with a rather elegant solution. The stormcaller from the Foggy Day is being moved to another stormship. You'll replace him."
Dustin blinked hard. The Foggy Day? He'd never even heard of that ship.
"The Foggy Day has a flexible placement, meaning they spend most of their time protecting fishing vessels, but they head northwest when more help is needed there. You'll be able to hone your skills while still getting the occasional taste of war. Roy will be your captain."
He gestured down the table toward a short, balding man in his late 30s.
"Hiya."
Dustin fought hard to keep the grimace off his face. This man was to be his captain? He looked like he ought to be running a tavern rather than a stormship.
"I hope you're ready for action," Roy continued. "We're heading out in the morning. A fishing ship's been missing off the southern coast for a few weeks, and we've been assigned to track her down."
The southern coast. Exactly the opposite of where he wanted to be. Great. He swallowed hard, making sure his anger was in check before he spoke. "Thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to working with you, Roy."
"That's the spirit," the magistrate clapped his hands together. "Now the good part. We have a staff and cloak to present to you."
Dustin stepped forward, his chin thrust out. He'd make this work. He had to. If they wanted him to babysit fishermen, he'd be the best damn fisherman babysitter they'd ever seen. He'd earn his place in the war yet. A clap of thunder roared through the air. It was so powerful it made the table shake. All eyes went toward the window. The sky was blue and nearly clear of clouds. That could only mean one thing. The magistrate slapped his hand on the table in excitement. "They're back!" An excited murmur ran through the room. Thunderclap always announced itself when it returned to Holdgate. The rest of the ceremony went quickly. Most of the captains and stormcallers seemed distracted. Dustin didn't take it personally. He wanted to get down to the docks as much as the rest of them did. The most powerful ship in the Holdgate fleet had returned. The group made its way down to the docks after the ceremony. Dustin walked among them, truly a peer with the other stormcallers for the first time. The blue cloak felt heavier than he'd expected, and the tall staff was anything but natural as a walking stick. It was going to take some time to get comfortable with his new adornments. They reached the docks just as Thunderclap was lowering its gangplank. A small crowd was already gathering to meet the disembarking sailors. The massive ship was the biggest in the fleet, and the deeds of both its crew and its captain were legendary. Dustin had come down to the docks to watch the arrival of Thunderclap dozens of times as a child. It was part of the reason he wanted to be a stormcaller in the first place. Someday winning the spot as stormcaller on Thunderclap was a dream he desired just as strongly now as he had as a boy. Incredible, isn't it? Dustin hadn't addressed the question to anyone in particular, but it was his new captain that answered. "She's a fine, fine ship for sure. But don't be too caught up in the glamour. It's the men and women aboard and the work they do that makes a ship great." Dustin glanced at Roy, not sure what to make of that comment. Before he could respond, someone else spoke. "There's another ship coming." It was Thomas, the old stormcaller who'd rowed Dustin to Testing Rock. Dustin turned his eyes seaward. Thomas was right. A smaller fishing vessel was pulling into harbor behind Thunderclap. Roy squinted at the ship. "Why, I do believe that's Bassmouth." "Bassmouth?" Dustin asked. "It's the missing ship, the one we were meant to go after." A cheer went up through the crowd as two figures appeared on the gangplank. The first was a tall, broadly built man with slicked-back blonde hair and a sword at his hip, the most famous storm captain in Holdgate. Tor. The woman behind him was almost as tall. She too had blonde hair, but she wore hers long, and it blew freely in the breeze. Her delicate features belied her legendary power. Dahlia, Thunderclap's stormcaller. Tor waved at the crowd, a wide smile on his face. Dahlia acknowledged them with just a nod. The pair made their way down the gangplank and over to the magistrate and the group of captains and stormcallers. "Magistrate!" Tor spoke in a loud, friendly voice that carried across the dock. "I found your missing ship." "So I see. Welcome back." The magistrate greeted Tor and Dahlia with a pair of hearty handshakes. "We swung south on a rumor of a Barskull ship that had snuck past us. The rumor turned out to be false, but we found that Bassmouth had been damaged by a storm. We helped repair it, and Dahlia gave it the wind to send it on its way." "Wonderful," the magistrate said. Tor's gaze settled on Dustin. "What's this? A new member in the Brotherhood of Stormcallers?" Dustin held out his hand and did his best to sound confident. "I'm Dustin, sir. Stormcaller of the Foggy Day." "Ah, excellent. You'll be sailing with Roy, then. Perhaps you can bring that ship some much-needed glory." Dahlia greeted him next, and Dustin's heart clenched in his chest as he shook her cold, delicate hand. "Welcome to the family of stormcallers." Dustin grinned dumbly, the day's troubles suddenly forgotten. Chapter 5. Abbey and Benjamin walked through the festival in the dim light of the torches. All around them they heard angry shouts, hearty laughter, and cries of pain that accompanied all Holdgate gatherings of significance. Tonight the crowd was especially raucous. The festival was held annually, a celebration of the men and women lost at sea over the last year. Despite the dour theme, the festival was anything but sad. On top of the normal festival celebrations, the people were celebrating the safe return of Thunderclap, the pride of Holdgate and the best stormship in the fleet. Its captain, Tor, and its stormcaller, Dahlia, were both major celebrities in the city. On the rare occasion they ventured into the street, they couldn't make it more than a few feet without a woman wanting to touch their clothes or a child wanting a blessing from them. They were considered blessed by the sea, and the sea was the only god most in Holdgate worshipped. Most of the Holdgate economy came from the sea, whether it was trade, fishing, or spoils of war. The stormships were the primary drivers of income, and they were treated with respect for it. Abbey didn't see what all the fuss was about, so they kept the Caldfell Peninsula clear of Barskull warriors. She'd like to see them work in her father's shop and produce enough swords to keep the stormships supplied. Then she'd be impressed. Benjamin nudged her and pointed toward a gathering off to the left. Care to join in the fun? A group of 3 men, each fatter than the last, was participating in a competition where they would down a giant mug of mead, then throw an axe at a target. From the way the men were staggering, this was not the first round of play. Amazingly, they were still hitting the target's dead center. Abbey recognized one of the men. It was Bronson, the magistrate's son. Abbey shook her head and laughed. Holdgate's men could turn anything into a competition. So far tonight, she'd already witnessed drinking contests, barrel-throwing tournaments, and rope-climbing showdowns. Even though most in Holdgate considered her an outsider, she loved the spirit in this city. There was a sense of joy in everything they did. They worked hard, and whether it was fishing, hunting, or fighting, they seemed to take pleasure in the work. And when the work was finished, they definitely played hard. But just because she respected it, that didn't mean she was going to make an ass of herself by getting drunk and throwing axes. A group of children was gathered in a tent up ahead, listening to a storyteller. Abbey slipped in to join them. The storyteller was a woman with long, braided hair. She wore a brightly colored dress, as was common in her trade. She was crouched low, and she spoke in hushed tones that somehow carried through the tent. Barskull is a cold, harsh land, cursed by the sea with harsh waters all year long. It's made the people who live there angry and bitter. Many plants grow on Barskull that aren't found on the Caldfell Peninsula. Perhaps they aren't found anywhere in the world. The brewmasters use these plants to blend a special drink called cider that turns the usually timid and fearful Barskull into fierce warriors with the strength of 10 ordinary men, or 5 Holdgate's men. The children laughed at that, and Abbey laughed along with them. The storyteller held up a finger and looked at them sternly. This was no laughing matter. It's said the Barskull draft bubbles and burns in their stomach, filling them with pain, but also with an unquenchable bloodlust. Killing is the only thing that gives them pleasure. Since their land is so inhospitable, they come to the Caldfell Peninsula and take what the sea has blessed us with. Or they try. But who protects us from these monsters? The children all answered in unison, "The stormships!" That's right. Stormcallers work to conjure constant storms between Caldfell and the island of Barskull. That stops most of them, but a few determined ships still get through. That's when we send our best after them. Ships like Thunderclap and Summer Wind. The Barskull warriors are powerful, but they are no match for our ships. Not even when they drink their nasty cider. Our stormships fall on them with a combination of swords and lightning, attacking without mercy until they are either dead or have fled back to their island in the west. She looked the children over, making sure they were watching her. She needn't have worried. They were all enraptured. So it is that the world is kept safe. The Rhonelanders on their isle and the rich Arcadians in their luxury may not understand what we do for them, but we do it all the same. And that's why Holdgate is blessed by the sea. Abbey felt her father at her shoulder. That's not how they tell it in Arcadia. He spoke quietly so only she could hear. Abbey knew that the Arcadians had a less than positive view of the people of the Caldfell Peninsula. They called them storm raiders, and they told their children stories about how storm raiders would attack innocent villages by night, stealing everything valuable, including women and children, and using storm magic to cover their escape. It was preposterous, and yet, according to her father, people actually believed it. Abby often wondered why her father had decided to move here after a lifetime of hearing those tall tales. Or maybe that was why he'd moved here? He didn't like to talk about the past. Tears filled his eyes when he spoke about Abby's mother, so she never pushed him on the matter. One of these days she was going to sit him down and get the real story. A hand touched her arm, and she turned, expecting to see her father. To her surprise, Dustin stood behind her, his wind-blown hair a mess, and his eyes still bloodshot from the salt water that morning. He glared at her. "We need to talk. Now." Dustin led her out behind a tent off the beaten path where they weren't likely to be seen. He was wearing a blue cloak and carrying the long, twisted staff of a stormcaller. "So, I take it the testing went well?" Abby asked. "Not as well as I would have liked. That's what I want to talk to you about. What the hell did you do out there?" Abby raised an eyebrow. "You saw my eyes were black. You really want to pretend you don't know?" Dustin grimaced. "I'm honestly not sure. I was swimming for shore and the waves were really rough, and then... I don't know. Something pulled me." "You were drowning is what happened. I saved you." She placed her hands on her hips and stood tall. "That's impossible," he hissed. "Stormcallers are blessed by the sea. We can't drown." She began to get angry. It was one thing not to thank her, but it was another to pull her aside at the festival just to yell at her. "You call it what you want, you stubborn ass. The fact is, I saw your head go under and it didn't look like you were coming up again. So I helped you out. I used magic to pull you toward shore." She could see in his eyes that he knew the truth in her words. "You shouldn't have done that." "I should have let you die?" "Yes! If I drowned, that would have proven I wasn't meant to be a stormcaller. Now I'm wearing the cloak and carrying the staff, but I'm not even sure I really passed the test. Do you know what will happen to me if they find out I had help on my testing? They'll string me up on a mast and let the crows have me." Abby took a deep breath and put a hand on Dustin's shoulder. "You need to calm the hell down. Nobody's going to know. Besides, you've been the best stormcaller your age since your first day as an apprentice. You told me that yourself. Back when you still talked to me." He looked away, ashamed. "I just wanted to help people. I want to protect the world from the Barskull. Now everything's messed up." "Who cares about some stupid testing? You have the job you always wanted, right? Go do it." Dustin narrowed his eyes. "You wouldn't understand. You're an Arcadian." The words stung, especially coming from him. "I'm not going to tell your damn secret if that's what you're worried about." "Thank you." He sighed, looking away from her. "I shouldn't have said that about you being an Arcadian. I'm sorry." "Don't worry about it." They stood there in awkward silence for a moment. Then they heard a gruff voice from a nearby tent. "Where is that boy? He's been a stormcaller all of 3 hours and he thinks he can just run off? It's dereliction of duty, I tell you." Dustin winced. "I better go. Thanks again for not telling anyone what happened at the testing." He turned and walked away without waiting for a response. Chapter 6. Abby woke to a pounding sound just before sunrise. She sat up with a start. They lived in small but comfortable quarters above the blacksmith shop. Abby's room was at the back, opposite the door where someone was knocking. She jumped out of bed and ran to the kitchen in the front of the apartment. Her father was already standing at the window. He wore a grim expression as he stared down into the street. "Open up," a deep voice called. "Don't make us break down this door." Abby squeezed in next to her father and looked into the street. What she saw made her gasp. 6 city guards stood gathered by the door. 2 held torches, and all of them held swords. "This can't be good," Abby said. Benjamin kept his eyes fixed on the guards. "In my experience, guards showing up at your house in the middle of the night is generally not a good thing." He turned to Abby. "I'm going to let them in. You stay up here. Don't start any trouble unless I give you the signal. Understand?" Abby nodded. As Benjamin went downstairs, Abbey scurried to her room and got her sword. The city guards worked for the magistrate, which meant they could do just about anything they wanted. She'd never had any trouble with them personally, but she'd heard stories. Sword in hand, she made her way to the top of the stairs and crouched in the shadows. Benjamin opened the door. "Good evening, gentlemen."
"Not for you, it isn't,"
the first guard snarled. He was wearing a more elaborate helmet, which Abbey took to mean he was in charge.
"We know what you did."
"Then you have me at a disadvantage. But if there's a misunderstanding, I'm happy to discuss it."
"There's no misunderstanding."
The guard pushed past Benjamin, shoving his way inside. The other guards followed. Abbey gripped her sword. Her father may have told her not to start any trouble, but she wasn't going to let these jerks bully him. "Please, come in." Benjamin shut the door after the last guard stepped inside. "Care to tell me what this is about?" The head guard sneered at him.
"I think you know. Care to tell us where you've been for the last 2 hours?"
"I've been asleep."
"And can anyone verify that?"
Another guard chimed in.
"Where's that pretty daughter of yours?"
Abbey fought back the urge to show him exactly where she was, pointy end of her sword first. But she'd do as her father asked, and stay quiet for now. Benjamin held up his open hands, clearly trying to defuse the situation. "Gentlemen, please. Just tell me what you think I did."
"Not think. No."
The head guard marched up to him and leaned close to his face.
"We know you murdered Bronson tonight. We just need to figure out why."
Abbey sat up a bit straighter, shocked at the accusation. Bronson? The magistrate's son? Her father blinked hard, clearly as surprised as she was. "I didn't murder anyone. I barely even know Bronson. Why would I kill him?"
"That's the very question we came here to answer."
The head guard nodded toward the biggest of his companions.
"Tommy, if you would."
The big guard stepped forward, drew back his mammoth fist, and slammed it into Benjamin's stomach. The air rushed out of the blacksmith's lungs, and he doubled over in pain. Abbey started to stand, ready to lunge at the man who'd punched her father, but Benjamin looked toward her hiding place and gave his head the slightest of shakes. Rage filled Abbey, but she stayed put. For now. She knew she couldn't watch much more of this without taking action.
"Now let's talk about this like civilized men."
The head guard grabbed Benjamin by the hair and raised his head so that their eyes met.
"Why'd you kill Bronson?"
"I didn't." Benjamin's voice sounded weak, his breath still short. "If you'll just tell me why you think I did, we can resolve this." Tommy started to step forward again, but the head guard held up a hand to stop him.
"Let me make sure I understand. According to you, you did not kill Bronson. You were here for the past 2 hours. Is that correct?"
"Yes," Benjamin wheezed.
"Interesting. Then answer one question for me. Where's your sword?"
Abbey's eyes darted to the spot behind the counter where the sword always hung. She had to put a hand over her mouth to stifle a gasp. Her father's sword was gone.
"We have your sword," the head guard said. "Found it at the scene of the murder, covered in Bronson's blood, lying next to his dead body."
Abbey couldn't believe it. This wasn't just some misunderstanding. Someone had stolen her father's sword and used it to commit murder. Not only that, but they'd left the sword at the crime scene. Why? Were they trying to set up her father? Who would want to do that?
"I think I've had enough of your lies for one night."
The head guard pointed to the spot where Benjamin's sword usually hung.
"The way I figure it, only 2 people had access to your sword. Either you killed Bronson, or your daughter did."
Benjamin looked up at the guard, and for the first time tonight, there was real anger on his face.
"Leave her out of this." The head guard laughed. "I don't think so. As you might imagine, the magistrate is a bit upset at tonight's events. I don't think it would be wise for us to come back with only one of the 2 suspects."
He turned toward 2 of the guards.
"Go upstairs and find the girl."
Benjamin looked toward the shadows at the top of the stairs and gave his head the slightest of nods. A grim smile cut across Abbey's face. She couldn't wait to take these guys out. From where she crouched in the shadows, she knew the guards wouldn't be able to see her until they reached the bottom of the stairs. One of them was carrying a torch, and as soon as they started up the steps, the torchlight would hit her. She had to wait for the perfect moment to attack. Benjamin was unarmed, and there were 4 guards around him, but he moved his hands into a position Abbey had seen hundreds of times. She knew what was coming. Those guards were in trouble. Abbey drew a deep breath and waited. The first guard stepped onto the bottom stair, and Abbey sprang into action. She lunged down the stairs, launching her body through the air toward the guard who wasn't carrying the torch. Her shoulder connected with his chest, and he fell onto his ass with a decidedly unmanly squeal. His body cushioned Abbey's landing. She quickly got her feet under her and spun toward the other guard. Her gaze settled on his torch, and she hesitated for a moment. As much as she wanted to gut this bastard, she didn't want to burn down her home. The guard had his sword in his other hand, and he thrust it at her. Abbey easily deflected the blow. Then she struck at him with her own attack. He managed to block it, but his eyes widened in surprise at the strength behind her strike. Abbey attacked again, and her opponent once again blocked, taking a step backward. She was driving him toward the front of the shop. Behind him, the other guards were stepping forward, starting to come to his aid. Benjamin twisted his hands in a quick but complicated pattern, and his eyes suddenly turned black. He raised both palms and pushed them forward as if shoving someone. All 5 standing guards were lifted off their feet and flew backward through the air. They all landed prone on the ground. "Abbey, run," Benjamin ordered. She blinked hard in surprise. "What? No, we can take these guys." "And then what? They'll just send more." Abbey couldn't believe what she was hearing. What was he going to do? Just give up and go with them? "Go to our friend, the Collector. He'll know what to do." She knew who he meant. "What about you?" "I'll go with them. It's the only chance of clearing my name." Abbey looked at the guards. They were getting to their feet now. The head guard glared at Benjamin. "Damned Arcadian magic." As much as she hated it, Abbey knew her father was right. They could defeat these guards, but probably not without killing at least a few of them. And then their lives in Holdgate would be over. It wouldn't matter whether or not they were guilty of killing the magistrate's son. Her father stared at her, his eyes pleading. "Abbey, go." She nodded briskly, her eyes filling with tears. She had to do this, as painful as it was. The last thing she saw before she reached the door was the black leaving her father's eyes as he raised his hands in surrender. Then she went through the door and ran into the night. Chapter 7. Dustin awoke to a loud knocking on his door. He groggily got out of bed and walked across the room while rubbing the sleep from his eyes. It wasn't a long journey. He would be moving to quarters more befitting his station as a stormcaller in the coming days. But for now, he was still in the one-room apartment of an apprentice. He opened the door and saw his new captain, Roy, standing there, wearing his usual goofy smile. "Morning," the captain said. "You weren't still asleep, were you? The sun's already up." "It was a late night." "Please, come in." He stepped aside to let Roy through. The relationship between a stormcaller and his captain was a complicated one. Technically, they were equals. Both had the power to vote for magistrate, and neither had the power to remove the other from their position. Yet the captain was the one in charge of the crew and the one who made the day-to-day decisions. As much as Dustin was skeptical of Roy as a storm captain, the man did have nearly 2 decades' experience on stormships, almost half of that as a captain. No, he wasn't Tor, but Dustin was determined to learn what he could from this man. Roy made his way to the table in the corner and sat down. He motioned to Dustin to take the chair across from him. "Big happenings last night. You hear?" Dustin shook his head as he sat down across from the captain. He'd left the festival in the wee hours of the morning after a rather indulgent night of celebrating with friends. He was feeling the effects of that celebration this morning. His head pounded, and he wished he'd thought to draw the curtains before going to bed the previous night. He hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary when he'd left the festival. There were a lot of drunk Holdgatesmen, but there was nothing unusual about that. "What happened?" Roy leaned forward and spoke in a hushed tone. "Bronson was murdered." Dustin couldn't hide the surprise on his face. The magistrate's son was a few years older than him, but Dustin knew him a little. He wasn't an overly ambitious man. He seemed to be comfortable living off his father's status. Yet he was the life of every party he attended, and he was well liked for his good nature and friendly attitude.
Did it happen at the festival?
Roy shook his head.
It was in his home. Someone climbed through a window and took a sword to him.
Dustin let out a soft whistle. It might have made sense if it had happened at the festival. Tempers sometimes flared when the mead was flowing like it had been last night. But in his home? Who would want to murder Bronson? A jealous husband, perhaps? The man was known for his charms with the ladies.
Get this, Roy said. They're saying the Arcadian blacksmith did it.
Dustin's eyes widened in surprise.
Benjamin? You know another Arcadian blacksmith? They're looking for his daughter, too. I guess she ran off when the city guard tried to question her.
Damn. Dustin had practically grown up in that blacksmith shop. He couldn't imagine Benjamin doing such a thing. And poor Abbey. He knew there was no way she could have had anything to do with this.
Roy cleared his throat. I didn't come here solely to spread gossip. We received our orders.
Dustin sat up straighter, thoughts of Abbey pushed from his mind. Where are we going?
There's intelligence that some Barskull ships broke through the storms and landed up near Bode. You know it?
Dustin nodded. He'd memorized every town on the Caldfell coast as part of his apprenticeship.
It's rumored to be a sizable force, Roy said. That many Barskull on Caldfell? We're not taking any chances with a situation like that.
Dustin waited, willing himself not to speak. Was Roy about to say what he thought he was going to say?
We're sending Thunderclap, of course, as well as a couple of others, probably Summer Wind and High Tide.
Those two ships often traveled with Thunderclap, Dustin knew.
Tor figures the three of them to be enough, but the rest of us... Well, like I said, we don't want to take any chances. Better to have too many than too few.
Roy scratched at his chin.
I know you wanted to try your hand in a real fight, so I threw our hat in the ring.
Dustin wanted to leap up and hug the man. He'd assumed the foggy day would spend the next few months cruising the same fishing routes he'd been traveling his entire apprenticeship. But to learn they'd not only be going into a fight, but that they'd be doing it alongside Tor. He'd be storm-calling next to Dahlia.
Roy's smile was even wider than usual. You sure you're ready for this?
Dustin didn't hesitate with his reply. I'm ready.
Good. Then I thought we might spend the day down at the ship. You can meet the crew and I can give you the grand tour.
Absolutely. Dustin started to stand. Then an image popped into his mind. Abbey under the docks, her eyes black as she pulled him from the ocean. He'd never even thanked her. Not really. She'd rescued him in his time of need. Now she needed help. Who was going to rescue her? He knew the answer to that question. She was an outsider, an Arcadian. No one would lift a finger for her sake. He looked at the captain. Actually, do you mind if I meet you there in an hour or so? I just need to take care of an errand before we head out tomorrow. Roy looked surprised, but he didn't object.
Of course. Take care of whatever business you have, because after we ship out tomorrow, there's no telling when we'll be back home.
The sun was already up by the time Abbey made it to the edge of town. She'd had to go slowly and carefully, working her way through alleys and back streets, peeking around corners, always watching for the city guard. For all she knew, they might not even be coming after her. Maybe capturing her father had been enough for them. But Benjamin had sacrificed his own freedom to allow her to escape, and she had to make sure his sacrifice was not in vain. She had to proceed as if every guard in the city was looking for her. She still shook with rage at having to leave her father behind. The two of them could have fought those guards off and escaped together. He was right, they would have had to leave Holdgate, but would that have been so bad? The city had never really accepted them. Maybe starting over somewhere new wouldn't be such a bad thing. They could go back to Arcadia, or the Lost Isles, or any of 1,000 other places. The Holdgate stormships patrolled the Caldfell Peninsula, but if she and her father headed south, into the heights beyond Arcadia even, they'd be safe from Holdgate's men. But her father had made the choice to surrender, and she had to respect that. Now she had her own choice to make. She could either run south and save herself or try to save him. She didn't give that choice more than a moment's thought. She wouldn't let this injustice stand. She was going to set this right. If her father's sword had really been found at the scene of the murder, that meant someone was trying to frame him. But who? And why? She didn't know, but she wasn't going to rest until she found out. Her first step was to do as her father had instructed. He'd told her to go see their friend, the Collector. The Collector was her father's nickname for Jarvey, a man who lived in the woods east of the city. He was their best customer. They called him the Collector because of his constant desire for Arcadian-made items that he didn't really need. He had no love for the Holdgate government, and his home was deep enough in the woods that she should be safe there while she figured out her next step. She reached the city wall and paused, waiting in the early morning shadows as she formulated the best approach. The western side of Holdgate, the seaward side, was closely protected with guards watching the walls and storm callers nearby to bring the ocean itself to their defense if an enemy ship approached. The east side of the city was more lightly guarded. Many Holdgatesmen made their living in the dense forest east of the city wall, hunting and trapping game large and small. It seemed impossible to imagine an enemy army somehow making it through the mountains to the east of them and attacking through the forest. The guard would be light, but there would be guards. She waited in the shadows until a group of 4 men walked by. They all carried axes, so they were clearly forest-bound, headed out into the woods to begin their day's work. It was still early, but workers in Caldfell had to take advantage of the long days of summer to combat the short days of winter. Abbey slipped in behind the 4 men, close enough that she'd appear to be part of their group, but not close enough that they would wonder what she was doing. She hoped if she held her sword at her side, the guards wouldn't notice it. Or if they did, maybe they'd mistake it for an axe. As they rounded the corner and came into view of the gate, Abbey peered around the men. What she saw caused her to mutter a curse. 4 guards stood at the gate, double the usual number. They were carefully inspecting the faces of everyone who passed by, and they seemed to be paying special attention to the women. Damn it, they're looking for me, she thought. Still, she had to take her chances. There was no way into the woods other than through this gate. She pushed closer to the 4 men, and one furthest back gave her an odd look. He was a tall, thin man, the youngest of the group. She gave him a smile she intended to be sexy, but from the look he gave her, it probably came off as goofy. No matter. They were at the gate now. She pushed forward as the men stepped toward the opening in the wall. One of the guards looked at her and his eyes narrowed. He elbowed the guard next to him and nodded toward Abbey. So much for the subtle approach. All she needed to do was buy herself a moment. She stuck out her foot, hooking it around the foot of the tall, gangly man in front of her. Then she put a hand on his back and pushed. The man stumbled forward, crashing into the 2 guards who had been looking at Abbey. "Hey, watch your sea-cursed step, boy," one of the guards shouted. The other 3 men stopped and turned toward the guards. The biggest one, who stood a head taller than any of the guards, glared at them. "Who are you calling boy?" Abbey knew this was her chance. She slipped around the woodsman and walked through the gate. Another one of the woodsmen chimed in. "We break our backs cutting wood all day so you can sit on your fat asses watching this gate, and all we ever get from you is disrespect." The guard closest to Abbey threw his hands into the air in frustration. "He ran right into us." The gangly man just looked confused. "Somebody pushed me." Abbey looked back toward the city, and she paused, surprised at the familiar face she saw staring back at her. It was Dustin. He was waving her over. There wasn't time for her to talk to him now. Besides, he was probably helping the city guards track her down. She stepped quickly into the gap between the woodsmen. Both the guards and the woodsmen turned toward the spot where Abbey had been standing moments before. Then one of the guards spotted her. "It's the Arcadian girl. Grab her." "I think you gentlemen are confused," Abbey called over her shoulder. "I better be going. Keep up the great work." With that, she sprinted into the forest, not waiting to see if they would follow. The last thing she heard was Dustin's voice cutting through the shouts as he called to her. "Run, Abbey! Run, and don't look back!" Chapter 8. Abbey made her way through the woods and down the narrow trail toward Jarvey's home. She heard the guards chasing after her at first. It was impossible not to hear them with the way they crashed through the undergrowth like a pack of wild boar. But she quickly lost them. The path she was on was difficult to follow. If she hadn't accompanied her father 100 times to drop off deliveries for Jarvey, She might have lost it too. Once she was certain she had lost the guards, Abbey slowed her pace to a brisk walk. It took her just over an hour to reach Jarvie's. Although the man lived relatively close to town, he guarded his privacy by tending to the forest's natural growth near his home. The only access point was a break in the thorn bushes, cut at a zigzagging angle so it couldn't be seen by those passing from either direction. Many trappers and woodcutters passed those thorn bushes every day for years, never knowing Jarvie's home existed. Abbey ducked through the gap in the bushes, careful not to catch her clothes on the thorns that protruded well into the path. Normally when walking through this gap, she cursed Jarvie for the inconvenience his paranoia caused her. Not today. The fact that so few knew he lived here was what was going to keep her alive. After passing through the gap, she exited into a clearing where she could see Jarvie's house through the trees. It was a log cabin, much larger than most homes in the city. The man's eye for detail was clear in the way the plants near his home were carefully tended. It was strange seeing this idyllic log cabin hidden away amongst the brambles. Abbey never got used to it, no matter how many times she saw it. She walked to the door and raised her hand to knock, then paused. Jarvie was incredibly paranoid. What would he think of her showing up unannounced, sword in hand? It was too late to worry about that now. She knocked, then took a step back, holding her sword at her side in a neutral, unthreatening position, keeping it in the open so it didn't appear that she was trying to hide anything. She heard footsteps inside, and then the door flew open. Jarvie glared out at her. He held a long metal rod with a blue ember on the end of it. She'd never seen it before, but from the way he held it, she knew it was a weapon. He blinked hard when he saw her, as if she was the last person he expected to find standing here so early in the morning.
Abbey? What the hell are you doing here?
He looked around behind her.
Where's your father?
Suddenly his face brightened.
Hey, did he get an ampherald? Is that why you're here?
She shook her head. No, this is something else. Can I come inside? A concerned look crossed Jarvie's face, but he quickly nodded and waved her inside. She followed him through the entryway, which was lit by a Magitech light. As they walked through the home, she noticed other pieces of her father's work on display. A flickering flame that gave off no smoke sat in the fireplace. She noticed a device that flashed with light when anyone but the owner came within 100 yards. That must have been how Jarvie had known she was at the door so quickly, she realized. Jarvie was a short, thick man whose muscular frame belied his bookish nature. His hair was white, but he still had all of it. He was fascinated by all things magical, and despite living his reclusive lifestyle away from the city, he somehow always seemed to have more information than anyone else on the goings-on in distant places like Arcadia and Rhoneland. Her father had told her Jarvie had made his fortune by establishing new trade routes shortly after the Mad Days. He'd long since stopped actively traveling and trading, but he kept in contact with many of the people he'd worked with. Benjamin said he'd seen people from a wide variety of regions coming and going at the older man's home over the years. But the one thing that fascinated Jarvie more than anything else was magic. He was constantly working his connections for ampheralds, the gems required for the crafting of magical devices, Magitech to those in the know. When he got his hands on a gem, he gave it to Benjamin and paid him an extravagant amount to make him new and unique creations. Jarvie led Abbey to the large sitting room and offered her a chair. When they were both seated, he looked at her pointedly.
Tell me what happened.
It's my father. He's been framed for murder. She told the whole story, starting with the city guards showing up in the middle of the night, and continuing through her slipping past the guards at the city gates. Jarvie looked more and more disturbed as her story progressed. He gripped the metal staff laid across his lap so tightly that his fingers turned white.
And your father told you to come to me?
Abbey nodded. He said you'd know what to do. Jarvie looked down at the metal staff for a long moment before answering.
This was the first thing your father ever sold me.
Abbey tilted her head and looked at the metal rod again. It didn't seem to be made in her father's style.
Jarvie held up the staff. It's a weapon from his time back in Arcadia. It delivers a fierce shock, a bit like lightning when the blue ember is touched to the skin.
He looked up at her.
There are things you don't know about your father, Abbey. Things he wanted to tell you, but he never had the courage. He told me if anything ever happened to him, I should tell you the truth. I guess this qualifies."
Abbey leaned forward, her heart suddenly beating faster. What was this guy talking about? She and her father told each other everything.
"You know your father trained at the academy in Arcadia," Jarvie continued. "But do you know what he did after he graduated?"
Of course. He married my mother and became a magitech smith. Jarvie shook his head slowly.
"I'm afraid that's only partly true. In Arcadia, only graduates of the academy are allowed to perform magic, and only the rich and powerful are admitted to the academy."
Abbey was still confused. My father's not rich or powerful.
Jarvie smiled. "He was born both. His father was one of the most powerful men in the city. Benjamin's admittance to the academy was a lock. After graduation, he decided he wanted to give back to the city that had given his family so much. So he became a hunter."
A hunter? She'd never heard her father talk of hunting animals.
"Not like you're thinking. Hunters in Arcadia track down and punish unauthorized magic users."
Abby's eyes narrowed. What? There was no way her father would punish people for using magic. He talked all the time about how magic should be taught freely to anyone who wanted to learn, rather than just those accepted to a school like in Arcadia, or taken on as an apprentice like in Holdgate. Jarvie held up a hand.
"Don't judge him too harshly. He thought he was doing the right thing at the time. It was your mother who woke him up to the truth."
Abbey sat up a little straighter at that. Could it be she wasn't only going to learn more about her father, but her mother as well?
"Your mother had secretly been using magic since she was a young girl. It came as a surprise to her as much as anyone when she fell in love with a hunter. She told him the truth about herself and her magic the night before the wedding, forcing him to choose between turning her in and accepting her for who she really was. It was a difficult decision, but your father loved her too much to turn away from her, and he went through with the wedding."
He held up the metal rod.
"That was when Benjamin began to question his beliefs. How could he spend his days hunting unauthorized magic users and spend his nights sleeping with one? Then you came along and complicated things even further. As the daughter of 2 magic users, it seemed likely you would inherit a little of their abilities."
Abbey thought of her limited magic skills and chuckled. Very little, as it turns out.
Jarvie smiled at that. "Benjamin began making plans to leave the city. He plotted in secret, knowing Chancellor Adrian wouldn't allow a graduate of the academy to run loose without his supervision. Still, somehow the truth came out. The other hunters, your father's friends and co-workers, captured your mother and executed her."
Abbey gritted her teeth. This wasn't the story she'd heard. Why had her father lied?
"So Benjamin took you and fled north. He had only the clothes on his back and this shocker."
He nodded toward the metal rod.
"His original plan was to settle north of the city, but when he got there, he realized the hunters were still after him, so he kept going. He showed up in Holdgate penniless and without a plan, until he met me. He traded me this shocker for help in setting up his blacksmith shop. He'd learned many of the basic blacksmith skills when learning to craft magitech in the academy, and the rest came easily to him."
Abbey stared at the shocker. How many people had her father hurt with that thing? People whose only crime was using magic without the approval of some self-proclaimed authority. The idea of it angered her. But on the other hand, he'd learned the error of his ways, and he'd risked his life to take her away from that world. She looked at Jarvie. You helped him in his hour of need. Maybe that's why he sent me to you. He's hoping you'll do it again. Jarvie thought about that for a moment before responding.
"Perhaps that's part of it, but I believe there's more happening here. He knows that to prove him innocent, we'll need to find the real killer, and I have a pretty good idea where to start."
Abbey opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, the device in the corner began flashing. Jarvie's face went pale.
"Someone's here."
The device flashed faster and faster.
"No, not someone."
Jarvie set the end of the shocker on the floor and used it as a cane to push himself to his feet.
Lots of someones. Abbey, I believe the city guard has found you.
Chapter 9. Dustin stood on the deck of the foggy day. After a lifetime of dreaming about this, he was finally on the bow of his own ship. Yet for some reason, he was staring back at Holdgate instead of out at the sea. He'd been aboard for nearly 2 hours. He'd met the crew, who seemed like an honest, if not overly ambitious group. He'd seen his modest but pleasant quarters below deck. He'd stood on the foremost deck and placed his staff in the slot where he'd rest it when he was calling down the winds that would carry the ship on its journey. The captain had given him a tour of the rest of the ship from bow to stern. He'd even seen the ship's boat, the small dinghy carried by the ship and used to carry small groups of sailors to shore or to other ships. Now that he'd seen it all, he was back where he'd started, standing on the bow in his position as stormcaller. He glanced up at the sail, now hanging limply. He'd be in charge of filling that sail and sending this ship gliding across the water. So why was he thinking about Abbey? He'd searched the city for nearly an hour, checking out her father's blacksmith shop, now empty, the door left unlocked and the signs of a struggle evident to anyone bold enough to step inside. He'd checked the other places he knew she'd like to hang out as a child, like the market, but to no avail. He'd finally seen her near the east gate, spotting her just in time to watch her slip through and into the woods beyond. And that had been that. There would have been no use in going after her. He'd barely set foot in those woods, and she was in them all the time. He'd never catch her. And the city guard wouldn't either. If she were smart, she'd get deep into those woods and then cut south. Never come back to Holdgate. If she did that, she'd be safe. Still, he couldn't stop worrying about her. Part of it was that he knew she'd been right when she'd accused him of ignoring her. It hadn't been intentional. Mostly. He'd just been busy. But he did have to admit there had been 1 or 2 occasions where he'd been with someone important and seen her. In those cases, he'd done his best to avoid making eye contact with her. And now she was in real trouble, and he was getting ready to ship out tomorrow morning. But he wasn't sure what else he could do.
She's a beauty, isn't she?
Dustin turned to find Roy standing behind him.
What? He gestured up at the sail. I saw you staring. No shame in it. This ship is yours as much as it is mine. Take pride in it, even if it isn't Thunderclap.
Dustin nodded. Now that he was aboard, he saw the elegant design of the vessel. The way it was laid out so carefully, so precisely. They'd be shipping out with a crew of 50 men and women, and each of them would have to know his or her job and perform it well if the foggy day wanted to keep pace with the larger ships.
Do you know much about shipbuilding in Holdgate after the mad days? Roy asked.
Dustin shook his head, surprised at the question. Harold, his old mentor, hadn't wanted to talk about the way things had been before the time of storm callers. Dustin knew some sort of plague had washed over the land, causing men and women to go crazy with anger. They'd destroyed not only each other, but much of the world that came before. Dustin wasn't sure how long the mad days had lasted, but there were still some alive who remembered it. Probably like that old stormcaller who'd nearly drowned him. Then, one day, the madness had simply stopped. The people had woken up one morning, suddenly sane and forced to face the consequences of years of destruction.
The first boats after the mad days were crude things, Roy said. They didn't even have decks. They were empty vessels, and men sat on long benches at the bottom, rowing with mighty oars. But the sea was crueler then, and with that design, even a hard rain would cause the ship to take on water. It was a difficult, slow way to travel. My granddad rowed on one of those ships, and the stories he told... Let's just say they didn't give the rowers bathroom breaks, if you take my meaning. They'd row for days, nodding off for an hour or two here and there, resting in their own filth.
Wow. That must have been horrible. Roy shrugged.
That was the story my granddad told anyway. Who knows how much of it is true. He also said he walked up a mountain to get to school and up another one to get home.
He chuckled at the memory.
Truth or not, everything changed when the first storm callers came and made peace with the sea. They talked the sea into letting us borrow her wind, and ship design had to change.
How so? Dustin asked.
Roy pointed up at the sail. Harnessing the wind was suddenly the priority. We had to build massive sails and ships capable of supporting them.
He stomped on the deck with a heavy boot.
We've gotten pretty good at it, too.
The timber made Dustin think of the woods, which made him think of Abbey. His eyes drifted back toward Holdgate.
Ah, I see what this is.
Roy leaned in close and nudged Dustin.
You'll be leaving someone behind?
Yeah, something like that.
Roy chuckled again. I'll tell you a secret. Whatever she feels for you now, it'll grow tenfold when you're away, and she's home imagining you out on the open sea defending the world from Barskull warriors. When you come home, she'll hug you so hard you won't be able to breathe. She'll be wanting to do a mite bit more than hugging, too.
The captain passed him a wink. Dustin felt himself blush. He thought about explaining that it wasn't like that between Abbey and him. They were just friends. Well, not even that, really. Former friends. His eyes drifted toward the city, and he swore to himself that if he ever got the chance, he would help her. A heavy fist pounded on Jarvie's door so hard that the floorboards shuddered. Abbey leaped to her feet, sword in hand. She'd led the city guard right to Jarvie's home. She wouldn't allow him to get in trouble because of her. She'd fight to defend him all the way. Jarvie held up a hand as if reading her thoughts.
Easy. They may not know you're here. If they'd followed you, they would have been at my door sooner.
Then why are they here? She asked. Did the city guard just happen to show up the same morning as a wanted criminal?
You and your father aren't the only ones who know I live here. I try to keep my location as private as possible, but the magistrate and his tax collectors always seem to find me. It's well known that I often do business with your father. You were seen leaving the East Gate. It only makes sense that they'd check here.
Abbey relaxed slightly. What do we do?
I'll greet them and pretend I'm alone. You hide in the back and try very hard to keep quiet. I know that isn't exactly your strong suit.
Damn right it's not.
Jarvie shooed her toward the back of the house. Get going. The longer it takes me to open the door, the more suspicious this will seem.
He leaned the shocker against the wall and headed for the door. Abbey trotted to the small bedroom at the back of the house. She shut the door behind her, then crouched down next to it, trying to hear what was going on out there. The door was solid oak, and all she heard was muffled voices. Everything Jarvie had told her was running through her head, clouding her thoughts. So much of what she'd thought to be true wasn't. Those city guards hunting for her? Her father had been Arcadia's version of those men, and her mother hadn't died during the journey to Holdgate. She'd been executed. Abbey took a deep breath, trying to center herself. With so many truths and lies swirling in her head, there was one thing she knew for certain. Her father hadn't killed the magistrate's son. Even if everything else she knew about him was false, he was still being held for a crime he didn't commit. And she wouldn't let that stand. She'd fight to see him freed. She pushed her ear harder against the door, straining to hear. She caught the sound of heavy footsteps, and they seemed to be getting closer. Now she heard shouting. Enough hiding. She reached for the doorknob, then paused. She had no idea what she was jumping into. There could be one guard out there, or 15. Either way, she wasn't going to let Jarvie face them alone. She took a deep breath, gripped her sword, and threw the door open. She sprinted toward the sitting room, sword held high, taking in the situation as she ran. There were 3 city guards. They stood around Jarvie, who was down on his knees. Abbey could see his lip was split open, and blood was running down his chin. Abbey didn't stop to consider the fact that she'd never fought 3 men at once, let alone 3 city guards. She was so filled with rage at the sight of her friend's blood that she didn't stop to think about much of anything. She just charged. The 3 guards looked up, their eyes wide at the unexpected sight of a sword-wielding woman sprinting toward them. Abbey knew she'd only have a second or two before they recovered, and she intended to take full advantage of it. Holding the sword in one hand, she grabbed the shocker leaning against the wall with the other and thrust it toward the nearest guard. It touched his neck, and he let out a scream that was abruptly cut off as he began to convulse. He fell to the ground a moment later, unconscious. One down, she thought. These next 2 would be much more difficult. They'd recovered their senses and were drawing their swords. She swung her sword, hitting the taller guard in the forearm with the flat of her blade. A tremendous thwack rang out as the iron connected with flesh, and he howled in pain. Abbey spun to her right, turning her attention to the final guard. He had his sword held at the ready.
Let's see how good you are against a real swordsman.
The guard's voice was full of bravado. but his eyes kept wandering to the shocker. "I'm still trying to figure that out myself," she said. "If you and your friends see a real swordsman on your way back to town, could you send him my way?" The guard grimaced with anger. Abbey used the moment to stab the shocker toward him. He stepped back, just as she'd hoped. Using the opening, Abbey attacked with her sword. The guard was quicker than she'd expected, and he managed to deflect her blow. However, that created an opening on his right side. She jabbed him in the neck with the shocker, and he fell to the ground, shaking. She saw movement out of the corner of her eye, and she ducked just in time. The remaining guard's sword missed her by only a few inches. She spun and raised her sword, facing him. Abbey nodded toward the bright red welt on his forearm. "I'd suggest backing off if you don't want more of those numbnuts." The guard opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, something hit him in the back of the head, and he dropped like a bag of rocks. Jarvie stood over the fallen guard, a club in his hand. "Wow," Abbey said. "Where'd you get that thing?" Jarvie wiped at the blood on his chin with the back of his sleeve.
"I used it to club wild animals back when I was blazing trading routes after the mad days."
"Looks like you're still using it to club animals."
Abbey nodded toward the fallen guard.
"Jarvie, I'm sorry about bringing them here. You don't need this kind of trouble."
Jarvie smiled. "Who does?"
He stepped toward her and put a hand on her arm.
"There's no time for apologies. You need to get out of here before these men wake up."
Abbey knew he was right, but she didn't relish the thought of going back out there and being hunted again. "Where can I even go?" Jarvie looked at her for a long moment before answering.
"Answer this question honestly. Do you want to be safe, or do you want to help find justice for your father?"
Abbey was taken aback by the question. "How could you even—"
"I'm serious, Abbey. Really think about it, because if you want to be safe, I can send you to Arcadia, or Roneland, or any of 100 other places."
"I sense there's another option coming, and that's the one I want to hear. I'm not letting my father be executed for something he didn't do."
Jarvie smiled. "Good. I just needed to give you the option. Listen, I believe Bronson's murder wasn't about Bronson at all."
"What do you mean?"
"Think about it. Bronson was lazy, but he was popular. His occupation was drinking mead and seducing women. Killing him accomplishes nothing but outrage at the person who committed the crime. I believe the person who did this was only interested in framing Benjamin."
Abbey nodded slowly. That made sense to her, too. "Okay. How's that help us?"
"Your father and I have long believed something isn't right in Holdgate. As much as the magistrate and the storm captains try to hide it, things aren't going well in our efforts to drive back the Barskull. But the problems aren't coming in the battles themselves. They're happening at home."
Abbey scratched her chin and thought about that. "You think someone in Holdgate is working with the Barskull?"
Jarvie nodded. "Your father had set up an appointment to discuss the matter with the magistrate, but it looks like he won't be keeping it."
"They set him up to discredit him," Abbey said.
"Yes."
"So how do we find the traitor?"
"I believe whoever it was will want to report back to their bosses. There are ships leaving for the north tomorrow."
Abbey chuckled. "You're strangely informed for a man who lives in the woods."
Jarvie smiled. "I have my sources. I believe our traitor will be on one of those ships tomorrow."
"Then so will I." She waited a moment for Jarvie's response, but none came. "What? You're not going to try to talk me out of it?" He shook his head.
"You're a grown woman. You can make your own choices. And if I were in jail and could pick someone to have fighting to clear my name, you would be at the top of the list."
Abbey swallowed hard, a lump suddenly in her throat. "Thanks, Jarvie." He nodded toward the shocker.
"You want to take that with you?"
She considered it for a moment. "No. Honestly, it kind of felt like cheating. I prefer my sword." She glanced at the unconscious guards. "What are you going to do when these guys wake up?"
He shrugged. "I'll say you broke into my house and attacked all of us. Don't worry about me. They may haul me off to jail for the night, but I have enough iron to bribe the jailers. I'll be out in a day or two."
"Thank you, Jarvie. For everything. I'll be back before you know it, and I'll bring proof of my father's innocence." Jarvie smiled.
"I expect nothing less."
Chapter 10 Dustin placed his final set of clothing into the small trunk and closed the lid. Then he paused, opened it again, and pawed around inside, making sure he had everything he'd need. He was always like this the night before he departed. Once he got out on the open water in the morning, he'd be fine. But for tonight, he was a bundle of nerves. Knowing he'd be out at sea for an indeterminate amount of time with only the items he brought in this trunk only made it worse. In truth, he wouldn't need much. As long as he provided the winds to send the ship on its way, the rest would take care of itself. But this wasn't just any trip. They'd be facing Barskull warriors. The 4 captains and stormcallers who would be sailing out in the morning had met together that afternoon. The members of the other 3 ships had a camaraderie. It was clear they sailed together often. Dustin also knew none of them really wanted the foggy day along on their trip. Not that he blamed them. They were highly effective at what they did. Why did they need a smaller ship along with them? But the magistrate and the other captains had insisted. So here they were. At the end of the day, Dustin didn't care if the other ships wanted him there or not. He'd prove his worth. Captain Tor of Thunderclap had made it clear what he wanted the Foggy Day's role to be: hang back and provide support. He'd said it in a kind way, at least for a stormship captain, but his words left no room for doubt. Dustin sighed and closed the trunk again. The things he'd brought would be fine, just like they always were. As long as he didn't forget his staff, he'd be okay. He saw something out of the corner of his eye, a blur of motion. He grabbed his staff and spun toward it. Not that he could use storm magic without seawater present, but the staff would make a mighty fine club if the need arose. There was no one there. It must have been his imagination. Everything was happening so fast it was making him jumpy. He started to relax, then he saw something. The shadows next to his wardrobe seemed to fall strangely. He squinted into the darkness, and after a moment, he spotted the unmistakable shape of a person crouching. He clutched his staff. "Who's there? Show yourself, damn you, or you'll see what a stormcaller can do." A female voice came from the shadows. "Not much without seawater, from what I hear." She stood up, and Dustin gasped. It was Abbey. Abbey stood next to the wardrobe, still partially draped in shadows, as Dustin stared at her, mouth agape. "What the hell are you doing here?" Dustin's voice was a harsh whisper. "Everyone's looking for you." Abbey grimaced. "You think you're going to get in trouble? You're a damn stormcaller. Act like it. Stop being so afraid." "It's not that." He took a step forward, and she was surprised to see what looked like genuine concern on his face. "You should be miles away from here by now. I saw you leaving the city. I saw you, too. You were helping the guards, looking for me like the rest of them. I was trying to help you." He sighed, exasperated. "I know those charges against your father are bullshit, and I know you didn't have anything to do with Bronson's death. You may not want to believe it, but I'm your friend." "Really? You haven't done much lately to support that claim." He looked away. Was it possible he was actually ashamed of his actions? "You're right. I've been a real dick, and I'm sorry. But that changes now. I'll help you get away from the city. You can run and never come back. Start a new life somewhere they won't look down on you just because of where you're from." Abbey paused. She had intended to approach this very differently. She hadn't expected Dustin to be so nice. Still, nice or not, she didn't think he'd like what she was going to say next, and she was ready to get tough if needed. "I do need your help to get away from Holdgate, but not like you're thinking. I want a ride." "Yeah, that's what I mean. I can borrow a cart and a horse. You hide in the back under some blankets. The city guard will wave me right through the gates when they see my blue cloak." He still wasn't getting it. "I need a ride on your ship." There was a long moment before he responded. "Sorry, you want to come aboard the Foggy Day? You're a storm rider now?" "I don't want a job. I want you to smuggle me aboard. I have reason to believe whoever framed my father is aboard one of the 4 ships heading north tomorrow morning. I need to go with you so I can figure out who it is." Dustin walked over to the table on the far side of the room and slowly sank into a chair. "Have you ever been aboard a ship? It's not exactly spacious. What you're asking isn't easy." "You telling me the stormcaller doesn't have his own quarters?" "Of course I do. But if you think this apartment is small, wait until you see my quarters on the ship.
There would barely be room for you to sleep on the floor. She arched an eyebrow. I'm not sleeping on the floor. You are. Hold on, Abbey. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves. She stepped out of the shadows and marched toward him. Is that so? Remember what you told me at the festival last night? What they would do if they found out you had help passing the testing? He sat up a bit straighter at that. Shit, Abbey. Are you really threatening me? I'm just saying it's in your best interest I don't get caught. The way I see it, the only way I don't get caught is if I leave Holdgate, and the only way I'm leaving Holdgate is aboard your ship. Dustin scratched at his chin for a moment, deep in thought. You know, when I came looking for you this morning, I made myself a promise. I know I've been shitty to you, and I promised to make it right, to help you if I could. I have no idea how we're going to pull this off, and it's going to look really bad for both of us if we're caught. But if you want to ride north on the foggy day, I'll take you. Abbey smiled. Thanks, Dustin. He nodded. You'd better get a good night's sleep. We leave at sunrise. Chapter 11. Dustin stood on the deck of the foggy day, nervously clutching his staff. The sun was beginning to peek over the buildings of Holdgate to the east of him, and the crew shuffled onto the ship. Though he had met them yesterday, he felt differently about them today. They were his men now, his crew. More than that, they were his responsibility. Without his storm magic, they'd be subject to whatever winds and currents the sea and all her fickle glory deemed to give them. He stifled a yawn, hiding it with his arm as he pretended to scratch an ear. Despite his warnings to Abbey to get a good night's sleep, he'd failed to do just that. It wasn't that he hadn't tried. He'd gone to bed early. Well, floor, actually. He'd given Abbey his bed. But the excitement and concerns about what the following day would bring swirled in his head, making sleep impossible. It seemed like he'd only just managed to drift off when he felt Abbey shaking him, telling him it was time to get going. Even if not for Abbey, he would have wanted to arrive on the ship before the men. Abbey's presence made it a necessity. He still thought the plan was insane. There was no way they'd be able to hide her aboard the ship for any significant period of time. But he was willing to try. He had promised himself he'd do anything he could to help her, after all. Captain Roy walked up the gangplank and stumbled onto the ship. His eyes were red and blurry, as if maybe he'd spent the previous night at a brothel downing mead instead of at home in bed. Dustin couldn't help but shake his head. It was no wonder the foggy day held so little esteem among the fleet with a captain like this. Roy's men didn't even stand at attention or salute as he came aboard. They just shook his hand and clapped him on the back as if he were just another one of the boys. It was like Captain Tor had said. It would be up to Dustin to bring some much-needed glory to the foggy day. After Roy was finished greeting the crew, he shuffled over to Dustin. Well, my good man, you ready to begin the voyage? I am, Captain. I only hope we're ready to capture our share of the glory when we face the Barskull. Roy chuckled. Spoken like a man who's never seen a battle. He took in Dustin's expression, then said, No offense. It ain't like in the stories. You ever meet a Barskull that isn't drunk on their draft, they are as reasonable as you or me. But once they swig on their cider dreck, it's a whole different situation. I once saw a Barskull woman barely as tall as my shoulder rip a man's arm clean off his body. Dustin was taken aback. Seriously? Roy nodded. Worse, too. Things I'd rather not mention at the moment, lest I accidentally curse our voyage. Great, Dustin thought. He's superstitious, too. Point is, the best thing that could happen on this voyage is we don't encounter any of those draft-addled bastards. Make no mistake, we'll fight them if we have to, and we'll win or die trying. But I ain't about to go wishing for a battle, and neither should you be. Roy clapped him on the back again, then walked away. The next hour was spent preparing the ship for departure. Dustin did his best to stay out of everyone's way, but wherever he went, it seemed he was standing exactly where one of the crew needed to go. So he stayed in his place at the prow, waiting for the signal that they were ready to depart. Even though his position was arguably the most important on the ship, he didn't have many official duties other than making sure the weather was cooperative. His mentor, Harold, had taught him only the weakest of storm callers spent more time than they needed to with the crew. Familiarity would take away the mystique of their station.
A good stormcaller needed to be aloof in his attitude and firm in his orders. Or so Harold always said. A few crew members came up to say hello, but he brushed them off. He didn't have time for that now. He needed to concentrate. These qualities came easily to Dustin. His skills had set him apart from his peers. Not just Abbey, but also the other stormcaller apprentices. His experience at the testing had shaken his confidence a little, but it was time to get it back. It was time to be the stormcaller Harold had trained him to be. Roy cupped his hand to his mouth and called across the deck. "Sid, we ready?" Sid was the first mate of the Foggy Day. She stood over 6 feet tall, just a bit taller than Dustin. Her head was shaved, and she wore 2 broadswords on her back. As much as Dustin intended to be firm with the crew, he'd think twice before crossing her. Sid looked around the deck, giving it one last check before answering. "We're ready, Captain." Roy nodded, then turned to Dustin. "Stormcaller, please bring the winds." Dustin took a deep breath and stepped to his place at the bow of the ship. A small iron cup was set into the deck. It was just wider than his staff, and it was filled with seawater. He took his staff in both hands and placed it in the iron cup. He closed his eyes and focused. The noise of the crew and the city behind him fell away. After a moment of concentration, all he heard were the waves slapping gently against the ship. Nothing existed except for him and the sea. He emptied himself of everything but a small, tiny ball of grim determination in his belly. The sea needed to be approached gently, but it also needed to know you wouldn't submit to its will. It needed to know you were worthy of its respect before it lent you its power. Dustin knew he was worthy. Any doubts he'd had after the testing were gone. He let the power of the sea flow into him, and then he grabbed it with a mighty grip. Now that he had it, he would not let go. He began to shape the power. A sudden stiff wind pressed against his back, and the Foggy Day glided forward, away from Holdgate and toward the north. Abbey paced back and forth in Dustin's quarters, wanting nothing more than to be on the deck in the open air. The pacing didn't take long, as 2 steps took her from one bulkhead to the other. She knew they were underway by the motion of the ship, but there were no portholes for her to see through. It was beginning to sink in that she'd be spending the next 2 days down here. She wouldn't see daylight again until they reached the city of Bode, where the Barskal were rumored to have invaded. And what then? She'd have to go ashore with the Holdgate fighters and try to figure out who was secretly slipping away to conspire with the enemy. It would be no easy task, especially with 4 ships. The Foggy Day was the smallest of them by far, with only 50 crew members. The other 3 were a larger class. Each sported close to 100 crew. So how was one person supposed to watch all those people and find the one traitor amongst them? She didn't know, but she vowed she'd accomplish her goal. Nothing would stop her from finding the real murderer and clearing her father's name. She was wearing a warrior's leather shirt so she'd be able to blend in better when she went ashore with the warriors. She'd had to go back to her father's shop to get it, a risky move, but a necessary one. She looked like any other Holdgate warrior in this outfit. The door of the quarters opened just wide enough for a person to slip through, and Dustin rushed inside, then quickly closed the door behind him. "Oh, thank the sea," she said. Dustin spoke in a harsh whisper. "Would you keep your voice down, please? Like anyone can hear me over the noise of the water hitting the ship. I didn't expect it to be so loud. I'm sure there are plenty of things you didn't expect. Just be glad I'm a stormcaller. Only me and the captain have private quarters. If I were crew, you'd have to hide down in cargo." Abbey sighed. "I've been going nuts down here by myself." "Seriously? It's only been 3 hours." Abbey's eyes went wide. "I thought it had been at least 6. Dustin raised an eyebrow. "What can I say? I'm an outdoor kind of girl." She cleared her throat, wanting to change the subject. "Your virgin storm-calling went well?" Dustin smiled. "You know it. We're cruising at a faster than expected clip. Not as fast as Thunderclap, but faster than the other 2. "Uh-huh. Let me ask you something. We've got 4 stormcallers conjuring wind in the direction we need to go, right?" Dustin's eyes narrowed. "Yeah, so what?" "I'm just wondering how you know it's your wind that's driving us forward and not wind from one of the others." His face reddened. "I know my own wind." Abbey was starting to enjoy this. So there's no combining of the efforts? It's a different wind in each ship's sail. No, of course not. And yes, our efforts do combine to build a stronger wind. Uh-huh. So how do you know you're even contributing to the cause? What if it's Dahlia's wind that we're using? Dustin stammered for a moment before answering. It's impossible to explain it to someone who doesn't use storm magic. I just know, okay? Abbey couldn't hold it in any longer. She broke out in a laugh. Relax, man, I'm just giving you shit. I'm sure your wind is mighty. It is. There was still a little anger in his voice. It's very mighty. That made her laugh even harder. Someone knocked on the door to the cabin, and Abbey immediately stopped laughing. Dustin whispered through gritted teeth, Nice going! Abbey looked around. There wasn't anywhere to hide in this tiny cabin. The only features were the bunk attached to the wall, a small writing desk, and Dustin's trunk. The bundle of Abbey's spare clothes sat conspicuously in the corner, her sword lying on top of it. She silently cursed herself for not better preparing for the possibility of a guest. Dustin had told her no one could come into his quarters without his permission, but that didn't mean someone couldn't come knocking. She stepped next to the door and pressed herself against the bulkhead. Then she nodded at Dustin. He cleared his throat, then spoke. Who's there? Captain Roy's distinctive voice came through the door. Young Master Stormcaller, I was wondering if I might have a word with you and your lady friend. Chapter 12. The first thing you two need to learn is there are no secrets on a ship. They were still in Dustin's cabin, but now there were 3 of them jammed in there. Captain Roy sat at the writing desk, a sly smile on his face. Apparently not, Abbey said. You figured us out in 3 hours. The captain chuckled. Actually, I figured it out 30 minutes after we left port. I briefly considered confronting Dustin then, having him take us back to Holdgate to drop you off. Why didn't you? Dustin asked. 2 reasons. Firstly, I'm not your boss. You're the Stormcaller. Technically, I can't order you to do anything. Abbey had never much liked storm captains. The ones she'd dealt with in her father's shop were arrogant and demanding, always wanting more equipment for less iron in an unreasonable amount of time. They drove the Holdgate economy, and they knew it. In Abbey's experience, they weren't above exploiting their position to demand unreasonable prices from blacksmiths. But this Captain Roy seemed different. He had an air of authority about him, but none of the arrogance. Abbey was surprised to find she instantly liked this man. What's the other reason? Roy sighed. The Foggy Day doesn't exactly have the best reputation. He glanced at Dustin. What had you heard about it before you were assigned? Dustin paused a moment before answering, as if he were deciding how honest he should be. In truth, I hadn't heard anything. I didn't even know the ship existed. Roy shook his head. Ouch. I can't say I'm surprised, though. We haven't gotten many opportunities to prove ourselves, and we haven't exactly made the most of the ones we have been given. Point is, our reputation isn't exactly shining, especially among Captain Tor and his buddies. If we'd turned back to drop off a stowaway, it would have just confirmed their preconceived notions about us. It's not that I care what the bastards think exactly. This crew is the best in the fleet, no matter what anyone says. I honestly believe that. It's just... I get it. Abbey recognized the look on the captain's face. She'd seen it in the mirror often enough, usually after a long day of customers telling her how she didn't understand Holdgate because she was an outsider. It gets old having people look down on you all the time, even if you don't care about their opinions. Roy nodded slowly. Exactly that. He pointed at Dustin, then at Abbey. So what is this? Couldn't bear to leave your girlfriend back in Holdgate, Dustin? Abbey let out a sharp laugh. He wishes. Dustin answered in a choked voice. It's not like that. At all. This is Abbey. She's the blacksmith's daughter. Roy's face darkened. The Arcadian. She frowned at the captain. I grew up in Holdgate. But sure. I meant no offense. He scratched at his whiskers for a moment. So not only do we have a stowaway, but we have a fugitive stowaway. Abbey looked away. Apparently he'd heard about Bronson and her father's arrest. Those charges are false. I'm innocent.
And yet you ran.
Roy's voice was hard now.
You boarded my ship without asking me and brought your troubles with you.
Dustin stepped forward. She had permission. From me.
That permission isn't yours to give. I said before I'm not your boss, and that's true, but you're not mine either. The ship and the crew are my responsibility. The sea and the wind are yours. That means you have no say over who comes aboard.
He turned to Abbey.
So what do we do with you? Perhaps we should throw you overboard. If you're as innocent as you say, the sea might have mercy and carry you safely back to shore.
You can't do that,
Dustin said. I can. Roy's voice was a low growl now. I'd be well within my rights.
Abbey glanced at her sword. It was on the other side of the room, only 2 steps away, but Dustin and the captain were both positioned between her and the weapon. If it came to a fight, it would have to be unarmed.
Many storm captains would do just that, Roy continued. They'd wash their hands of you and let the sea decide your fate. I'm not going to do that, though.
He narrowed his eyes and looked Abbey up and down.
Tell me why you wanted to come north. I would have thought you'd run south to the safety of your people.
Abbey considered how to proceed. For all she knew, this man was the Barskal agent. She didn't think so, though. For one thing, this ship had been assigned to accompany the other 3 at the last minute, and from what Dustin had told her, the Foggy Day's trips to Barskal territory were infrequent. That led her to believe the agent would be aboard one of the other 3 ships. Secondly, Roy didn't feel right as the agent. She trusted her instincts, and her instincts said this man would not betray Holdgate. She took a deep breath before speaking. I'm not heading north to escape. I'm going to find a criminal. Roy was clearly surprised by the answer.
Is that so?
There was a bit of skepticism in his voice. It is. I have reason to believe that the man who killed the magistrate's son was working with the Barskal to frame my father.
And why would the Barskal care about a blacksmith in Holdgate?
Because he was onto them. He knew something was wrong in Holdgate, that someone was working against the stormships from the inside. Roy leaned forward, the skepticism gone from his face.
Where'd you get that information?
Jarvie. You know him?
Roy nodded. I've worked the trade routes for 20 years, girl. Of course I know him. If he says there's a traitor working with the Barskal, I'm apt to believe it. I've had my own suspicions. Nothing concrete, just a general lack of effectiveness among some of the ships lately. More Barskal are getting through to the Caldfell Peninsula.
Dustin looked at the captain. So what do we do? It was almost a minute before Roy answered.
We let Abbey complete her mission. He turned to Abbey. But no one gets a free ride on my ship. You want passage? You have to work. I'll put you on the crew. In return, you'll get a cot of your own, food in your belly, and 50 iron when we make it back to Holdgate. Sound reasonable?
Abbey nodded.
In truth, it sounded a hell of a lot better than being stuck in this cabin for 2 more days. Good. And if there's anything I can do to help you in your search, you let me know.
He put his hands on his knees and pushed himself to a standing position.
Now let's go introduce you to the crew.
The next 2 days went by in a whirlwind of activity. Abbey joined the crew of the Foggy Day and began learning how to work on a ship. Sid, the bald first mate, oversaw her training, carefully inspecting every task she performed to make sure it was up to snuff. The captain hadn't introduced Abbey as a stowaway. He'd simply said she was a new crew member. But they weren't stupid. They understood what it meant when the captain brought someone from below deck mid-voyage and put them to work. It meant he'd had mercy on them rather than tossing them overboard. They'd all likely heard about the murder of the magistrate's son and the blacksmith and his daughter who may have been behind it. To their credit, the crew treated her as one of their own, right from the start, and no one mentioned the dubious circumstances under which she'd come aboard. The first day, Abbey spent most of her time swabbing the deck and cleaning the bulkheads. She worked efficiently and without complaint, the same as if she were in her father's shop. Sid grunted with reluctant approval when she saw the gusto with which her newest crew member worked. "How'd I do scrubbing those walls?" Abbey asked her. Sid frowned. "They're not walls, Arcadian. They're bulkheads. And you did... adequately." "Right. Bulkheads. Got it." It seemed everything aboard the ship had a different name than what she knew. It was as if the stormships had invented their own language just to set themselves apart from the people who spent their lives on land. She felt like a child, not sure what to call the most basic of items. Dustin, for his part, spent his time in the bow of the ship, clutching his staff, his eyes a mesmerizing blue-green as he called down the winds that pushed the ship north toward Bode. At the end of the first day, Abbey crawled into her bunk, bone-tired from the day's hard work and a bit nauseous from the constant motion of the ship on the water. The next day, Sid pulled her aside first thing in the morning. "I have an important task for you, Arcadian. Today you will accompany me in my duties. This will allow you to see all the workings of the ship and view firsthand how everyone does their jobs." "Gee, that does sound important. Kinda like when I was 5 and my father gave me the important task of restacking the woodpile 5 times just to keep me out of his hair." Sid frowned at her. "This isn't busy work. I saw potential in you yesterday." Abbey raised an eyebrow. "You really like the way I scrubbed the floors, huh?" "Decks. And yes, I did. It's not the task itself, it's how you dedicated yourself to it. If you keep that attitude, you'll go far on this crew." Abbey frowned at that. She wasn't sure she wanted to make a career out of working on a stormship. As far as she was concerned, the quicker she could get back on solid ground, the better. Still, she wasn't about to tell this intimidating woman that. And it was nice to have her hard work noticed, even if it was for something as simple as scrubbing the decks. Sid nodded toward the bridge of the ship. "First, we go see the captain." Abbey followed Sid up the stairs. No, not stairs, companionway. To the quarterdeck where the captain stood observing his crew. He nodded a greeting as he saw them approaching. "Ah, look at you two. Fast friends already. I knew you'd get along." Sid gave no response to that. Instead, she said, "How are we looking, Captain?" "Mighty fine." Roy wore an easy smile this morning. Somehow he seemed different now that they were out of sight of land and well on their way. More relaxed. More in control. Perhaps the open sea was the only place he could truly be himself. "Say what you will about our young stormcaller, but he's certainly getting the job done. We're moving at a steady clip. If we can keep this up, we'll be to Bode by nightfall." Sid nodded briskly. "You expect we'll attack the Barskull forces tonight?" Roy considered that for a moment before answering. "That's not my call. This is Captain Tor's show. We're just here to support him. But if I had to guess, I'd say yes, we can expect to engage the enemy tonight." For the first time, Abbey saw Sid smile. "Excellent." Roy shook his head. "You and your fighting, Sid. One of these days you'll get sick of it and want a sensible, peaceful life like me." "Somehow I doubt it, sir." Abbey scanned the open water. They were moving north along the Caldfell coast, but they were out of sight of land. Better to sneak up on the Barskull undetected, Abbey assumed. She saw a ship ahead of them, it had to be Thunderclap, and 2 more behind them. Dustin was at his place on the prow, staff in hand. Abbey nodded toward him. "He got to work early." Roy chuckled. "Indeed he did. I'm told he got up 4 times in the night to call more wind, even though we were cruising along just fine. I think he badly wants to beat Thunderclap to our destination." "Sounds about right. He's always been competitive, ever since we were kids. I'm the only one who could beat him at anything without him throwing a fit." "Is that so?" Roy asked. "How'd you accomplish that?" "I expect I beat him so often he kinda got used to it." Sid let out a bark-like laugh. "Be careful, Arcadian. I'm starting to like you." "Why should I be careful?" Sid smiled slyly. "I have a habit of getting my friends into trouble." Now it was Abbey's turn to smile. "Then I think we'll get along just fine." Chapter 13. Dustin stood at the prow of the ship, his staff resting in one hand. The city of Bode was visible in the distance, and the setting sun was at their backs. They'd stopped the wind and were waiting for a signal from the other ships, now all gathered in a line near them. Captain Roy, Sid, and Abbey joined him at the front of the ship. "Won't be long now," Roy said. "Just have to wait for the signal." The crew was gathered on the deck, dressed for battle, weapons in hand. They'd been sitting there for over an hour. Thunderclap had sent a single small boat ashore to validate the claims that the Barskull had taken the city. Once it was confirmed, the stormcallers would bring down the fog, and the attack would begin. Dustin glanced at Abbey. He had to admit she looked every inch the warrior. Her sword was at her hip, and she watched the shore with her jaw set, grim determination in her eyes. He knew she felt this was her best chance to find the man who had killed the magistrate's son and framed her father. "There!" Roy pointed toward the shore. Dustin looked toward where the captain was pointing and saw a pattern of flashes of light. It was the way Holdgate ships communicated with one another, and the way they communicated with allies on shore. Dustin had learned the complex language of light as an apprentice, and he was fluent in its nuances. Excitement sprang up in his belly at what he saw. "It's confirmed! The Barskull have taken Bode!" Sid pumped her fist in the air. Finally, someone with as much excitement for battle as him. He was starting to like that woman. Roy's face was unreadable. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have to wait for our orders from Captain Tor." Dustin turned to Thunderclap and watched anxiously. He knew they were meant to be here in a support role. They wouldn't be first in the city. More likely than not, warriors from the Foggy Day would pull up the rear. By the time they got to shore, there would be little to do other than clean up the few Barskull warriors who had slipped through the fingers of the others. Still, it wasn't bad as far as first battles went. A light began flashing on the deck of Thunderclap, created by a mirror and torchlight. As soon as Dustin saw the first few flashes, he went cold. "No! There is no way!" "Easy," Roy said softly. "Let's hear them out." Abbey tapped her foot impatiently on the deck. Some of us don't speak light flashes. Care to translate?" It was all Dustin could do to force the words out. Anger was boiling up in him, threatening to spill over into rage. "They want us to stay back. They don't want us to join the battle at all." "Wait, what?" "My thoughts exactly." Dustin watched the flashes of light and continued to translate. "They want us to stay here, and I'm to provide a cover of fog over the water so people in the city don't see their ships approaching." Sid burst forth in an impressive string of curses. Even Abbey raised an eyebrow. "They never wanted us along," Dustin muttered. "Now they're keeping us out of the fight." Roy put a hand on his shoulder. "You're not wrong. But their motivations hardly matter. We have our orders." Dustin turned toward the man, a look of fury on his face. "This is why no one's heard of the Foggy Day, because you're willing to sit back while others do the real work." Roy didn't react, but it was clear from the look in his eyes that the words stung him. "What would you have me do? Disobey orders?" In truth, Dustin didn't know what more they could do. As much as he hated to admit it, the captain was right. "Fine. I'll bring down the fog and they can go capture all the glory." He glanced at Abbey and noticed the look of concern on her face. "Wait. Abbey, if we're not going ashore, how are you going to find—" "That's what I'm wondering," she said, cutting him off. Her eyes scanned the deck for a moment before she spoke again. "We still have the little dinghy. What if I took it to shore? Could you conjure up a little wind that would carry me there, Dustin?" "Of course. But I don't know about sending you ashore alone." "Me neither," Roy added. "I can fight." Abbey sounded offended at the suggestion she might need any kind of assistance. "If you need a demonstration, I'm happy to take on any member of your crew right the hell now." Roy chuckled. "I'm sure you are, but that will hardly be necessary." Sid looked back and forth between the three of them. "What am I missing? What's so important about her going ashore?" Dustin wasn't sure they could trust Sid. Not yet. She seemed solid enough, but they'd known her less than 2 days. "There's not really time to explain. Let's just say—" The captain cut him off. "She's come to find a traitor who we believe is working with the Barskull." "Ah." Sid didn't seem entirely surprised. "I stand corrected," Dustin muttered. "I guess there is time to explain." The 3 other ships were all raising their sails, preparing to surge toward the city. Roy glanced at Dustin. "Looks like it's time for you to go to work." Dustin nodded and gripped his staff. Abbey stepped in front of the captain. "I'm going ashore, Captain. Are you going to let me use your dinghy, or am I going to have to swim for it?" Roy shook his head. "Sea and stars, you're a persistent one." He thought for a moment. "Sid, you'll accompany her ashore." Sid looked surprised, but not displeased. Abbey bristled a bit. "I don't need a babysitter.
I'm not offering you one. I'm giving you an ally. I don't care what a badass you are. No one can do this alone.
Fine. Abbey turned to Dustin. You'll give us the wind we need? Dustin smiled. Abbey, I'm going to get you there so fast you'll have time for dinner before the other ships arrive. Abbey crouched down in the dinghy, clinging tightly to its sides as it was lowered over the edge of the ship and down into the water. Sid, on the other hand, stood in a wide-footed stance, looking as calm as if she were on dry land. Abbey let out a surprised grunt as the boat landed in the water with a splash. Sid grinned at her. I hope you're better on land than you are on a ship, or we could be in trouble. Abbey clutched the side of the boat. Don't worry about me. I just hope you know how to use those 2 swords. I've swung them on occasion, the bald woman said. She raised the dinghy's small sail and settled in on the bench seat. A thick fog hung over the water now, and the other 3 ships were no longer in sight. Abbey looked up at the bow of the ship. Dustin stood there, clutching his staff, his eyes glowing a blue-green. He nodded down to them, and Abbey didn't have to understand the code of light signals to take his meaning. He was about to send them on their way. Sid sat down and put a hand on one side of the boat. If you weren't holding on already, you'll want to now. No sooner had the words left her lips than wind slammed into their backs, sending them speeding through the fog. Abbey's first instinct was to tense up. After all, there were 3 large ships ahead, and for all she knew, they were about to crash into them. But then she told herself that if they were going to crash, there was nothing she could do about it anyway. Then she forced herself to relax. After a minute or 2, she found she was actually enjoying the ride. You'll recognize the Barskull warriors by their lack of armor, Sid said, shouting to be heard over the wind rushing by. Remember, they will have drunk their nasty cider dreck before engaging us. That means they don't feel pain like you or I. All they have is their aggression. The only way to stop them is to stop them permanently. Drop their asses and do it fast. Got it, Abbey called back. There was confidence in her voice, but she felt a twinge of doubt. Not that she couldn't hold her own. Potion or not, she was looking forward to testing her mettle against the legendary Barskull warriors. It was just that she'd never killed anyone before, never even seriously hurt anyone. Most of the beatings she'd dished out had been with practice swords with dulled edges. The worst she'd ever hurt anyone had been the guards at Jarvie's house. But now she wouldn't have a choice. Suddenly they broke through the fog and Abbey gasped. All 3 ships and the city of Bode all came into view at the same moment. It doesn't look all that different than Holdgate, does it? Sid asked. A bit smaller, maybe, Abbey answered, and a lot more on fire. At least half the buildings along the water were ablaze. Sid shook her head sadly. Those Barskull bastards. Dustin's wind pushed them forward as fast as ever. Sid kept her hand on the rudder, guiding them between thunderclap and high tide. A few moments later, the dinghy settled on the rocky shore. Abbey looked around, scanning the city. What she saw made her gasp. Men and women without armor, wearing only thin cloaks, were scurrying through the streets with broadswords. Abbey saw one of them, a tall, fat man, swinging wildly at a boy who couldn't have been more than 15. Abbey glanced at Sid. Holy shit! They're slaughtering the townspeople! We have to get in there! I thought this was about finding the traitor. Abbey stepped out of the boat and onto the shore. It is, but I'm not going to let these Barskull pieces of shit kill these innocent people. Not when I can do something about it. Sid smiled and drew the 2 swords from the scabbards on her back. I was really hoping you'd say that. The 2 women dashed toward the street. A Barskull warrior was standing over the fallen body of a woman. Bastard! Abbey yelled. Without stopping to think, she charged the man. He smiled as he saw Abbey coming and raised his sword. Abbey stabbed at his midsection, but he knocked the blow away. Abbey was momentarily taken aback by the force of the counterstrike. Sid hadn't been kidding. This guy was the strongest foe she'd ever faced by a long shot. The Barskull warrior swung at Abbey, but she managed to duck out of the way. He attacked again, and again, and again. Abbey remembered what Sid had said. When the Barskull had drunk their cider drac, they became creatures of pure aggression. There was no thought behind his attack. No strategy. She ducked his next blow, then lunged forward. Her sword sank into his belly. To Abbey's surprise, he didn't even react to the wound. He simply struck again with his sword. This time Abbey spun out of the way and stabbed him in the throat. He fell to the ground, clutching the neck wound. Abbey stared at him for a long moment. She'd killed her first enemy. A hand touched her shoulder and she turned. It was Sid. "Well done. But there's plenty more of them. Let's keep moving." Abbey nodded. She turned and saw another Barskull warrior. He was approaching an elderly man who was holding up a rusty sword with a shaky hand. Abbey started toward them, but Sid grabbed her arm and said, "Wait. That's Randall, first mate of Thunderclap. He's got this." Abbey saw the man she was referring to. He may have been the tallest person she'd ever seen. He was dressed in leather armor and carrying a sword Abbey recognized as one of her father's. Randall stalked toward the Barskull. When he'd almost reached him, he turned, smiled, and stabbed the old man. The Barskull warrior bellowed in laughter. "The traitor," Abbey whispered. "Abbey, look around." Sid's voice was filled with horror. Abbey did as instructed. What she saw made her quake with anger. All around her she saw Holdgate fighters and Barskull warriors working together, cutting down townspeople, breaking down doors, hauling away valuables. There wasn't just one traitor, Abbey realized. There were hundreds. Thunderclap, high tide, summer wind. They were all traitors, every one of them. The Storm Raiders were real, and they were working with the Barskull. Chapter 14. Benjamin sat in his jail cell, waiting for the inevitable. He'd been locked up for almost 2 full days now. Since the time the city guards broke into his home and he'd been dragged through his shop into this cell, he hadn't really been worried. He was innocent of the crime for which he was being accused. Clearly someone was trying to frame him. There was nothing he could do to clear his name from in here, so all he could do was wait, remain steadfast in his innocence, and hope the real criminal would be brought to justice. And if he wasn't? What if Benjamin died for a crime he didn't commit? Well, that wouldn't be the biggest injustice the world had ever seen. He'd persecuted enough people during his time as a hunter in Arcadia that his death would be deserved. The only thing that gave Benjamin worry, the thing that kept him awake through the long, cold nights, was his concern for Abbey and her safety. He knew the city guard was hunting her, and he knew they hadn't caught her yet. If they had, they wouldn't have been using her life as leverage to get him to confess. He had to assume his daughter was still free. He hoped she'd listen to his instructions. She wouldn't be safe at Jarvie's home forever. Eventually, the city guard would come knocking on his door. But Jarvie would see her away to somewhere safer. If everything had gone well, she could be traveling south already. Her life in Arcadia wouldn't be easy, but at least she'd have the chance to start over. And he had every confidence in her ability to survive under even tough conditions. Benjamin got up from his bed and walked to the middle of the room. He then did a few stretches and squats to loosen up. After only 2 days, he was already learning that time worked strangely in here. As boring as it was easy to let many hours slip away while he just sat on that bed. He had to force himself to stay active. He dropped to the floor and did some push-ups. It was chilly in the cell, and the exercise warmed him. Blood flowed into his stiff muscles. After a couple of dozen push-ups, he started to feel like his old self. He tried not to think about whether he'd ever see Abbey again. The possibility that he wouldn't was too painful to face. But he also couldn't imagine any reunion that didn't involve her being thrown into the cell next to him. As much as he missed her, he'd gladly give up ever seeing her again if it meant her safety. If only he'd told her the truth about himself and his past. Now he'd probably never get the chance. Jarvie had likely told her by now. At least Benjamin hoped so. She had to know Arcadia's views on magic if she was going to live there. "Hey, blacksmith." Benjamin paused mid-push-up. He recognized that voice. Most of the guards had been indifferent to him during his stay, ignoring him except to give him food or water, or to empty his waste bucket. Benjamin assumed the torture would begin eventually, probably after they gave up on finding Abbey and became desperate to elicit a confession. But so far, no one had laid a finger on him. One guard was different, and that was the guard standing at his door now. This guard seemed to take pleasure in hurling insults at him. Everything from Benjamin's profession to his Arcadian heritage to his perceived lack of intelligence were fair game for the man's insults, and he remained undeterred by Benjamin's lack of response. Benjamin was surprised at how much the insults were beginning to bother him. He supposed when you had almost no human contact, the little you did have took on greater significance.
"Hey, blacksmith. I'm talking to you."
Benjamin slowly got to his feet and turned toward the guard. The man wore his usual smirk. The guard shook his head sadly.
"You're pathetic. Only 2 days and you already look like you've been here a month. You'll be lucky if your daughter recognizes you when we throw her in the cell next to yours. How I'm looking forward to that day."
Benjamin clenched his teeth and fought the urge to send a fireball flying at the man. He'd promised himself he wouldn't use magic unless he absolutely had to. Once he did, they would treat him much more carefully.
"I can't believe it, blacksmith, but you have a visitor."
Benjamin looked at the guard in surprise. Who could be visiting him? Or was this guard just screwing with him again? The guard chuckled.
"He's got deep pockets, too. Otherwise I wouldn't be letting him in here. I hope you two have something important to say to each other, considering the price he paid." "Actually, we do."
The voice came from somewhere out of Benjamin's line of sight.
"And we'd prefer to talk in private."
A figure rushed forward. Benjamin saw a flash of blue and a metal rod flying toward the guard, striking him in the stomach. The guard convulsed, then collapsed to the ground. Benjamin couldn't help but smile.
"He let you bring a shocker in here?"
Jarvie bent down next to the guard and began searching his pockets.
"I told him it was my walking staff. I am quite advanced in years, you know. Ah, here we are."
He pulled a keyring out of the guard's pocket and stood up.
"Jarvie, what are you doing here? As much as I appreciate it, escaping isn't going to help my case for innocence."
Jarvie unlocked the cell and pulled the door open with a flourish.
"Indeed. I thought about the matter long and hard before taking action. I finally decided you'll do yourself more good out here than you will in there. Now come with me. We have work to do."
Benjamin stared at his old friend with wide eyes, so surprised he couldn't force himself to move.
"I do believe there's more than one guard here," Jarvie said with a smile. "Perhaps we should go before the others arrive and we're forced into a fight. I've only got this one trick."
He hefted the metal rod in his hand. The shocker. Even looking at that old thing brought back terrible memories for Benjamin. He'd gladly traded it to Jarvie in exchange for the older man's help setting up a new life in Holdgate, and he'd hoped never to see it again. And now it had been used to help secure his freedom. And still he hesitated. A part of him had hoped his name would be cleared and he'd be able to go back to his old life. He would become the reliable Arcadian blacksmith the storm captains sought out to equip their crews, and this would all be nothing but a bad memory. It hadn't been a very good possibility. Once the magistrate considered you guilty, odds of seeing the light of day again were very slim indeed. And since this involved his own son's murder, Benjamin assumed he wouldn't be very forgiving. But as soon as Benjamin stepped out of this cell, he'd be a fugitive. Any hopes of going back to his old life would be squelched. Jarvie seemed to know his friend's mind.
"Benjamin, I know you didn't kill the magistrate's son. That means whoever did it is roaming free. If we can find them, we'll clear your name and help keep the people of Holdgate safe. But you can't do either of those things from a jail cell."
Benjamin sighed. The thought of this killer framing him and getting away filled him with fury. If he could do something to bring that monster to justice, it was worth living life as a fugitive. He stepped out of his cell.
Jarvie smiled. "Good man. Now let's get the hell out of here."
He turned on his heel and marched off without waiting for a reply. Benjamin bent down and took the fallen guard's sword, then hurried after his friend. Jarvie led Benjamin toward the south side of the building. They walked through a long, narrow corridor with windows high on the wall, looking out over the sea. At one point, Jarvie held up a hand, and they both froze. A pair of voices, chatting casually, filled the air. They seemed to be coming closer, but just when Benjamin thought the two men must be upon them, they began to fade away. Jarvie nodded down the corridor, and they kept going. Benjamin silently followed his friend. Jarvie seemed oddly familiar with the layout of the building. He led them down deserted back hallways, narrow places with thick layers of dust on the stone floor. Benjamin wanted to ask Jarvie why he knew the building so well, but he didn't dare speak. Finally, after walking through what felt like a mile of hallways, they came to an unadorned oak door. Jarvie pulled a key from his sleeve and unlocked it, then opened it. Benjamin followed him, and a moment later they were standing in an alley behind the building. Benjamin looked at his friend. The older man's face was illuminated in pale moonlight. There were so many questions Benjamin wanted to ask. Most of them could wait until later when they were safely away from this place, but one could not. "Jarvie, did you help Abbey leave the city?" Jarvie paused for a moment before answering. "I did." Relief rushed through Benjamin's body, and his legs suddenly went weak with the force of it. He put a hand on Jarvie's shoulder. "Thank you, old friend. This means more to me than you could ever know. I'll join her in the south, and we'll start a new life. I can't go back to Arcadia, but we can go somewhere else. Maybe the Heights." Benjamin noticed the drawn look on his friend's face. "What is it?" Jarvie didn't meet Benjamin's eyes when he answered. "I sent her north, not south. She went with the stormships." "What?" Benjamin blinked hard, unable to believe what he was hearing. "Why the hell would you do that?" "This is bigger than us, Benjamin. Bigger than any of us. The girl is our best chance at finding the truth. You and I can search for evidence here, but we needed someone in the north, too, near the Barskull. It's the only way we'll ever find out if there really is a traitor. I don't give a rat's ass about the traitor." Benjamin realized he was speaking too loudly for a man escaping from a jail cell, but he was too angry to care. "The sea can take Holdgate, and everyone in it. I just want Abbey to be safe." Jarvie's voice was cold when he answered. "Then I'm glad you were locked in that cell when she and I made the decision. This isn't a time for selfishness, Benjamin. If traitors are working with the Barskull, many more lives are at stake than just your daughter's. Imagine Holdgate in flames, Barskull warriors running through the streets drunk on their potions as they kill our people and steal everything we need to survive. If someone doesn't do something, that's exactly what will happen. Abbey was brave enough to put aside selfish things for the greater good. Are you?" Benjamin took a deep breath. Jarvie was right. There was more at stake here than just his life, or even Abbey's. "There's work to be done in Holdgate," Jarvie said, "and I think you're the man to do it. Even if Abbey finds the traitor, we'll need proof. We need to find out who really killed the magistrate's son, and we need to do it fast. Are you willing to help? Or are you going to run south and hide in the mountains?" Benjamin paused a moment before answering. If he wanted to help Abbey and Holdgate, he was going to have to join Jarvie in gathering as much information as possible. "Yes, I'll help." "Good," Jarvie said softly. "Then what do you say we get out of here before we both wind up back in that cell of yours?" Chapter 15. Abbey dashed through the street, her feet slapping hard against cobblestone. Up ahead she saw a Barskull warrior ramming himself against a solid oak door, trying to knock it down. A family of 4 looked down from the windows above, terror in their eyes. Abbey angled herself at the warrior and ran even harder. He didn't see her coming, and she collided with him, driving her shoulder into his back. The warrior crumbled to the ground, and his sword skidded away from him. He quickly flopped onto his back and began to rise. Abbey gripped her sword, willing him to stand. Like all the other Barskull warriors she'd seen, he was armorless, male, and moved with a reckless flurry of motion that didn't quite seem natural. He didn't even look at his weapon. The fact that he was unarmed and facing a sword-wielding opponent didn't even seem to cross his mind. He charged toward her with a nearly inhuman speed. Abbey recovered from her shock just in time to raise her sword and kill the charging warrior. She looked down at the second body to fall to her sword so far tonight, but there wasn't time to consider it for long. The city was in chaos. Barskull warriors and Tor's storm raiders were working together to loot the city of anything valuable. What they couldn't steal, they burned. What they couldn't burn, they smashed. Some carried swords, some carried maces, but they all brought destruction. Abbey looked left and right, not sure where to turn next. She could only defend one home at a time. As much as she wanted to destroy every one of these Barskull sons of bitches and the traitor Holdgate sailors working with them, she was only one person. She heard a familiar shout and spun to her left. Down the road, Sid was facing off against 2 storm raiders. She had a sword in each hand, but her opponents clearly knew what they were doing. They were inching in opposite directions, trying to flank her. Each of them held a sword in one hand and a torch in the other. Fury filled Abbey as she looked at those torches. They may have been used to start some of the fires now consuming innocent people's homes. She rushed to her shipmate's side. The 2 storm raiders smiled when they saw her.
Ah, good.
It was the taller of the 2 who spoke. He wore a helmet with a large dent and a sword that she could see was dinged to hell even in the dim torchlight.
We were looking for you 2. Captain said we weren't to let you get back to your ship.
Abbey let out a chuckle. Who's going back to the ship? We're just getting started.
The tall storm raider shook his head. Don't be an idiot. You're outnumbered 300 to 2. What do you think you're going to do?
Right now I'm only worried about the 2 assholes standing in front of me, Abbey said through gritted teeth. I'll worry about the other 298 after. Sid brandished her twin swords, so the torchlight reflected into the faces of the 2 men. You are traitors to your city, and a disgrace to the stormships. Both men let out a hearty laugh. The shorter one smiled, revealing his few remaining teeth.
I know the foggy day doesn't see much action, but you can't have your head that far up your ass. You have any idea why Holdgate is so rich? Why it's so safe from the Barskull? You should know that storm raiding is a way of life. Thunderclap has been raiding since before you tied your first line.
Abbey blinked hard. Could that possibly be true? Had she lived nearly her whole life in a city built on lies? Had Thunderclap been dealing out this sort of violence for years? She looked at the sword in the short man's hand. She couldn't be certain in this light, but it was altogether possible her father had made that sword. How many of his weapons had been used for terrible purposes like this one? Abbey lunged forward, swinging her sword as she came. She connected with the taller man's sword, and his eyes widened in surprise at the speed of her attack. She spun to the right and stabbed again, catching him under the armpit where there was a gap in his leather armor. He fell with a grunt. She turned to see Sid had already dispatched the smaller man. Abbey turned her eyes toward the center of the city, where the fire was the largest. She started toward it, but she felt a hand on her shoulder. There was sadness in Sid's voice when she spoke.
As much as I hate to admit it, they're right. There's nothing 2 people can do against this horde.
Like hell! Anger boiled within Abbey. This was being done in the name of Holdgate, her city. She wouldn't let this stand.
We're the only ones who know the truth about what's happening here, Sid said. We have to go back to the ship. If we die here, no one back on the foggy day will know the truth.
Abbey still wasn't convinced. People are being hurt. I'm not turning my back on them.
I'm not asking you to. But think of how many lives we can save if we put an end to this. From what that guy said, this isn't the first city they've raided, and it won't be the last. Not unless we do something about it.
Abbey paused. She knew Sid was right, but she still hated running away from a battle. Finally, she said, You're right. Let's find a way to stop these guys once and for all. Dustin stood on the bow of the ship, feeling the power of the sea flowing through him. The fog was growing even thicker. They would need it to cover their escape if the Barskull decided to give chase. It was part of preserving the mystique of the stormships. They appeared out of the fog without warning, and disappeared back into it as quickly as they'd come. He was surprised at how natural it felt to be standing there, controlling the weather, supporting the stormships as they helped this city in need. He noticed Roy standing next to him, a troubled look on his face. Dustin had no idea how long the captain had been at his shoulder. When he storm-called, he was lost in his own world. Roy nodded toward the fog.
That's fine work.
Thank you. Dustin glanced at the deck behind him. Men and women were milling about, most of them with their eyes fixed on the fog. Does it bother them? Not being in the fight? Roy was quiet for a moment before answering.
Some of them. Others know enough to be happy to avoid fights when possible.
Dustin wasn't sure how to respond to that. Seemed like a strange answer. Roy's eyes narrowed. He saw something. Dustin followed his gaze and spotted a small dinghy coming out of the fog. The sail was down, and the two people aboard were rowing fiercely. It was Abbey and Sid. "What are they doing back so soon?" Dustin muttered. It seemed unlikely they would have found the traitor already. Roy put a hand on his shoulder. "What are you waiting for, Stormcaller? Help them along." Dustin nodded, then closed his eyes. The power was swirling around inside of him like an unfocused storm. He shaped the power into a wave and imagined it lifting the small boat, pushing it toward the foggy day. When he opened his eyes, the dinghy was racing forward on a swelling wave. As it reached the ship, crew members dropped ropes down to the two women. Abbey and Sid, mostly Sid, tied the lines to the boat, and then the crew began hauling it up. A few moments later, the two women were standing on the deck. Roy pushed his way to them, Dustin close at his heels. "Give them room, you sea-cursed rats!" the captain shouted. The crew members spread out, allowing Roy and Dustin to approach. Sid's swords were on her back, but Abbey was clutching hers in her hand. Dustin couldn't help but notice the red smears on the blade. "What the hell happened out there?" Dustin asked. Abbey opened her mouth to answer, but Sid held up a hand. "Not here," the bald woman said. "In private." Dustin blinked hard. "We're in the middle of a battle here. Should we really leave the deck?" Abbey scowled at him. "Yes, you need to hear what we have to say." A few minutes later, the four of them stood in Roy's quarters, the door shut firmly behind him. Abbey looked back and forth between Dustin and the captain. It was as if she weren't sure where to start. "Just tell us," Dustin said. Abbey took a deep breath and spat it out. "They're all the traitors." Dustin didn't even know how to process that statement. "Wait, who is?" "All of them. Tor. His men, the other two ships, they're all working with the Barskull." Dustin almost laughed. Surely this was a joke. "It's true," Sid said. "We saw Holdgate's men and women working with the Barskull on every street corner. They're burning homes. Looting." Abbey nodded grimly. "We're not here to save this city. We're here to loot it." Dustin still couldn't believe what he was hearing. There was no way this could be true. The other ships, maybe. But Thunderclap? No way. Tor and Dahlia had been protecting the Caldfell Peninsula from the Barskull for years. Why would they suddenly begin working with the enemy? He turned to Roy and saw that the captain looked as shocked as he felt, though his next words proved he was accepting it a bit more quickly. "That dry-faced, lying bastard!" The anger in the captain's voice was barely restrained. "That's why he didn't want us along on this voyage. That's why he had us stay back while he and his friends went ashore, so they could raid the city without us knowing about it. And that's why Tor and his friends always work so hard to get the assignments fighting the Barskull," Sid added. Dustin shook his head. Was everyone but him going mad? "I still don't understand. If Tor and his people are raiding cities with the Barskull, where's all the loot? They bring back some Barskull spoils of war, but no more than you'd expect. Not a city's worth of treasure." "A valid question." Roy stroked his chin, thinking for a moment before he spoke again. "Just as importantly, who else knows about this? Is it just these 3 ships? Or are there others? Is the magistrate in on it?" Dustin could see from the look on Abbey's face that she was growing impatient. "These are all wonderful questions," she said, "but I'd prefer to be alive to contemplate them. Tor's men saw us. They know that we know what they're up to. If we want to stay alive, we need to go. Now." A frantic knock on the door interrupted their conversation. The knocker didn't even wait for a response before shouting through the door, "Captain! You need to see this!" The 4 exchanged worried looks, then headed up to the deck. A sudden wind tousled Dustin's hair as he stepped out onto the deck. He looked out over the water, and what he saw made him gasp. Thunderclap was passing through the fog and heading straight toward them. Dahlia stood at the bow of the ship, clutching her staff, her blonde hair flying in the wind behind her. Dustin looked around and noticed the ship was surrounded by a dense fog now, a fog he hadn't called. A series of lights flashed on the deck of Thunderclap. Dustin swallowed hard as he interpreted them. For the first time, he allowed himself to believe Abbey and Sid's story. "What are they saying?" Abbey asked. It was the captain who answered. "Surrender."
Surrender or be swallowed by the sea.
Chapter 16. Tor clasped his hands behind him as he gazed out at the little ship in front of them. It almost looked like a child's toy sitting in the thick sea of fog Dahlia had conjured. He shook his head sadly.
Well, this could not have gone any worse.
Randall, his first mate, stood beside him, his leather armor still dotted with speckles of blood from the battle he'd just left behind.
It's not your fault, Captain. You did everything you could to keep them away.
Tor nodded his agreement. He had done everything he could. First, he'd politely but firmly requested the magistrate not send the Foggy Day along on this voyage. If that beardless old fool had listened, none of this would have happened. Unfortunately, the magistrate liked to show his independence every once in a while. He always seemed to choose the most inopportune times to do so. The magistrate had ordered Tor to take the Foggy Day on this voyage, and now the Foggy Day would pay the price. Still, it wasn't as if Captain Roy and his crew were completely innocent. Tor had given them clear and direct orders. Stay behind and maintain the fog cover. Even that simple task had proved too much for the incompetent Captain Roy. It was a shame, really. Their new stormcaller seemed to have potential. He'd kept pace with Thunderclap all the way from Holdgate, and he'd called down an impressive fog to cover their attack. He'd also seemed sufficiently awed by Thunderclap's reputation, which was always useful. It was a shame that the stormcaller's life would now be forfeit. It was sad, but it was also the price of doing business. Sometimes these things happened, and it was possible that Tor might be able to swing this unfortunate event to his advantage. He turned to Randall.
You're sure of who you saw?
Randall nodded. 2 swords, bald head. Who else would it be?
Ah, yes, the Foggy Day's first mate. Tor had almost forgotten about her. She was the one person aboard the Foggy Day that even his most hardened men respected.
Not her, you idiot. The other one.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm sure it was the Arcadian. I've been in her father's shop 100 times picking up equipment and whatnot. She was always a pleasant sight on those trips.
Tor smiled. Thunderclap still had the luck of the sea. What other ship could possibly stumble across a wanted fugitive while raiding a distant city? This would give him a convenient excuse for what he was about to do to the Foggy Day. They were harboring a fugitive. Perhaps they were all in on the murder of the magistrate's son. Perhaps they were even, seas forbid, working with the Barskull. At least that's how he'd sell it to the magistrate. Despite the strange and troublesome events of the night, it relaxed him to know he was going to come out of this unscathed. Better than unscathed, in fact. His reputation would likely be improved. He headed toward the bow of the ship and approached Dahlia. Startling her while she was storm-calling was never a good idea, so he gently cleared his throat before placing a hand on her back. She kept her blue-green glowing eyes on the sea. Still no surrender. Does it worry you? Tor shrugged.
Why should it? I wouldn't give up my ship easily. Why should he?
Dahlia chuckled. He's hardly the man you are, my love.
Even still, they have a lot to work through. Giving up one's ship is not an easy decision. They are probably still trying to figure out whether they can trust the report their first mate and onboard fugitive brought back.
Exactly, Dahlia said, her eyes alive with light. Their confusion is our ally. Every moment we give them is another moment they have to plan, to plot, to get their heads about them. I, for one, do not want to let that happen.
And what would you suggest? Call down lightning to burn up their tiny ship?
Dahlia smiled. I've heard worse ideas. Tor sighed. He didn't blame her for being on edge. Bode was the largest city they'd raided, and the first one where they'd teamed with both the Barskull and 2 other ships. Tensions were high all around. Still, it was just the first step on a much larger journey. He cared deeply about Dahlia. She was the best stormcaller in the world, and she was the best woman who'd ever shared his bed. Yet she didn't have his ability to take things in stride. This plan would take a long time to complete, and there were bound to be many more setbacks along the way. He hoped she could deal with them without wanting to burn down the world every time something didn't go exactly her way.
Captain, look.
Tor looked back and saw Randall pointing toward the Foggy Day. A light flashed on its deck. The message they were sending made Tor smile. We surrender. awaiting your instructions.
He reached up and gently rubbed Dahlia's back.
See, my dear? Nothing to worry about.
He turned toward Randall.
Signal back to them that we're preparing to board their ship.
Aye, Captain.
A feeling of calm settled over Tor as he looked at the ship they'd just taken without firing a single arrow or calling a single lightning bolt. Perhaps tonight wasn't such a loss. The city of Bode had fallen as easily as the foggy day, after all. It was the first of many. With the Barskull and the 3 best ships in the Holdgate fleet on his side, Tor would turn the Storm Raiders into more than just a legend. He'd make them rulers. Abbey was sure of only 2 things. She didn't like this plan, and it was the best one they had. They'd spent the 20 minutes since Thunderclap appeared out of the fog trying to figure out something, anything, and this was all they'd come up with. She turned to Captain Roy. "You're sure about this?"
"We've been over it a dozen times, and I can't see any other way."
Roy's eyes were fixed on Thunderclap. Tor and Dahlia both stood at the bow now, looking like the king and queen of the ocean, both of them a strange mix of attractive and menacing. A shudder ran through Abbey's body. It was no wonder these 2 were so respected and feared. Yet anger rose up inside Abbey, too. These 2 had taken the respect, the power the city of Holdgate had put into their hands, and were using it to bring pain and suffering to people throughout Earth. The thought of it made Abbey want to reach for the sword on her belt. She turned to Dustin, who looked far less confident than Captain Roy. She felt for the guy. Here he was on his first voyage as a stormcaller, and he'd just found out his hero was an asshole. Worse, he was about to face off against that hero. Dustin turned to the captain. "I'm still not so sure about this. If Dahlia sees us—"
"She won't," Roy interrupted. "That's the whole point. While they are busy taking control of the ship, the 2 of you will be floating off into the fog."
Abbey elbowed Dustin. "Besides, you telling me you can't call down enough wind to move a tiny boat out of sight before she sees us?" Dustin glanced warily at Thunderclap, which was now pulling alongside the foggy day. "It's not the speed I'm worried about. If she even sees us, she'll call down a lightning bolt and fry us before we have time even to figure out what's happening. Then we'd best get moving." Abbey started toward the dinghy hanging from the starboard side of the ship. Still, Dustin hesitated. Captain Roy sauntered over and put a hand on his shoulder.
"Look, son, we have valuable information that could save a lot of lives. The thing that matters is that someone makes it out with that information. You and Abbey are our best shots. The 2 of you can slip away on that boat and hide in the fog. By the time they realize you're gone, you'll be so far out of sight they won't know which way to chase you. Abbey's proven she can handle herself, and she has every right to clear her father's name. Besides, whatever Tor's done, I believe he'll treat his fellow stormship sailors fairly. I'm not confident he'd be as civilized with an Arcadian fugitive."
Dustin paused for a moment, then nodded. "Okay. I hate it, but I know you're right. Abbey and I are the only chance of bringing the truth back to Holdgate. It'll just be a matter of getting there." With that, he strode toward the dinghy, his staff clicking on the deck as he walked across the boards. Now it was Abbey's turn to pause. She knew this had to be done, and she actually believed they could do it. But neither of them had ever been in this part of the sea before. Dustin had spent years cruising the relatively safe southern trade routes, but this was a whole different animal. Not only would they have to watch out for Tor, who would surely be pursuing them, but they'd have to look out for the Barskull. And if they bumped into any other Holdgate ships, they wouldn't know whether to trust them or not. For all they knew, every ship working this far north was in on Tor's plan. Storm Raiders. Just like in the ridiculous stories her father had heard in Arcadia. But was Tor bringing those stories to life, or was he the source of them? Either way, it made Abbey furious. There was a certain mad brilliance to it, she had to admit. If people feared you anyway, why not use that fear against them? It made sense, at least if you were a total douchebag who only cared about turning a profit and didn't care how many people got hurt in the process. And one of those people was her father. Tor was working with the Barskull, which meant he undoubtedly had something to do with the murder of the magistrate's son. Had Tor personally been the one who'd decided to frame her father? Abbey didn't know, but she intended to find out, no matter how many enemies stood in her way. A shadow fell across Abbey, and she turned to see Sid standing over her. The woman stood a good 4 inches taller than Abbey. The first mate's face was a mask of determination.
Captain, I don't think they should go alone. Stormcaller or not, Dustin's never been in these waters. And if they're forced onto the land, they'll be even more lost.
Roy raised an eyebrow. You have a suggestion as to who we should send with them?
Sid's lips curled up in a thin smile. We should send our best. In other words, we should send me.
Abbey paused, frozen with surprise. She'd seen what Sid could do during the fighting in Bode, and she had to admit she liked the idea of having the woman along. You'd do that? You'd come with us? Sid nodded curtly.
Tor and I haven't always seen eye to eye. If you're going to take him down, I'd like to help in any way I can.
Even Dustin was smiling now. I must admit I like the idea of having an extra sword on our side. He gestured awkwardly toward Sid's back. Or, 2 swords. Captain Roy scratched at his chin. Very well. It's settled then. Abbey caught a series of light flashes coming from the deck of Thunderclap. Roy shook his head angrily. They're ready to come aboard. You lot best shove off. And I mean now. The captain gave the signal, and a few of the crew members moved to the port side of the ship. Ropes were being tossed over from Thunderclap. They would be boarded any minute now. Abbey, Dustin, and Sid scurried into the dinghy, and the crew lowered it quickly, dropping at the last 5 feet so it landed in the water with a splash. Dustin stood up and planted his staff in the bow of the ship. His eyes went blue-green, and a sudden wind pressed against their backs. By the time the crew of Thunderclap boarded the foggy day, the tiny dinghy had disappeared into the fog. Chapter 17. Abbey tried not to shiver as the dinghy moved through the darkness. They were out of the fog now, and the night sky was illuminated by countless stars. Abbey stared up at them, taking in their beauty and wondering what mysteries those tiny specks of light held. As a child, she'd often wondered if there might be people living up there in the vast sky beyond Earth, living their own stories and having their own adventures. Of course, her father had set her straight and told her the idea of people living in the sky was nothing more than a child's fantasy. Dustin stood in the bow, as still as a statue. He'd been like that for hours now, ever since they'd left the foggy day, his eyes glowing and his face a mask of determination. Abbey wondered how long he'd be able to keep it up. Certainly not long enough for them to get back to Holdgate. He'd have to rest sometime. Like all Holdgate vessels, the dinghy had a small iron cup filled with seawater built into the foresection so it could be used by a stormcaller. They were moving through the water at a good clip, and seawater sprayed up in a fine mist, further adding to the chill in the air. Sid shifted in her seat for the 100th time in the last hour. The woman hadn't said much so far on this journey, but she was clearly nervous. She was constantly looking over her shoulder, staring into the darkness behind them for pursuers. Abbey saw a shape in the darkness up ahead, illuminated by the full moon. At first she thought maybe it was her imagination, but as they got closer, she became sure of its reality. She nudged Sid and pointed toward it. What the hell is that? Sid spun her head toward the shape, her eyes alive with concern, but once she saw what Abbey was pointing at, she relaxed. That's a relic from the time before the Mad Days. Abbey looked at the metal shape sticking out of the water. The thing was massive.
The stories say it was called an olerig, Sid continued. There are many of them scattered throughout the sea. Captain Roy always has us observe a moment of silence as we pass them, in memory of whoever came before and built such monstrosities.
Abbey stayed silent as they passed. This sea could drown her with a single massive wave, so she damn well better pay attention to its traditions. Once they were safely clear of the relic, she tried the new word. Olerig. What could have been the purpose of such a thing?
They say it was used to pull power from the depths of the sea.
Like stormcallers do? Abbey asked.
Sid mulled that over a moment before answering. Perhaps, though I get the sense this was different. Just another mystery of the bad old days, I suppose. We're lucky to live in a more civilized time.
Abbey watched over her shoulder as the olerig disappeared into the darkness. Humans had such a short memory. People had probably spent their lives building those strange devices, and now there was no one left who even knew what it was for. Dustin shifted his feet a little and coughed into his hand. It may have been Abby's imagination, but she was almost certain she felt the wind at her back stutter when he did so. Sid grimaced. "Stormcaller, we need to discuss our plan here." Dustin's voice was strained when he answered. Clearly his concentration was still on the sea. "This seems to be working fine. We want to get to Holdgate, right? I'm getting us there as quickly as possible." "And yet," Sid said, "the wind at our backs has been steadily decreasing in power for the last 30 minutes. I see you up there gripping your little staff, but still our progress slows." Dustin glanced back over his shoulder at them, his glowing eyes alive with anger. Abbey nudged Sid. "Uh-oh, now you've done it. He's very sensitive about the size of his staff." "What?" "I am not." Dustin took a deep breath before continuing. "Do you have any idea how difficult this is? If either of you would like to take a turn, be my guest." Sid chuckled. "I'm not calling your skill into question, Stormcaller. I've been sailing long enough to know most of your peers would have needed to rest long before now. Still, you are human. You can't keep this up forever." "Not forever. Just until we get home." The weariness was clear in his voice as he spoke. For the first time in a while, Abbey really looked at him, at the way he was resting his weight on his staff and the slouch in his shoulders. "Look, as much as I hate to admit it, Sid is right. You were storm-calling all day yesterday, and then you called down the fog for the raids last night. When was the last time you slept?" "We're all tired," Dustin growled back at her. "This is too important to stop." Abbey felt a bit of anger rising in her own gut now. This was the exact type of pride that led him to ignore her all those years. "Yeah, we're all tired, but I think Sid and I can handle sitting here resting. You're channeling magic to control the damn weather. And Sid's right, we're going slower. I'm not going to be caught by Tor and his storm raiders just because my stormcaller friend is too much of an arrogant asshole to admit when he needs a nap." Dustin bristled at that, but he didn't answer immediately. When he did, there was resignation in his voice. "I'm open to ideas. You got something?" Abbey thought about that. "Well, Tor has 3 stormcallers left, including Dahlia, who's supposed to be this hot-shit badass, right?" Dustin nodded grimly. "She's the best there is." "They've also got 3 warships. 4 if we're counting the Foggy Day." She glanced at Sid. "No offense." "None taken," the woman said with a smile. "So I'm thinking they're bound to catch us on open water." Sid ran a hand across her bald head. "Unfortunately, I agree." Dustin sighed. "Yeah, me too. Like I said, I'm open to other ideas." Abbey nodded. "I think we need to rob them of their advantages. There's one place that stormcallers and warships are both worthless. Dry land." Sid's eyes narrowed. "You're suggesting we walk to Holdgate?" "I don't know about that, Abbey. We're making great time here." The doubt was clear in Dustin's voice. "It doesn't matter how fast we're going on the open water," Abbey said. "We agree they'll catch up to us here. My father's sitting in a jail cell right now, and we're his only chance of getting out. Moving across dry land would be much slower, but we would also be much more difficult to find." "I wouldn't have my stormcaller abilities if we're away from the sea." Dustin was hesitant, but it was clear he was beginning to at least consider the idea. "If we're careful enough, you won't need them," Abbey answered. Sid nodded slowly. "I feel more at home on the water, same as you, Dustin. But I think the Arcadian is right. We need to move inland. We can head south through the mountains. Tor and his crew will never find us there." Dustin sighed. "Okay. So we're in agreement?" Abbey smiled. "Let's get back on dry land." Benjamin risked a glance out the window and saw a city guard passing below. He quickly moved away from the window and out of sight. They were in a room on the 2nd story of a building Benjamin had never noticed before, near the center of Holdgate. Apparently, Jarvie owned this building. Benjamin didn't know exactly how rich Jarvie was, but he was beginning to think the answer was very. It was mid-morning now, and they'd been holed up here since shortly after their escape the previous night. Jarvie had said it was too dangerous to go back to his home outside of town. After the previous day's events, and now Benjamin's disappearance from jail, that would surely be the first place the magistrate's men would look for him. Thankfully, Jarvie had a number of properties in the city, and most of them were listed under false identities. For the first time, Benjamin was grateful for his friend's paranoid nature. Jarvie had been looking out the window for the past hour, clearly deep in thought. Benjamin was a man of action. He was getting tired of sitting around. If they were going to work to find the real killer, as Jarvie had said, he wanted to get on with it.
"So what's the plan?"
Benjamin asked finally. Jarvie was slow to answer, but when he did, it was with another question.
"How much do you know about the history of the Stormcallers?"
Benjamin shrugged.
"Not a lot. I heard about them in Arcadia when I was at the academy, but it was more rumor than anything else. Stories of storm raiders and all that. Arcadia's landlocked, so it wasn't something we worried about one way or another." "And when you came here, were you surprised at what you found?"
Benjamin thought about that for a moment.
"I suppose I was. I had no idea they'd be so important to the city. I didn't expect them to be treated with such honor."
Jarvie turned from the window and looked at his friend, a thin smile on his face.
"It wasn't always that way. Some of us are old enough to remember another time. Things were different just after the mad days."
Benjamin chuckled.
"We call it the Age of Madness where I'm from."
Jarvie nodded.
"Both names are too civilized, as far as I'm concerned. It was a brutal time, and even after the madness ended, life in Holdgate was difficult. The people tried to eke out an existence by fishing, but the rough seas claimed many lives. Those who survived were barely able to bring back enough fish to make the risk worth it. And trading via the sea? Only a fool would attempt such a thing."
Benjamin scratched his chin. Somehow, in all his years in Holdgate, he'd never asked Jarvie for details about the time following the mad days. He supposed he'd been too busy adjusting to the culture to worry about its past.
"So what happened?" "A man came from the south. A man of great power."
Jarvie turned back to the window and paused a moment before continuing.
"I wasn't here when it happened, so this is all second-hand. I was one of those fools trying to travel to other places to trade. When I returned from my voyage, Holdgate had changed."
"How so?" Benjamin asked.
"This man had taken pity on our pathetic town. He'd taught a handful of young people the basics of calming the sea. He didn't stay long. I'm told he headed east across the mountains after a few short months with us. But it was enough. Those young people began to practice, to hone and develop their skills beyond what he'd taught them, and they became the first Stormcallers."
Benjamin considered the story, trying to fit the timeline together in his mind. He'd grown up hearing stories about the founder, the man who'd ended the Age of Madness and brought magic to Arcadia. Could this mysterious man be the same person? It hardly mattered now. They had more pressing matters to discuss.
"As interesting as this is, Jarvie, I hardly see how this pertains to our current situation."
Jarvie let out a surprised laugh.
"My friend, it has everything to do with our situation."
Benjamin tilted his head.
"You're going to have to explain that."
Jarvie held up a hand.
"My apologies, I'm getting ahead of myself. Allow me to explain. Think about the Stormcallers. They've only been around for, 40 years? And you heard stories of the Storm Raiders as a boy. That means some of the original Stormcallers may not have been as kind as we in Holdgate have been led to believe. In fact, it wasn't long after the first Stormcallers showed up that we first started having trouble with the Barskull."
Benjamin leaned forward and rubbed his chin.
"Wait, are you saying Stormcallers have been working with the Barskull since the beginning?"
Jarvie shook his head slowly.
"No, it doesn't track. There would be too many people involved. It would have gotten out by now. But what if there was a small group? A few, maybe even a handful. When I traveled in my younger days, I heard tales of storm raiders from all corners of Earth. I'm starting to think this might be bigger than a single trader working with the Barskull. There could be a whole group of them, and they may have been working with the Barskull for many years."
The blood drained from Benjamin's face.
"If that's true, Abbey might be in more danger than we originally thought."
Jarvie nodded grimly.
The best thing we can do for her is to figure out what these so-called storm raiders are up to, find proof, and take it to the magistrate. And we need to do it quickly.
Chapter 18. Tor scowled as the small boat headed for the shore.
Can't we go any faster? I want to get this over with.
Dahlia gave him an indulgent smile. Patience, darling. We'll be there soon. That sentiment didn't make him feel any better. They were headed back to the city of Bode, the last place he wanted to be. But he didn't have a choice. He'd promised Errol, the Barskull chief, he'd visit him this morning. Now he, Dahlia, and his first mate were all heading toward shore to attend a pointless meeting, instead of doing something useful. Like finding the fugitive girl. It still made him furious that she'd slipped away so easily. He didn't know what was worse, that she'd had the gall to try, or that he'd been foolish enough to give her a chance to succeed. He was used to everyone in Holdgate giving unquestioning respect to Tor the Storm Captain, and everyone outside Holdgate cowering in fear of Tor the Storm Raider. It hadn't crossed his mind that the captain, Stormcaller, and first mate of the lowly ship, the Foggy Day, would conspire to trick him, especially for the sake of a fugitive Arcadian girl. It boggled his mind. Now he was left with the task of not only tracking down the girl and her cohorts, but also deciding what to do with the ship and crew who'd harbored her. Their deaths would be difficult to explain, but not impossible. He could arrange to have the ship sink. In fact, he could blame their rookie Stormcaller, assuming summer wind and high tide caught him before he made it back to Holdgate. Still, Tor preferred to handle this as peacefully as possible. Maybe he could convince Captain Roy of the wisdom of storm raiding. It would be nice to have another allied ship he could trust, even if it was a less than impressive one. From what he'd seen of Captain Roy so far, he didn't hold out much hope. The man didn't seem to have the spine for real sea work. But Tor wasn't ready to give up yet. The boat touched against the dock, and Randall tied a line to secure it. The three of them stepped out onto the dock and made their way through the city. The streets were silent, even though it was the middle of the morning. The survivors of the previous night's raid were undoubtedly cowering in their homes, probably thanking the sea that their homes were still standing, unlike those of many of their neighbors. A few Barskull warriors wandered the streets, most looking considerably less fierce than they had the previous night, now that their cider dreck had worn off. It would have been difficult to tell Barskull from Bodeman this morning. Tor held a sleeve to his nose as he walked. As much as he enjoyed raiding, he didn't enjoy the stench of the fires the following day. It seemed gross by sunlight, and it set his stomach on edge. Errol hadn't told Tor where he'd be setting up his headquarters, but he hadn't needed to. Tor had been working with the man long enough to know he'd claim the largest building in the city. In this case, it was an ancient church from long before the Mad Days. Somehow it had survived the many strange times Earth had been through, including the fires of the previous evening. The Barskull warriors standing guard outside the church quickly led Tor, Dahlia, and Randall into the building and to their master. He was sitting in a massive chair at the front of the old house of religion. He bellowed a greeting as soon as he saw them, and it echoed through the vast hall.
Captain Tor! Another successful raid.
As always, there was an edge of madness in his voice, something that screamed unhinged. Unlike his warriors, Errol never fully came down off his potions. He couldn't afford to if he wanted to keep his role as chief. Any one of his men would kill him at the first opportunity. Tor marched to the front of the church and clapped Errol on the arm.
Indeed. Your men performed admirably as always.
A serious look crossed Errol's face.
Of course they did. Are you implying you thought they wouldn't?
He glared at Tor for a moment, then burst out in uproarious laughter, as if he'd just told the world's funniest joke. Tor exchanged a glance with Dahlia. It was always a bit dicey visiting Errol. When he was on his potions, and he always was, his moods were beyond unpredictable. Errol abruptly stopped laughing, and his eyes narrowed.
What's this my men have been telling me? Summer wind and high tide sailed out this morning?
Tor cleared his throat. He really didn't want to get into this, but he didn't see a way around it.
Ah, yes. It turns out there was a fugitive aboard our fourth ship. She's wanted for murder. She escaped in the night, taking the Foggy Day's stormcaller and first mate with her. I fear she may be headed back to Holdgate to spread, well, uncomfortable rumors. I sent the other 2 ships after her."
Errol let out a grunt Tor interpreted as thoughtful.
I assume it would not be good for our current arrangement if she were to make it back to Holdgate alive?"
Tor nodded.
"You assume correctly."
Errol slammed his hand down on the arm of his massive chair.
"Then it's settled. My men and I will help you track down this fugitive."
Abbey trudged through the mud, making her way further up the mountain. Dustin was lagging behind her a bit, and Sid was a good 30 yards ahead. Every time Abbey looked up, that woman seemed to gain even more of a lead on her. For a sailor, she certainly was a good mountain climber. When Abbey had questioned her on it, Sid had simply said, "Sailing isn't all scrubbing bulkheads. We often have to go inland." An icy wind licked Abbey's face, and she frowned. "You know," she called back over her shoulder, "it would be really great if we had someone who could control the weather. Imagine if that person could just, I don't know, make the sun shine brighter, or make the cold-ass wind that's been hitting me in the face for the last 20 minutes disappear." Dustin's voice was strained when he answered. Unlike Sid, his voyages on the stormships apparently hadn't included a lot of mountain climbing.
"2 things. First, that's not how storm calling works. I don't control the weather. I harness it. I shape it. It's like riding a horse. You have to act like you're the boss and hope the horse doesn't realize he outweighs you by 800 pounds and can throw you off whenever he damn well pleases."
It seemed like a semantic difference to Abbey, but whatever. Dustin had spent a decade learning storm calling. It only made sense he'd be a bit particular about it. "What's the other thing?" Dustin grunted with effort as he climbed a particularly steep section.
"You know the other thing. Stormcallers can't use their magic if they're not touching seawater."
"That's the craziest thing I've ever heard," Abbey said.
"Look at it this way. You have to stand near a flame to feel its heat, right? It's the same way with storm magic. It comes from the sea, so you have to be near the source to use it."
Abbey thought about that for a moment. That wasn't the way her father had explained magic to her. "The way I understand it, magic comes from within us. My father uses hand gestures to focus his mind to use the magic properly. Isn't it possible that storm magic works the same way? Maybe your staff and the sea, it all just focuses your mind." Dustin let out a strained laugh.
"Look, no offense, but I think I know a little more about storm magic than you do."
Abbey stopped and held out a hand for Dustin. He reluctantly took it, and she pulled him onto the rock she was standing on. "Have you ever tried it?"
"No. I haven't tried jumping off a cliff to see if I can fly either, but I'm pretty sure it wouldn't work. I know the laws of nature, and I know the laws of storm magic."
"Fine," Abbey said. "If it comes from nature, is storm magic only in the sea? Or is it in the dirt, too? How about the trees?" Sid's voice came to them from far above.
"You 2 are going to want to come up here."
The bald woman stood on an outcropping, looking out over the sea. Abbey let go of Dustin's hand. "Let's get up there." They made it the rest of the way to the outcropping in silence, but for their grunts of effort. Abbey was getting tired, but she wasn't about to let Dustin beat her to the top, so she pressed on. She arrived at the rocks 10 yards ahead of Dustin, and she allowed herself to put her hands on her knees and catch her breath for a moment. When Dustin joined them, Sid gestured to the sea far below.
"Damn it all to hell," Dustin said. "Well, at least we know we made the right call."
Abbey blinked at the horizon, trying to figure out what the other 2 were looking at. Apparently, she wasn't as practiced in spotting objects far across the water. "What is it?" Sid moved behind Abbey, then pointed. Abbey followed the woman's finger, but it still took her a moment to see it. When she did, she let out a soft gasp. It was a ship.
"It's not Thunderclap," Dustin said. "Not the Foggy Day, either,"
Sid added. Abbey raised an eyebrow. "You can tell that from this far away?" Sid ignored the question.
"It's either the summer wind or the high tide, which means Tor sent them out searching for us."
They watched for a few minutes in silence. Then Dustin let out a soft whistle.
"They're moving mighty fast. It won't be long before they pass us." "It's a good thing we got off the water," Sid said, echoing Dustin's previous statement.
They watched for a few more minutes, and even Abbey noticed how quickly the ship was moving. If they'd been in their little boat, this thing would have caught them no problem. I don't understand. With how fast they're going, how do they hope to find us? There are a million spots we could be hiding. We could be in any of these coves, on any of those islands.
It's a standard sweeping technique, Sid said. This ship's primary mission is to ensure we don't beat them back to Holdgate. They're cruising down there as fast as they can. If they overtake us on open water, great. If not, they reach the city before us and brand us traitors and liars. That way, if we do make it down there, it will be more difficult to get people to believe us.
That's definitely high tide, Dustin muttered.
Sid continued. My guess is they'll be sending Summer Wind close behind to conduct a more thorough search of the shoreline.
Dustin sighed. If you're right, that raises an interesting question. We're caught between high tide and summer wind. No way we can get home by sea, and walking there would take a week easy. So how are we going to get home? The answer came to Abbey suddenly, like a bolt of inspiration. We don't go home. At least not yet.
Sid raised a skeptical eyebrow. Excuse me?
A slow smile crossed Abbey's face. Think about it. Our primary objectives are to stay alive and to get home as quickly as possible, right?
Yeah. Dustin sounded anything but confident in his answer.
And the fastest way home is a ship. It would take us a week to walk back to Holdgate, but we could make it back to Bode in only a day or so.
Now Sid's skepticism was turning to outright worry. And why the hell would we do that?
If Tor sent Summer Wind and High Tide off to look for us, that means Thunderclap is guarding the foggy day all alone. Dustin went pale. Wait. Thunderclap is the best ship in the Caldfell Peninsula, which pretty much means it's the best ship on Earth. Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting? Abbey put her hand on her sword. It felt good to finally have a plan. I'm suggesting we sneak back to Bode, sabotage the hell out of Thunderclap, and get our ship back. Chapter 19. Abbey concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other as they made their way up yet another steep hill. It had been a long morning of hiking, traveling north through the mountains of the Caldfell Peninsula. It was difficult to gauge how far they'd come on this mountainous terrain, but she was beginning to suspect Dustin's prediction that they could make it back to Bode in a day was woefully optimistic. Sid had told them they would stop and rest when they found a good spot, but that had been hours ago, and apparently they still hadn't come across a place that met the bald woman's lofty standards. We need a spot that can't be seen from the sea or from the land below, Sid had told them. We don't want someone spotting us and coming to check out the mysterious strangers in the hills. Abbey slowed her steps and dropped back to walk alongside Dustin. The poor guy looked even more worn out than Abbey felt. How's the mighty Stormcaller? Abbey asked. You gonna make it? He shot her a slight smile. Please, you'll drop from exhaustion long before I do. She let out a laugh. We both know that's not true. Although you do have that little walking stick. She gestured to his Stormcaller staff. Yeah, who knew my sacred staff would be reduced to holding me up as I climb a damn mountain? He paused. Wait, did you say little? Aha! Abbey said triumphantly. I knew you were sensitive about that thing. It felt good to laugh, to put aside their quest for just a moment. At the same time, her mind had been working as they walked. I've been thinking about your storm calling and what you said about the sea. Some stormcallers can cast without being on the ocean, right? Like the stormcaller on the wall of Holdgate during your testing? Yeah, but that's because there is a trough filled with seawater on the wall. It was designed for that purpose. A stormcaller can sink their staff into the trough and do everything they could do on a ship at sea. So you're saying that little bit of seawater contains the same amount of power as the sea itself? Dustin shook his head. It's about the connection to the sea. The wood touches water, and that connects the whole thing. Abbey opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, Sid called to them. Up here! Abbey looked up and saw Sid standing in the shadows under a rock overhang. Holy shit. I think she's going to let us rest. Dustin shook his head. No way. I'm not getting my hopes up until I'm sure. They made their way up to where the foggy day's first mate was waiting, and found her standing in the shadows. Abbey took a look around. She could see a small village in the distance, but even if the townspeople looked up here, There was no way they would see Sid, Abbey, and Dustin among the rocks. They were equally protected from someone on the water seeing them.
"This place will be adequate," Sid said. "I'll take the first watch. You two sleep for a few hours."
Abbey and Dustin both breathed a sigh of relief. Abbey settled in on the rocky ground. She didn't have a blanket or pillow, but somehow she had no problem falling into one of the deepest sleeps of her life. It seemed like only a moment later she felt someone shaking her. She opened her eyes and saw Sid crouching over her.
"Arcadian, there's trouble."
Without waiting for a reply, she stood and walked to the edge of the rocky outcropping. Abbey wanted nothing more than to close her eyes and go back to sleep. But then she saw Dustin standing next to Sid. No way was she going to let him look hardier than her. She sighed, struggled to her feet, and joined her companions. Neither Sid nor Dustin spoke. Their eyes were fixed on the village far below. Abbey quickly saw why. 2 columns of smoke rose up from the town. If the columns of smoke had been together, Abbey might have been able to convince herself that this was simply some house fire that had spread. But the 2 columns of black smoke were rising from opposite sides of town. This was no accident. Abbey spoke through gritted teeth. "Barskull." Sid nodded slowly.
"My thoughts exactly."
Dustin hesitated. "How can we be sure?"
"We can't," Sid said. "Not without getting closer."
Abbey was already starting down the mountain toward the village. "Whoa, hold on!" Dustin held up a hand. "Shouldn't we discuss this?" Abbey paused and looked back over her shoulder at him. "There's nothing to discuss. If it is the Barskull, those people need our help."
Sid nodded her agreement. "She's right. Not only that, we need to confirm if it's Barskull. We need to know if they're looking for us."
Dustin stood quietly for a moment, thinking as he clutched his staff. Abbey knew he had to be afraid. He'd spent so long honing his storm magic skills, and if this came to a fight, he'd be without them. He was probably wondering what good he'd be in a landlocked battle. He took a deep breath, then looked down at the village. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." It took them nearly an hour to make their way down the mountain. By the time they reached it, the sun was setting, and there were many more fires blazing. Abbey, Sid, and Dustin paused at the edge of the village. People were scurrying around carrying water pails, but there were no Barskull that Abbey could see.
Sid called to a short blonde man who was running past. "You there? What's happening?"
The man stared at them, perplexed at the sudden appearance of these strangers. But then his gaze settled on Dustin, and his expression changed. "Oh, thank the sea!" What?" Dustin suddenly looked very uncomfortable. The man ran up to Dustin and grabbed his cloak. "Help us, Stormcaller! It's the Barskull! A few came into town to start these fires, and they've been sending in waves of warriors ever since. They're looting our homes even as they burn." Abbey put a hand on the man's shoulder. "We're going to help. Are they still here?" The man ignored her and continued to address Dustin. "They say when help is needed, a Stormcaller will appear, but I never believed it. Not until now." He turned and pointed to a large wooden structure in the center of the village. "Look, we have a storm tower, and its trough is filled with seawater. We keep it full, even though we hoped this day would never come. But now it has. You can save us." Sid and Abbey exchanged a glance. Abbey turned to Dustin. "Okay, man. Let's get you to that storm tower." Abbey charged into town, her eyes on the storm tower. It was a wonder the Barskull hadn't set that thing ablaze yet, but it just looked like a 30-foot-tall wooden frame with a platform at the top, so perhaps they didn't think it was anything important. As they moved through town, they saw dozens of fires and plenty of men and women hauling pails of water, but still no Barskull. Sid shouted to be heard over the din around them.
"This is how the Barskull operate. They send a small group to sow chaos in a village, often burning homes. Then they fall back. When the townspeople think the attack is over and have turned their attention to putting out the fires, they attack again." "Let's get Dustin to the storm tower before that happens." Abbey glanced over her shoulder to make sure Dustin was behind them. He was, and now that his skills were needed, all the fear was gone from his face. He kept his eyes on the storm tower as they moved forward. They were almost to the storm tower when a cacophony of ringing bells and shouts filled the air. A man standing at the top of the tower yelled down at them, even as he wailed on a bell hanging in the tower. They're back! The Barskull are approaching from the north! There are more of them this time!"
The townspeople stopped, stunned, none of them sure what to do next.
Sid drew the 2 swords off her back.
"Son of a bitch! These people have no leadership!"
She turned to Abbey.
"Get Dustin to the tower and protect him. Dustin, see what you can do to put out these fires. I'll help these people muster some sort of defense."
With that, she turned and ran toward the people gaping at the hills to the north of the village.
She yelled as she ran.
"All right, you landlocked dirt lovers! Who among you has a sword?"
"She's a real charmer," Abbey muttered. Then she took off for the base of the tower, Dustin close at her heels. They reached the crude staircase that wound its way up the tower, and Abbey paused. She motioned toward the top. "You head up. I'm going to do what I can to keep them off you while you storm call."
Dustin nodded. "I appreciate that. It's going to take everything I have to put out these fires. If there's really seawater up there."
Abbey touched his arm. "Just be safe, okay?"
"You too."
He dashed up the stairs. Abbey turned toward the north and drew her sword. She hoped Sid would be able to mount a defense, but she wasn't naive enough to think that the majority of Barskull wouldn't get through. Up ahead, a large wagon pulled by 4 huge horses rolled into view. A moment later, the horses pulled to a stop. No sooner had the wagon wheel stopped turning than a dozen Barskull leaped out. "Shit," Abbey muttered. "A dozen Barskull warriors, and no one around to see how awesome it's going to be when I take them all down." She glanced up at the top of the tower and saw Dustin was in place, both hands on his staff, his eyes aglow in bluish green. The sky seemed to be darkening, though. Whether that was from the impending sunset or the work of her storm-calling friend, she did not know. A single, heavy raindrop fell on her arm, answering that question. In the distance, she heard thunder. The Barskull who jumped out of the wagon were spreading out, heading in every direction. The good news was that only 2 of them were running at her. The bad news was she saw another team of horses approaching close behind them. How many of these guys were there? She raised her sword and waited as raindrops fell onto her arms and face, her eyes fixed on the charging Barskull warriors. Just before they reached her, there was a mighty crash of thunder, and the skies opened. Rain poured down in a sudden torrent. The potion-addled Barskulls didn't seem to notice. Their sole focus was Abbey. One of the Barskulls, the leaner of the 2, was a few steps ahead of his companion. As he reached Abbey, she stepped aside and sliced into his stomach. She'd learned her lesson in Bode. She wasn't going to assume that single blow would slow her opponent. She lifted her sword high into the air and brought it down on his neck. Only then did she turn to face the second Barskull. This one was thicker, sporting both a heavy gut and well-muscled arms. He smiled madly as he ran toward her, not even glancing at his fallen ally. He thrust his sword at Abbey's midsection. She deflected the blow, but she was impressed by her opponent's speed. He attacked again, and again, and again. Each time he struck, he let out a high-pitched cackle. Each thrust was the same as the last. He wasn't toying with her or testing her, she realized. He was just attacking again and again like an insane person. She was quickly learning that fighting Barskull who'd consumed their drafts was not like fighting other opponents. Normal rules of logic and combat barely applied. "Okay, I've had enough of this shit." Abbey deflected his latest strike, then dropped low, catching him in the ankle with her sword. The Barskull warrior went down hard, landing on his back in the mud. His eyes widened as he looked up at the storm tower. Before Abbey could deliver the killing blow, he bellowed to his countrymen, "Stormcaller in the tower!" Abbey finished the man, but it was too late to stop his final message. All around her, Barskull warriors stopped what they were doing and turned toward the tower. "Oh, shit." Abbey widened her stance, gripped her sword, and waited for the Barskull army to charge. Chapter 20. Benjamin stood in the alley, watching as the sun dipped below the horizon.
"You know, Jarvie, I'm beginning to wonder if this plan isn't specifically designed to land me back in my jail cell as quickly as possible."
The elderly trader smiled wryly.
"Not specifically. That is merely one possible side effect."
Benjamin couldn't help but smile back at his friend.
"You really think we're going to be able to get in there without getting caught?"
Jarvie glanced up at the window before answering.
We'll never know unless we try. So what do you say you start climbing?
They were outside the home of notorious party animal and recent murder victim Bronson. Jarvie insisted that they weren't getting the full story from the city guard. If they wanted to find answers, they'd need to inspect the crime scene themselves. Benjamin wasn't so sure, but he didn't have any better ideas. He took a deep breath and began climbing toward the second-story window, the very one that the murderer himself had reportedly gone through. Benjamin wasn't too worried about the city guard catching them here. The murder had taken place days ago, and the body and murder weapon had both been cleared away. But something felt wrong about being here, about entering the home of a dead man uninvited. If it hadn't been Abbey's life on the line as well as his own, he probably wouldn't have agreed to do it. The cobblestone wall was roughly masoned, and climbing proved to be no difficult task. Benjamin worked with his hands all day, and that gave him the strength he needed to hold tight to the small gaps in the stone. In a few short minutes, he was at the window. Just as Jarvie had predicted, the window was still unlatched, and he was able to open it and climb through. He performed a quick search of the house to confirm it was unoccupied. Then he went to the back door and let in Jarvie.
Well, isn't this lovely?
Jarvie said sarcastically while stepping inside. Benjamin had to agree that the place had probably seen better days. It was clear the men who'd been traipsing in and out of here had worn heavy boots and displayed little interest in knocking the mud off them before entering the home. Benjamin couldn't imagine what evidence could possibly still exist here that hadn't been trampled to oblivion at this point. Still, they were inside now, so they might as well take a look around. Benjamin led the way to the second story. As they walked, Jarvie said,
Do you remember when you first came to me with the suspicion that there might be a traitor?
Of course.
Benjamin had spent weeks thinking about it before bringing the matter to his friend. The evidence had been piling up for a while, and he'd wanted to be as sure as he could be before causing a panic. The whole thing had started with a captain whose crew worked the storm wall, the area in the middle of the sea between the Caldfell Peninsula and Barskal, where stormships used a combination of weaponry and heavy storms to make the sea impassable to their enemies from the west. The storm captain had been grumbling about how the Barskal seemed to be getting through more often recently. He'd said the Barskal found the gaps in their defenses so often, it was as if they knew where the stormships would be positioned. That one offhanded remark had sent Benjamin's mind in motion. Over the coming months, he'd begun to see patterns as he overheard other comments. It took him back to his time as a hunter in Arcadia, when he'd spent his days gathering clues from the smallest remarks dropped in casual conversations. He noticed the stormships that traveled north were ordering more and more weapons and armor, which meant they were engaging in battles more frequently. That had to mean more Barskal were getting through. He noticed that even when ships like High Tide and Summer Wind were assigned to the trade routes near the Lost Isles, they were still going through armor and weapons at an unusual pace. They needed their weapons and armor repaired and replaced far more often than one would expect. There were more and more reports of northern villages being raided by the Barskal. But how were they getting through? He began asking gentle, probing questions to the sailors he met returning from the north. Questions that allowed him to gather just enough information to put the pieces together. Finally, he'd come to a conclusion. Too many Barskal warriors were getting through to the Caldfell Peninsula, and the magistrate either didn't understand the severity of the situation or didn't care. So after consulting Jarvie on the matter, Benjamin had made an appointment to speak to the magistrate, and shortly after that, he'd been framed for murder.
When you first brought me the idea, I thought you were crazy, Jarvie said. It took me a while to come around to the idea.
They reached his sitting room on the second floor, and Jarvie stopped.
I did some asking around about the crime, and this is it. This was where he was murdered. They found him lying by the window.
Benjamin let out a thoughtful grunt as he looked around. Bronson was no wimp. Whoever killed him must have been a competent swordsman. There were no signs of a struggle. Either the city guards had done an uncharacteristically good job of cleaning up, or the fight hadn't lasted long. Benjamin scratched his chin.
You said the killer came in through the window?
Jarvie nodded.
It was wide open when they found him. In fact, someone in the street heard him scream. If they hadn't, it might have been days before someone found him.
Convenient, Benjamin thought.
Something about this stinks. Look at the chairs. They're all angled toward the window. So?
So you expect me to believe Bronson was sitting in this room, looking toward the window, and the killer had time to open it and climb in before Bronson noticed? Surely he could have fought off a man climbing through a window even if he was drunk. At least there would be signs of a struggle.
Jarvie thought for a moment before answering.
He could have been sleeping in one of those chairs. The killer might have snuck in and slit his throat without him even waking up.
But you said they found him by the window, not in the chair. And someone heard him scream.
Jarvie chuckled.
Okay, my Arcadian hunter friend. What's your theory?
Benjamin looked around the room one more time before answering.
I don't think the killer came through the window. He only wants us to think he did. I believe the killer was already in the house. Bronson was murdered by a friend.
Dustin gripped his staff and struggled to keep his focus on the storm he was calling, not on the battle raging below his feet. He'd found the storm tower just as the townsperson had described. A trough was built into the wood on the top of the tower, and the trough was filled with murky water. It may not have been clean, but it was seawater. Dustin knew that the moment his staff touched it, and the power hummed into his body. Another man was on the tower with Dustin. He must have been some sort of watchman, Dustin assumed. He'd been the one who'd sounded the alarm when the Barskull had returned to attack the village. Dustin couldn't see him very well. He crouched in the corner, silently watching Dustin. Dustin turned toward the man.
You know, my friend down there is single-handedly protecting this tower from charging Barskull warriors. Maybe you'd be willing to go down and give her a hand?
His voice came out sounding strained. Doing anything else while storm-calling, even speaking, took a fabulous effort of will. The man slowly shook his head.
This is my station. I need to stay here.
Dustin grit his teeth in frustration. Abbey needed help.
Listen, I don't mean to come into your town and tell you your business, but if you don't get your ass down there and help, your station is going to be a smoldering pile of rubble come morning. So how about you quit being a worthless piece of shit and get moving?
The man slowly shook his head again.
Unbelievable.
If this man didn't want to do his part, Dustin wasn't going to waste another word on him. He turned his attention back toward the village. The rain seemed to be helping. Granted, it wasn't putting out the fires. Those still burned around the village, but it did seem to keep them from spreading. Dustin had never called a rainstorm of this magnitude before, and he wasn't sure how long he could keep it up. He was still a bit drained from the previous night's efforts. He silently vowed to keep going as long as humanly possible, until every last morsel of magic he could access had run dry. He risked a look down at Abbey. 3 Barskull warriors were closing in on her as she bravely held her position at the foot of the tower. Dustin concentrated on the man nearest Abbey, and a gust of powerful wind slammed into the man, knocking him onto his ass. It wasn't much, but it was all he could do from up there. He couldn't risk a lightning bolt, not that close to Abbey and the tower. No stormcaller was that precise. The other 2 Barskulls charged Abbey, and she held her sword, ready to meet them. Dustin saw another Barskull warrior sprinting toward her from the left, just out of her line of sight. By the time Dustin noticed, it was too late to send his wind or even yell out a warning. The warrior smashed into Abbey, wrapping his arms around her and tackling her to the ground. The other 2 warriors raced past and barreled up the stairs. Dustin spun toward the top of the staircase where the Barskulls would emerge at any moment. He tried to steel himself. He could use his staff as a bludgeon against his attackers, but he had no delusions. He wasn't Abbey. There was no way he would last long against 2 Barskull warriors. The man crouching in the corner leaped to his feet and moved toward the top of the stairs.
As the Stormcaller protects our village, it is my duty to protect him.
For the first time, Dustin realized the watchman wasn't a man at all. He was a boy. He couldn't have been more than 12. He drew a long, thin sword and lunged at the first Barskull warrior who appeared at the top of the stairs. The sword sank into the Barskull's chest, and the warrior collapsed. The other Barskull pushed past him, and this time the boy was not so lucky. The Barskull struck with his broadsword, knocking the thinner weapon from the boy's hands. He then swung his arm, hitting the boy in the chest. The boy went flying over the edge of the tower and tumbled toward the ground.
No! Dustin yelled. He focused his magic, trying to create a gust of wind under the boy that would cushion his fall. He had no idea if the attempt was successful, and he heard the boy land with a thud. Dustin spun toward the Barskull warrior, fury in his eyes. He would attack this evil man with all the power of nature that swirled within him. The Barskull rushed forward, and instead of attacking Dustin, he stabbed his sword down into the trough. Dustin heard the wood crack, and the seawater ran out. The power within Dustin ebbed with the disappearing seawater. The rain immediately slowed, and the Barskull warrior smiled. Dustin raised his staff, still furious at what the Barskull warrior had done to the boy. But then he paused. What was it Abbey had said? That magic was in all things, not just the sea? That maybe the sea simply prepared him? He touched the end of his staff to the wood below his feet. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, the same way he always did when his staff touched seawater, and he felt something. It wasn't the same as the storm calling he was used to, but there was power there. A different power, but power nonetheless. Tentatively, he reached out to touch it, but he felt it pull away. Stupid. He couldn't help but chastise himself. You couldn't reach for the power tentatively. Every apprentice stormcaller knew that. Storm magic required a firm demeanor. He tried again, not hesitating this time, grabbing the power with confidence, and this time it did not pull away. Power flowed through him, familiar and new at the same time. He couldn't feel the push and pull of the tide, but it was as if he could sense the rock deep below the surface of the ground. It was as if his feet were anchored to it. He opened his eyes. The Barskull warrior was still moving toward him, and Dustin realized his struggle to harness the power of the earth had only taken a moment, though it had felt much longer. He shaped the power, and a vicious wind slammed into the Barskull warrior, sending him toppling over the edge of the tower. Dustin closed his eyes another moment, and the rain began to pour down even harder than before. He glanced at Abbey and saw she was back on her feet. A half-dozen fallen Barskull warriors littered the ground around her. He called down to her. "You okay down there?" She nodded up at him. "You?" "I'm fine." She pointed toward the north end of the town. "Look at what Sid's up to." He followed her gaze and saw Sid and the townspeople driving the Barskull warriors back, forcing them to congregate at a point near the north end of the village. He shook his head in admiration. How had that woman managed to plan and execute a successful battle on the fly with untrained fighters? He squinted at the Barskull warriors. They were gathered together, no townspeople near them. He smiled and closed his eyes. A bolt of lightning crashed down into the middle of their group, then another, then a third. The Barskull warriors didn't need a fourth lightning strike. They turned tail and fled north. The battle was over. They'd won. Chapter 21. The Barskull are a useful tool, darling. Remember that. They are like a weapon, and you don't simply throw away a weapon because of an imperfection. Somehow Dahlia's words failed to calm Tor. They were once again walking through the streets of Bode on their way to see the Barskull chief. Once again, it was time Tor could have spent finding the fugitive, or persuading the surprisingly stubborn captain of the Foggy Day to help him. But Errol had sent a message demanding to see him. Demanding! It had been a long while since anyone had demanded anything of Tor, and it had put him in a dark mood. Usually he greeted anything less polite than a gentle request with a boot to the face. And yet, Dahlia still wanted him to play nice with the Barskull. He turned to his stormcaller. "Dahlia, you are correct that you don't throw out a weapon because of a single imperfection. But you don't ignore it, either. You repair it. You take it to the blacksmith. Perhaps it's time to introduce Errol to the forge and the anvil." A shadow crossed Dahlia's face. "We've worked very long and very hard to build the Storm Raiders into a force that can achieve our goals. Before we started our work, they were just a few rogue storm captains looting villages to line their pockets. We've managed to change them into something so much more, and we must—" He spun toward her, cutting her off. "We?" You keep using that word like we're equal partners. I've risked everything to build an empire. You're just the woman who creates gusts of wind for my sails. So do not presume to give orders as to what we should do."
For a moment, he thought he saw a flash of anger in her eyes. But then it was gone, and she nodded, her eyes on the ground. "My apologies. I overstepped." He sighed, suddenly feeling a bit guilty. He reached down and took her hand.
"It's all right. I didn't mean to snap. It's just that these bar skulls have me on edge."
She squeezed his hand. "There's no need to apologize, darling." They walked the rest of the way in silence. When they arrived at the church where the Barskull chief had set up his headquarters, the guards outside seemed skittish. Tor and Dahlia were immediately shown to the area where they'd met with Errol the last time, but his massive seat was empty. They had waited a full 10 minutes before the chief came storming into the room.
"Captain Tor!" Errol bellowed as he marched to his makeshift throne. "I'm growing impatient. How long must we stay in this burned-out husk of a city?"
Tor felt Dahlia touch his back, and he nodded at her, showing he took her message. He would be patient with this man, this imperfect tool.
"Errol, the search for the fugitive girl and her compatriots continues,"
Tor said in the most pleasant voice he could manage.
"Until we have confirmed she's dead, our best bet is to stay in place. It's a delicate time."
Errol scoffed loudly.
"Delicate? Just like you Holdgatesmen. We've proven we can take down a city in a single night, and yet you hesitate to continue with our plan. Why? Because you're afraid some girl will sully your reputation back home?"
Dahlia stroked Tor's back, but he was losing the battle to remain even-keeled.
He spoke through a forced smile. "Our patience will be rewarded. There's no need to rush. We agreed we want the entire Holdgate fleet on our side, did we not? That will take time."
Errol leaned forward and smiled back at Tor, revealing teeth stained black from years of overexposure to the Barskull draft.
"It seems to me a great storm captain would want fewer ships, not more. The more ships, the less reward for each of them."
Tor took a deep breath before responding.
"If we succeed on our plans, there will be more than enough reward for every ship in the fleet."
Errol chuckled.
"Perhaps it is not caution that drives you. Perhaps it's fear. Maybe you don't have the balls to carry through what you've—"
Tor was in motion before the man finished his sentence. He lunged at the Barskull chief, grabbed him by the throat, and threw him to the floor. Before anyone could react, Tor had the tip of his sword pressed against Errol's neck. Tor's voice was calm when he spoke again.
"You were saying?"
Errol glared up at him, shock and fury in his eyes, but he didn't speak. Tor pressed the blade a bit harder into the man's neck.
"I think it's time I remind you of the terms of our agreement. You and your people continue to exist at my pleasure. Potions or not, I can end you any time I choose. You want to set up a throne room in a fallen city? You want to pretend to be a king? Be my guest. But I'm the one who says how long we stay here, and I'm the one who decides where we go next. Do you understand?"
Errol scowled for a moment before answering.
"Yes."
"Good."
Tor sheathed his sword and held out a hand to the chief. Errol took it, and Tor pulled him to his feet. Errol rubbed at his neck for a moment, then burst out in laughter.
"That's why I like you, Captain. A true leader needs to be a little crazy, and you fit that bill."
Tor ignored the comment.
"Let me know when your people have killed the Arcadian and her friends. Until then, we wait."
He nodded to Dahlia, turned, and marched out of the church. When they were out in the street, Dahlia said, "I don't know if that was the forge or the anvil, but I think it worked." The sun rose over the small village to find Abbey, Dustin, and Sid working with the townspeople to salvage what they could from the burned houses. The fires were out now after hours of pouring rain brought on by Dustin, but there was still plenty of work to be done. Abbey was working with a family on the east side of the village. She was covered in soot, and she was bone-tired. She felt a hand on her arm and turned to see Dustin, a bright smile on his face. He nodded toward the center of town. "Come with me. There's someone I want you to meet." Abbey looked at the man she'd been working alongside. She suddenly realized she didn't even know his name. "Go," the man said. "This house will be just as burned down later as it is now. Besides, you look like you could use some rest." Abbey followed Dustin to the center of the village, where a group of townspeople were tending to the wounded. Dustin led her to a boy on a bedroll. His lower leg was wrapped and elevated. Dustin grinned at this boy. "This is Vern. He's the one who saved us." Abbey blinked hard. "What do you mean?" "Up on the tower. He killed a Barskull warrior to protect me." The boy nodded excitedly. "Yeah, then one threw me off the tower. It was pretty sweet." Abbey raised an eyebrow. "You were thrown off the tower?" Vern nodded again. "Dustin cushioned my fall with a gust of wind. I still broke my leg, but at least I didn't break my head." Abbey laughed. "I guess that's the better of the two options." "Thank you for saving us." Vern laughed. "Are you kidding? You're the one who saved us. How many Barskull warriors did you take out anyway?" In truth, Abbey had no idea. She remembered the fighting, the moment-to-moment struggle to stay alive, to stop these invaders attacking these innocent people. But everything had happened so fast. She was barely sure how she'd managed to stay alive, and she certainly hadn't counted her fallen opponents. "A few, I guess." Vern gazed up at her with admiration. "Way more than that. You were amazing. I used to want to be a stormcaller when I grew up. Now I want to be a—" He paused. "What are you, anyway?" "She's an Arcadian." The voice belonged to Sid, who looked as dirty as Abbey felt. "She's also a stormship sailor, a blacksmith's apprentice, and a fugitive." "Whoa!" Vern said. It was clear he was even more impressed with Abbey now. He turned to Sid. "Why don't you have any hair?" "Sorry, is that a rude question?" "Not at all." Sid paused for a moment, then sat down on the ground next to Vern's bedroll. "It's not a story I tell most people, but seeing as we fought in a battle together, I suppose I could make an exception for you." Abbey crossed her arms. She wanted to hear this. "When I was a little girl, I had a big brother," Sid began. "His name was Elliot, and he was my favorite person. There was a kindness within him, a desire to help people. That is very rare, especially in Holdgate. I did everything I could to be like him. I trained with him, played with him, and followed him and his friends around, probably driving them crazy." Vern laughed. "Sounds like my little sister." "When I was about your age, my brother went to work on a stormship. The ship was called Thunderclap. Have you heard of it?" "Of course." There was awe in Vern's voice now. "At the time, Thunderclap's captain wasn't as famous as he is now. Tor was just a promising young sailor who'd somehow managed to land the job as captain of the best ship in the fleet. My brother was thrilled to work for him. I was sad to see Elliot go, but I was excited, too. I couldn't wait for him to come back and tell me about all his adventures fighting Barskull." Sid looked off into the distance for a moment before continuing. "It was a year before Thunderclap returned to Holdgate. I was waiting at the docks, and I watched every sailor step off the ship. But my brother never came. It turned out he'd died on the voyage." Vern's eyes were wide now. "What happened?" "That's what I wanted to find out. No one told my parents or me. They simply said he'd died. We got some money from Captain Tor, but no answers. So I went to see the captain myself. I demanded he tell me what had happened. Captain Tor refused. He told me what happens at sea is only for sailors, not for the families back on land. He wouldn't give me any information. I don't even know if Elliot died in a battle or if he fell off the ship." Sid turned back to the boy and looked him in the eye. "I made 2 promises to myself that day. First, I vowed to become a sailor on a stormship. I figured it was the best way to honor my brother's memory. Second, I shaved my head in mourning, and I vowed it would remain shaved until I learned what happened to my brother." "Have you asked Captain Tor?" Vern said. "Since you became a storm sailor, I mean?" Sid nodded. "He remains unwavering in his refusal." Vern shook his head in disbelief. "What a dick." After they'd chatted with the boy, Abbey, Dustin, and Sid gathered near the storm tower. Abbey was the first to speak. As much as I want to help these people, we need to get moving. Tor could decide to head back to Holdgate any time.
Agreed.
Sid gestured toward the north side of town.
The mayor told me they would be glad to give us a ride to the city after what we did to help them. We just have to say when.
Abbey smiled. Excellent. Then what are we waiting for? We have a blacksmith, sailor, fugitive, a bald first mate, and the only stormcaller who can cast on land. What else do we need?
A plan maybe? Dustin offered.
Abbey chuckled. Oh, we have that, too. Chapter 22. Benjamin spent the morning waiting back at their hideout while Jarvie searched for more information on what had happened to Bronson the night of his death. Benjamin thought back to the night of the festival. He and Abbey had seen Bronson. The men had been playing a drinking game involving throwing axes, and there had been other people around. Trouble was, Benjamin didn't remember any of them. And even if he had, that wasn't the same as being able to prove them guilty of murder. He tried to call up the scene in his mind, but every face but Bronson's was nothing more than a dark shadow in his memory. Benjamin slammed his hand on the table in frustration. He wanted nothing more than to be out there with Jarvie, asking questions and gathering information. Instead, he was stuck in this poorly lit, barely furnished hideout, relying on an antisocial old man to find the answers. He had to admit, Jarvie was clever, though. He couldn't think of anyone he'd want on his side more, except Abbey. With nothing else to do, Benjamin went over the facts again in his mind. By all accounts, Bronson had been very drunk and hadn't left the festival until the wee hours of the morning. The guards had hauled Benjamin from his home around 4. That left only a few hours for Bronson's travel home, his murder, the discovery of the body, and the identification of Benjamin's sword at the crime scene. It was a tight time frame. The murderer or an accomplice must have also broken into the blacksmith shop, either while Benjamin and Abbey were at the festival or while they were sleeping. Benjamin tensed as he heard footsteps at the doorway. He gripped the knife hanging from his belt. The door opened, and Jarvie slipped inside. Benjamin was on his feet the moment he saw his friend.
What happened? What did you find?
Jarvie smiled grimly.
I have information.
Tell me.
Jarvie sank into the nearest chair and gestured to the one across from him. Benjamin reluctantly sat. He wanted to hear the news as quickly as possible, and sitting down could mean a long tale. Finally, Jarvie began.
I tracked down a woman who saw Bronson multiple times at the festival. Apparently, she was in a booth near his. She's a storyteller.
Benjamin nodded in excitement.
I saw her. Abbey and I listened to a tale she was telling some children, about the stormships and the Barskull.
As the night wore on, her crowd changed. The children were replaced with adults who'd spent the day drinking mead. She adjusted her tales to fit the audience and began spinning yarns of the bawdy variety.
And she saw Bronson?
Benjamin couldn't help it. He wanted his friend to get to the punchline of his story.
Jarvie nodded. Over the course of the night, Bronson and his friends became more and more rowdy, disrupting her tales with their merrymaking. Eventually, most of Bronson's friends drifted off. All but one. Bronson and that last friend were apparently laughing uproariously over the friend's new sword.
Benjamin tilted his head at that. Could it have been his sword?
Jarvie continued. Eventually, Bronson and his friend left the festival together. Bronson was exceedingly drunk, and the friend obviously less so.
Benjamin leaned forward in his seat.
Did she recognize this friend?
Jarvie nodded.
It was Randall, first mate of Thunderclap.
Benjamin put a hand over his mouth. The first mate of Thunderclap? In a way, it made sense. Thunderclap was constantly on the front line. If the traitor were aboard that ship, he would have plenty of opportunity for contact with the Barskull. Yet if Jarvie's theory that at least one storm captain was involved was correct, that would mean Tor was a traitor. Tor. The hero of Holdgate. Convincing the magistrate someone working with the Barskull had killed his son would have been a difficult enough task already. Convincing him the captain of his flagship was working with the enemy? That would be nearly impossible.
Why hasn't the storyteller come forward before now? Benjamin asked. She's like me, lives outside the city and has no love for the magistrate or his city guard. If she hadn't known I was a bit of a hermit myself, I don't think she would have told me the truth. And I don't suppose she's running to the magistrate to tell him what she saw? Afraid not.
Benjamin sat back in his chair and sighed. It was one thing to know the truth, but another to have to prove it. He thought again of Abbey. Did she know she was surrounded by traitors? He shook his head.
To think, I almost gave Dahlia Magitech.
About 10 years before, Jarvie had found him an especially large amphorald. Benjamin had made a gift he had intended to present to the Stormcaller of Thunderclap as a way to better ingratiate himself to the city. In the end, he'd backed out, deciding that it would call too much attention to him, and the magistrate might demand that he make Magitech for the other ships, too.
One thing's for certain, Jarvie said. We're going to have to find some rock-solid proof if we want to convince the magistrate that Captain Tor is working with the Barskull.
Captain Tor carefully inched the fork to the right, checking to make sure it was perfectly aligned with the knife. When the utensils were arranged to his satisfaction, he let out a satisfied sigh. Everything was in place. There was a knock at the door, and Tor stood up and straightened his leather armor.
Come in.
The door opened, and 2 of his sailors stepped in, dragging a dirty man with a fat lip between them. Tor did his best to conceal his surprise, and instead forced his face into a mask of concern.
Captain Roy, are you not well?
Roy smiled up at him.
Honestly, I've been better.
The sailors both wore looks of fear. The taller one said,
Sorry, Captain. He didn't want to come. We had to get a little rough.
Tor grimaced. This wasn't off to a wonderful start.
You 2 help Captain Roy into his seat. Then see Randall and tell him to throw you over the side. If you're still treading water after an hour, he can pull you back up.
The 2 men went pale. They placed Captain Roy in the chair and hurried out, closing the door behind them. Tor sat down across the table from the captain of the Foggy Day. It was an odd sight, this dirty and battered man sitting at this carefully appointed table. A roast chicken sat between them. Tor carved as he spoke.
That's the sign of a well-run ship. I can order those men to tell the first mate to throw them over the side, and I know they'll do as I ask. I don't even have to check with Randall to make sure they followed through. I know. Tell me, Captain Roy, would your sailors do the same if you ordered it of them?
Roy smiled through his busted lip.
My sailors wouldn't have to. If I want someone thrown overboard, I do it my own damn self.
Tor paused, but only for a moment. Then he resumed carving.
I hope they didn't rough you up too much. I've taken pains to be kind to you and your crew.
I can take a punch from the likes of them.
Tor put a healthy amount of chicken on both their plates.
Good. Then let's eat.
They did so in silence for a few minutes. Finally, Captain Roy said,
As much as I appreciate the meal, I'd like to know what I'm doing here.
Tor carefully chewed his food before answering.
I thought it was time to have a chat. Captain to captain.
Or captor to prisoner.
Tor ignored the comment.
I know we've had our differences, even before you hid a fugitive and helped her escape. But I believe we can move past that.
Roy shoved another piece of poultry into his mouth, not taking his eyes off Tor.
Do you know how many storm captains would love to be sitting where you are, receiving the offer I'm about to make you?
Tor asked.
All of them. Every last one.
Again, Roy didn't respond. Tor kept his voice even, though this man was beginning to annoy him.
By now you know the truth about what thunderclap, summer wind, and high tide do here in the north.
You kill. You steal, along with a few other ships in the fleet, I'll bet.
Tor wasn't about to tell this man who else was aligned with him. Not yet.
We storm raid. And yes, we kill and steal at times, both here on the Caldfell Peninsula and on the Lost Isles. And we align ourselves with enemies like the Barskull when need be. But we're not accumulating wealth out of greed. We're doing it to expand our way of life. Once we've built up our treasure chests, we will be able to conquer, to rule nations. And I'm offering the Foggy Day a place in that fleet. Come. Storm raid with us.
Roy let out a chuckle.
Seriously? That's your pitch? Help you grow your coffers so you can conquer nations? I expected better, Captain Tor.
Tor set down his fork and looked into the other man's eyes.
Roy, I suggest you seriously consider this. I remember when you became a captain, before you started settling for the easy voyages. You had just as much potential as I did. More, maybe.
You call it settling. I call it protecting traders and fishermen. In other words, I'm doing what I swore to do.
You're a good captain, Roy. I know you are. I can bring you wealth, a ship worthy of your skills, the respect of Holdgate. Or choose the other option and bring death to yourself and your crew. It should be an easy decision.
It is.
Now it was Roy's turn to set down his fork.
We have a sacred duty to protect the people of Caldfell, and you are selling their lives for a cheap alliance with the enemy. You want to kill me? Kill my crew? Fine, I can't stop you. But I'm not signing up to be a storm raider.
Tor sighed.
We'll go with the more painful option, then. Tomorrow morning we'll sail the foggy day out a bit, and we'll sink it. You and your crew can drown as my storm raiders and I watch.
Roy smiled thinly. I suppose that's the best death any sailor can hope for. Now if your two boys are done treading water, I think I'd like to go back to my ship.
Chapter 23. Abbey climbed the rope up the hull of Thunderclap, then pulled herself over the railing and onto the deck. She then dropped to a crouch and looked around. As far as she could tell, no one had spotted her. She removed the hook she'd used to secure the climbing rope to the rail and let it fall into the water below. Dustin had called down a little fog, not heavy enough to call attention to itself, but still useful. However, the moon was bright tonight, too bright for Abbey's liking. The trip from the small village in the mountains to Bode had been quick, thanks to the man who'd driven them in his wagon. The village had been sad to see them go, especially Vern, who'd given Abbey a tight hug before becoming embarrassed and slipping away. Abbey understood. She'd been sad to leave them, too. It had been her first real battle, and she'd fought together with those people. Now she was leaving them to their fate. For all she knew, the Barskull could attack the village again tonight. But Abbey didn't think so. She knew the real reason the Barskull had attacked the village. They'd been looking for Abbey and her friends. Staying in the village would have been foolish. She'd just be putting them in more danger. Abbey had slept in the back of the wagon through most of the journey down from the mountains. It had been much needed, and she woke refreshed, but with a serious crick in her neck. After sleeping with her head on a rock in the cave, and then in the jostling bed of a wagon traveling down a mountain road, the bunk on the foggy day was going to seem mighty comfortable by comparison. Assuming their plan went off without a hitch, and she lived long enough to sleep aboard the ship again. Sid and Dustin had both initially been hesitant about Abbey's plan. They'd agreed that they needed to take back the foggy day. They'd just had an issue with Abbey boarding Tor's ship alone. Sid had insisted she should be the one to board Thunderclap. Once she'd heard the whole plan, however, she'd reluctantly agreed Abbey was the only one who made sense for the job. Abbey carefully made her way through the ship, the sketch Sid had drawn to show her the layout fixed in her mind. She made her way through the hatch and down the ladder to the area below deck where the sleeping quarters were located. She heard footsteps approaching and crouched in the shadows behind the ladder. Two female voices began talking. The smart money was on Gregory. Who would have thought Ned would be the stronger of the two? Ah, the second voice said. You're confusing muscles with strength. Ned was a little thing, but he was in shape. Have you seen the way he scurries up the mast? Perhaps I was. Those arms on Gregory, though. It's a shame to imagine them rotting beneath the sea. Abbey listened, trying to figure out what the two women were talking about. The first voice spoke again. Gregory made it 40 minutes before he went under. That's respectable, especially considering the extra weight Randall had them wearing. It goes to show, when Captain Tor gives an order, you best follow it to the letter. There was no excuse for them to rough up that pathetic Captain Roy. Abbey pressed herself against the bulkhead, willing the women not to see her. Thankfully, they seemed too involved in their conversation to notice the person crouching in the shadows. The women went up the ladder and disappeared onto the deck. Abbey waited a minute to make sure they wouldn't double back, but all she heard was the groaning of the ship and the sound of the water. She took a deep breath and headed down the passageway. When she reached the door that Sid had indicated on her sketch, Abbey paused and pressed her ear against it. For a while, she didn't hear anything. Then, just when she was about to give up hope, she heard footsteps beyond the door. Now that she'd confirmed her target was inside, all she had to do was find a safe place and wait until things began. When they did, everything would happen quickly. She needed to be ready. She'd come to terms with the fact that she might never get off this ship alive. That was all right. If her life would buy the freedom of the foggy day and allow it to travel back to Holdgate and reveal the truth about Thunderclap, it would be worth it. Abbey scurried back to the spot in the shadows behind the ladder and waited for the signal from Dustin. Dustin was calling a wave, and he wasn't touching seawater. He and Sid were in a small boat, though not the same skiff they'd used to escape the foggy day, as that one was still sitting on the coast somewhere to the south. They'd borrowed this one from a man in Bode who'd practically thrown it at them in fear when he realized Dustin was a stormcaller. Dustin felt bad using his station like that, but in this case he didn't have a choice. They needed to get out to the 2 Holdgate ships, and quickly. This boat didn't have a sail, so Dustin had called waves to carry them. It meant traveling more slowly, but it also allowed them to be less conspicuous. They'd been able to approach Thunderclap unseen, under cover of light fog. Abbey had thrown a hook with a rope attached over the railing and climbed aboard. It had been nerve-wracking watching her board the enemy ship, knowing there was nothing he or Sid would be able to do to help her. But he also knew she was one of the most capable people he'd ever met. If anyone could pull off the Thunderclap portion of the plan, it was her. After she'd disappeared over the rail, he'd called back the waves to carry them onward to the foggy day. It still boggled Dustin's mind. He was doing something he'd always been taught was impossible. He was storm-calling without touching seawater. This tiny fishing boat wasn't made for stormship usage, so it hadn't been built with the iron cup of seawater at the prow. If not for Dustin's newfound powers, they would have needed to rig up some way to contain some seawater. As it was, it didn't matter. His staff was touching the dry bottom of the boat, and yet he was storm-calling. Now that he'd learned how to do it, it felt like the most natural thing in the world. It was starting to seem odd that he'd ever thought there was a difference between storm-calling in water and on dry land. Yet it had taken 2 factors for him to unlock this ability. First, Abbey had planted the seed in his mind that such a thing might be possible. That alone had made a huge impact. The way she talked about magic, the way she'd learned it from her father, was so different than what he'd been taught by his mentor, Harold, that it made him consider that perhaps he hadn't learned everything there was to know about magic. Second, it had taken a moment of great stress. While under attack by the Barskull warrior, he'd been furious that the man had knocked Vern from the tower, and he'd been desperate to find a way to help Abbey on the ground below. That combination of circumstances had pushed him to a place he'd never been, a place where Abbey's seed of an idea had taken root and suddenly sprouted into this new ability. He'd shared some of these thoughts with Sid and Abbey on the wagon ride down the mountain, when they hadn't been napping. Sid's eyes had grown narrow with concern as she listened. When he'd finished, she'd said, "This new ability, it could change things. It could make the Stormcallers rulers of the land as well as the sea. And not all of them are like you. I suggest you keep this ability secret. The last thing we need is Dahlia storm-calling on dry land." Dustin had quickly agreed. Now, as they moved through the water, he considered what it could mean if the secret got out. Perhaps Tor and his storm raiders would move inland. The coastal villages wouldn't be the only ones subject to his horrifying attacks. As they approached the foggy day, Sid nudged him. "Swing around and approach on the starboard side. Get as close as you can. I'll take care of the rest." "You got it." Now that they were clear of Thunderclap, Dustin's confidence was increasing. Maybe they could actually pull this off. He approached cautiously from the starboard side as Sid had directed. There were allies aboard this ship, but Dustin knew there would be sailors from Thunderclap aboard too, keeping the crew under control and making sure they didn't try anything. Not that they'd be able to get far without their stormcaller before Dahlia and Thunderclap caught them. They pulled up alongside the foggy day, and Sid threw a hook over the rail and tied the end to the fishing boat, securing them from drifting away. She let out 3 sharp noises that Dustin would have sworn had been made by a bird if he hadn't seen them come out of her mouth. Only a moment had passed before 3 dark shapes appeared at the rail. "Holy hell!" one of the men called down in a loud whisper. "Sid, is that really you?" "Of course it is. You think I'd abandon my crew, Mitchell? Make sure it's safe, then toss down a couple of ropes and haul us up there." Less than a minute later, Dustin was hanging onto a rope, his foot secured in a loop in the bottom of it as they hauled him up. Rough hands grabbed him as he reached the top and pulled him over the railing. "You all right, Stormcaller?" one of the men asked. Dustin nodded. To his shame, he realized he didn't know the names of any of these 3 men. When he'd set out on this voyage, he'd been so focused on impressing Tor and Dahlia that he hadn't taken the time to learn the names of his own crew. The men hauled Sid up next. When she was safely aboard, she motioned the men in close. "How many Thunderclap sailors aboard?" she asked. 3 dozen, one of the men answered. "Maybe a little more, but with Dahlia and Tor so close by, we didn't dare make a move. They roughed up the captain pretty good," another man said. Sid grimaced. "You're alive, and so is he. That's what matters. Now it's time to do some roughing up of our own. I want you to go below deck and gather as many of our people as you can without attracting attention. We'll have to hope the rest join in the fun when it starts. When Dustin gives the signal, attack the Thunderclap sailors. We want them dead or overboard as quickly as possible so we can be on our way." One of the men turned to Dustin. "What's the signal, Stormcaller?" Dustin smiled. "Trust me. You'll know it when you hear it." Chapter 24. Abbey crouched in the shadows, a balled-up oilcloth in her hands, ready and waiting for the signal. It felt like she'd been sitting like this for an hour, though she knew it couldn't have been more than 20 minutes. A few people had passed her going up or down the ladder, but her hiding spot held true. No one spotted her. She just had to hope Dustin and Sid were having as much success in boarding the Foggy Day and preparing the crew for the attack. Abbey wasn't used to trusting other people except for her father, and it had turned out even he was keeping secrets from her. Normally, if there was something she wanted to make sure got done, she did it herself. Now she was forced to trust not only Sid and Dustin, but also the entire crew of the Foggy Day. Timing was going to be crucial for this plan to work. If things didn't play out exactly as they'd planned, she'd be left either stranded on the enemy ship or drowned. Neither of those options was particularly appealing. Abbey concentrated on keeping her breathing slow and even while she waited for the signal. Then, it came. A massive thunderclap sounded, rattling the ship. It was so powerful, Abbey felt it in her teeth. "Very nice, Dustin," Abbey thought. "I'd like to see Dahlia beat that." Abbey knew she didn't have long, so she sprang into motion. She took a step down the passageway and threw the oilcloth in front of the door to Dahlia's private quarters. Then she centered herself and conjured a fireball. It wasn't a perfectly controlled sphere like the ones her father created, but that was all right. She wasn't going for control here. She was going for destruction. She hurled the fireball into the oilcloth, and it burst into flame. She conjured 3 more quick fireballs and tossed them into other parts of the passageway. Stormships were built to resist fire, but she hoped at least some of them would catch. Men began pouring out of the sleeping berth, drawn by the sudden thunder. It was time for Abbey to go. She risked one last look before she headed up the ladder, and she saw Dahlia's door open. The Stormcaller let out a high-pitched shout of surprise when she saw the flames outside her door. It probably hadn't been smart of Abbey to stay below deck so long after starting the fire, but boy, had it been worth it. She turned and raced up the ladder, aware from the panicked shouts coming from behind her that the passageway was erupting into chaos. The deck was no less chaotic. No one even noticed as she climbed through the hatch. The sailors of Thunderclap were scrambling around the main deck. Some were gathered around the prow, where Dahlia usually stood when she storm-called, perplexed that she wasn't there. The thunderclap was their signature as well as their namesake, and they always sounded it when they arrived back home in Holdgate. But why had it sounded now? And if Dahlia hadn't created it, who had? It was a clear night, so the thunder couldn't have been a natural occurrence. Abbey looked across the water and saw the Foggy Day's prow was also vacant. Good. Dustin must have storm-called from somewhere else on the ship. That would further add to their confusion. She couldn't help but smile as she took in the chaos around her. The plan was working. Confusion reigned on Thunderclap, and Dahlia was trapped below deck with a raging fire. Abbey didn't have any illusions that the chaos would last long or that the fire would do permanent damage to the ship, though she could always hope. But that was all right. They only needed a few minutes to make this happen. She turned and glanced up at the quarterdeck. Tor stood, hands on hips, looking as confused as the rest of them, his eyes on the foggy day. Then he turned his gaze back to his own ship and quickly scanned the deck. His eyes settled on Abbey, and he went pale. "Time to go," Abbey muttered. There was just one more thing she needed to do first. Holding out her hand, she briefly closed her eyes and concentrated. When she opened them, she was holding a fireball. This one was much larger than the one she'd conjured below deck, and she knew she couldn't keep it up for more than a few moments. She drew back her arm and hurled the fireball at the mainmast. It struck its target, and the mainsail burst into flame. The surprise on Captain Tor's face quickly morphed into fury. He pointed a shaking finger at her and bellowed, "Get the Arcadian bitch!" The crew turned toward her and drew their weapons. Abbey took off running toward the prow of the ship. As she ran, she concentrated, gathering her magical energy. A sailor ran at her, his sword held high, but he hesitated at the sight of her black eyes, and she darted past him. As she reached the prow, she thought back to the day of Dustin's testing, the way she'd pulled on him, giving him just enough extra support so he was able to make it to shore. She needed to do the opposite of that now. She leaped into the air, hurtling over the rail and out over the water. As she did, she pushed on the ship, focusing on moving it away from her. Just as she hoped, the ship didn't. Instead, she moved. The push sent her flying through the air much farther than she could jump on her own. A strong wind pressed against her back, and she saw Dustin was now standing at the prow of the foggy day, his eyes glowing bluish-green. The combination of her magical push and Dustin's wind didn't get her all the way across the gap between the two ships, but it got her far enough. She hit the water about halfway between them and started swimming hard. A few moments later, the crew of the foggy day was tossing her a rope and hauling her up. While Abbey was hiding on Thunderclap, waiting for the signal, Sid and Dustin were gathering the crew below deck on the foggy day. The Thunderclap sailor assigned to guard the sleeping berth lay unconscious in the corner, the victim of Sid taking him by surprise with a plank. Dustin had winced at the sound the board made when it connected with the man's head. Captain Roy was there too, his face alight with a wide smile, even though he was sporting a busted lip, a black eye, and a serious knot on the left side of his forehead. "I'm not sure whether to slap you two upside the head for coming back here, or to hug you." The joy Dustin felt at seeing this man surprised him. Only a few short days ago he'd been annoyed that Roy was his captain. Now he wanted nothing more than to sail with him. Sid ran a hand over her head. "I suggest we delay both of those until later. Besides, we didn't come back just because we felt sorry for you. We need a quick ride to Holdgate." "I think Captain Tor and his stormcaller will have something to say about that." The joy was melting away from Captain Roy's face as the realities of their situation began to hit him. "You're good, Dustin, but Thunderclap is a faster ship than the Foggy Day. Call all the wind you want. We won't get far before they catch us." Now it was Dustin's turn to smile. "That fact hasn't escaped our attention. A certain fugitive blacksmith's daughter is aboard Tor's ship right now, sowing mischief." "I've discovered it's kind of her specialty," Sid said. Roy's eyes narrowed with concern. "You're telling me that Abbey is aboard Thunderclap? Alone?" Sid chuckled. "Not alone. There's a shit ton of storm raiders on there with her." Dustin leaned in closer to the group. "That's why we need to get moving. Go above deck. When I give the signal, you attack Tor's sailors. We need you to be fast. Then get the ship ready to sail." "How's Abbey going to get back here?" Roy asked. Dustin grimaced. "A little magic and a lot of luck. Point is, we need to be free of Thunderclap crew and ready to push off as quickly as humanly possible. Sid, you'll coordinate?" She nodded. One of the crew, a tall man with a beard that looked like it hadn't been touched by a razor in a decade, leaned close to Dustin. "Due respect, but you've been a stormcaller, what, a week?" "Less," Dustin thought, but he wasn't about to say it. The big man continued.
And when you were here, you never said word one to any of us. You thought you were too good to talk to the crew. Why the hell should we listen to you now?"
Sid stepped into the space between Dustin and the tall man. She pushed her index finger against the tall man's chest. "You'll listen because he's your fucking stormcaller and he gave you an order. Do I make myself clear, Edgar?" The tall man took a step back and rubbed the spot where she'd poked him.
"Yes, ma'am. Apologies for my question. I was merely—"
"I'm sorry, are you still talking?" she barked. "You heard your orders. Get your ass above deck." The crew briskly headed up to the deck, not saying another word, leaving only Roy, Sid, and Dustin. When they were alone, Dustin said, "He was right, you know. I was an arrogant asshole when I came aboard." Roy laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. "You certainly were. But if you can get them out of this mess, it'll go a long way towards setting things right." Dustin looked at Roy, then at Sid. "You two ready for this?" Sid nodded as she drew her swords. "My only regret is that Tor's not on the foggy day. I would like to have words with that man." "You'll have your chance yet." Roy turned to Dustin. "When you're ready, Stormcaller." Dustin gripped his staff and closed his eyes. Roy said, "Wait, don't you need seawater?" Sid replied, "It's a new thing he can do. Don't interrupt." Dustin breathed deeply, gripping onto energy from both the ship itself and the water below it. He let it swirl inside him until it felt like a tempest. Then he let it loose. Thunder roared, and the ship shook with the force of it. Roy whistled. "Damn, son. That's mighty impressive." Sid grabbed the captain's arm. "Be impressed later. We've got work to do." The three of them went above deck and found that the crew of the Foggy Day had things well in hand. Most of the Thunderclap men were either tumbling over the rail or lying on the deck with a fatal case of sword wounds. Dustin raced to the prow of the ship and squinted over at Thunderclap. He couldn't make out much on the deck of the other ship, but there was certainly a lot of movement. Then, suddenly, the mast was engulfed in flames as the limp mainsail caught fire. "Oh, hell yeah," Dustin said. Abbey had done it. Then he saw her. She was launching herself over the prow and into the air. Her leap was impressive, inhuman even. But it wasn't far enough. If she landed too close to Thunderclap, the crew would follow her over the edge and haul her back. Or haul her under. Dustin quickly called a blast of wind. It hit Abbey in the back, giving her an extra boost to her forward momentum. It wasn't much, but it was enough. She landed halfway between the ships and then started swimming like mad toward the Foggy Day. Sid immediately called out to the crew, "Woman approaching portside! Pull her up!" Dustin looked around the deck and he was amazed at how much the crew had accomplished in just a few minutes. They moved like a single being, everyone performing their tasks wordlessly, knowing exactly what they needed to do to prepare the ship. On the port side, 2 men hauled Abbey over the railing. She collapsed onto the deck in a wet puddle. Dustin raced over. "Abbey, you okay?" Her hair was hanging in her face as she slowly looked up at him, a wide smile on her face. "How badass was that?" Dustin grinned back. "Very." He turned and called to Captain Roy. "How we looking, Captain?" "The crew's going for a record here, but we're not there yet. 5 more minutes." Sid stared at Thunderclap, her eyes suddenly wide. "I don't think we have 5 minutes. Look." The Thunderclap's mast was aflame, and the crew was running around the deck, frantically trying to put it out. And at the bow of the ship stood Dahlia, gripping her staff, her eyes aglow. Chapter 25. Dustin walked toward his place at the prow of the ship. Abbey followed close behind him. He was about to face off against Dahlia, the greatest stormcaller in Holdgate, the woman even his mentor Harold had openly feared, the woman whose skills had helped end any doubt as to which ship was the greatest in the Holdgate fleet. Tor was the most respected person in Holdgate, but Dahlia was the most feared. Her voice came across the water, carried by the wind. It sounded like she was barely speaking above a whisper, yet it was perfectly understandable by every man and woman aboard the Foggy Day. "Young Stormcaller, your Arcadian friend has hurt my ship." Dustin and Abbey exchanged a worried glance. How's she doing that with her voice? Abbey asked.
Dustin shook his head.
I have no idea.
Dahlia's voice sounded almost sweet when she spoke again. Face me, young stormcaller. Try yourself against me. Let's see if you're worthy of your cloak and your staff. Let's see if you're worthy to sail in my sea.
Abbey grabbed his arm. Don't take the bait. You don't have to beat her. You just have to get us out of here. That's the priority.
The ship began swaying as the sea around them grew angry.
Easier said than done,
Dustin said.
Hey, look at me.
Dustin turned to face her. There was a steely resolution in her eyes.
Everybody thinks Dahlia's hot shit, but only one of you can stormcall on land, and it ain't her. Get us the hell out of here.
Dustin smiled.
I think I'll do just that.
He stepped to the prow and set his staff in the seawater. Even though he didn't need the water, it was still useful to him. There was comfort in the familiarity, and the magic seemed to submit to him even easier with it. He called over his shoulder to Abbey.
Check with Captain Roy and let me know when we're ready to go.
You got it.
He heard her feet on the deck boards as she dashed away. He looked up at Dahlia and saw her eyes were fixed on him, a slight smile on her face as if she were unaware of the fires blazing behind her. She shut her eyes for the briefest of moments, little more than a blink, really, and water began to pour from the heavens. One moment the skies were clear. The next, a storm raged above them. The downpour made what Dustin had done in the mountain village seem like a gentle shower. Dustin gripped his staff, willing himself not to be intimidated by the awesome display. He had tricks of his own. If she wanted water, he was more than happy to give it to her. He focused his mind on the sea, and a massive wave swelled near Thunderclap. It rushed at the ship and crashed into it, sending the stormship bobbing. Dustin heard shouts of surprise from the crew on the deck of Thunderclap, but Dahlia was unfazed. She let out an eerie laugh that somehow sounded like the sea itself, and the sky crackled with lightning. She spoke again in her soft voice that somehow carried across the water. Thunderclap has survived bigger waves on the open sea than that, Stormcaller. I sense you are powerful, but you clearly have no idea how to use that power. Allow me to demonstrate. He felt a hand on his arm and turned to see Abbey standing there.
Roy says we're ready.
Thank the sea.
Dustin closed his eyes and called down the wind. It filled the foggy day's sails, and the ship began to glide away from Thunderclap. Dustin knew Dahlia couldn't hear him, but he couldn't help replying. Sorry, I'll have to see your awesome demonstration of power another time. Suddenly, the wind stopped. The smile melted from Dustin's face. Abbey cursed softly.
She's a real bitch, isn't she?
Pretty much. But Dustin wasn't going to give up that easily. He might not have experience battling other stormcallers, and he might not be able to throw his voice across the water, but there was one thing Dustin was good at. He could call the winds and push a ship across open water. If she wanted to put him to the test on that, he was more than up for the challenge. He closed his eyes and concentrated. When he gripped the power in the sea, it felt different than it usually did. More slippery, as if he might lose his hold on it at any moment. It was because she was trying to use it too, he realized. He gripped down hard, refusing to let go. He would use this power to fill the sails of the foggy day, and no one was going to stop him. He kept his eyes closed for what seemed like hours. He wasn't making up much ground, but he wasn't losing any either. Standing toe-to-toe with Dahlia, and not losing? He'd never thought it possible. Granted, he wasn't winning, but against Dahlia, a draw was a win of sorts. No, that wasn't true. There was more at stake here than just his pride. It didn't matter if he was facing Dahlia or a rookie apprentice or the entire brotherhood of stormcallers. He had to win this. If he didn't, Holdgate would never know the truth. Abbey's father would remain in jail and would probably be executed. Tor and Dahlia would continue their storm raiding, even as everyone back home thought of them as heroes. Worst of all, people in every coastal village between here and Lost Isles would continue to live in fear of the day the storm raiders would decide it was time to come in the night and take everything they had, up to and possibly including their lives. Dustin couldn't allow that to happen. He wouldn't. This would be his true testing.
Could he do what was required of him when it really mattered? He dug deeper than he ever had before, and gathered the magic. Abbey hovered near Dustin as the rain pounded down on them, watching the two stormcallers do battle. They couldn't have looked more different. Dustin was the picture of intense concentration. His eyes were squeezed shut, and a bluish-green glow seeped out between his eyelids. The muscles on his arms stood out as he gripped his staff, and his teeth were bared. Abbey probably wouldn't have been able to see Dahlia through the driving rain if not for the bluish-green light pouring from her open eyes and bathing her in light. From this distance, she looked perfectly relaxed. Her golden hair hung wet around her shoulders, and a slight smile played on her face. It was infuriating. Here Dustin was, fighting for their escape with all his might, and there was nothing Abbey could do to help. She turned to look around at the foggy day and saw that all 3 sails hung limply. One of the crew, the tall man Abbey had heard Sid call Edgar, said to her,
"Hey, what's going on? Why doesn't the Stormcaller do something?"
Abbey practically snarled at him. "He is doing something, you idiot. He's fighting her. If it weren't for him, she'd probably have torn us to shreds by now." Edgar raised a skeptical eyebrow and looked past her, toward the other ship.
"Nothing's happening."
"That's because he's not losing." She turned back to Dustin, wishing again there was something she could do. She supposed she could try throwing a fireball at Dahlia, but there was no way she could get it that far, and even if she could, this torrent of rain would probably put it out before it reached her. Dahlia's voice filled the air again. Last time, Abbey had been too far away to see Dahlia as she spoke, but now she could see the Stormcaller's lips moving. "Give up, young Stormcaller. If you continue this foolishness, you may end up with a broken mind. A person can only handle so much magic, and then they burn out. I know where my limits are. Do you know yours?" Dustin didn't respond. The strain was clear on his face. Abbey believed there was truth to Dahlia's words. Her father had said much the same thing. Part of her wanted to stop Dustin, to protect him, but she knew that was foolish. The only way he'd stop would be if she physically forced him to, and he'd hate her for it. Abbey squinted at Thunderclap. There were men on the deck swinging ropes. What were they doing? Suddenly she recognized the objects they were holding. She'd used one herself to board Thunderclap not long ago. She spun and scanned the deck of her own ship. When she saw Sid, she ran to her. "They're going to try to board!" Sid shook her head. "In this heavy rain? That would be crazy. There's no way." "All right, then you give me another explanation for why they are preparing to throw hooks at our ship." Sid paused, then ran to the rail to see for herself. When she saw the other crew preparing their hooks, she quivered with anger. "What the hell? Their damn ship's on fire and they're worried about trying to hook us?" She turned to address the crew. "Man the rails. Any hooks catch us, you cut their ropes and do it quickly." The crew rushed to their places along the perimeter of the ship. Sid nodded toward Dustin. "Is he going to be able to get us out of here? If not, we're probably looking at a fight-to-the-death type situation." "I don't know. She's the best Stormcaller in the fleet, right?" "She certainly seems to think so." Sid shook her head. "Shame she made it above deck." "I lit a fire outside her door just like we planned." Sid clapped her on the shoulder. "Welcome to the world of war, kid. Plans never work out quite like you expect them to. If you're even right half the time, you're a genius warrior. Opponents are never as predictable as we want them to be. You think the enemy's going to pull, they push. You think they're going to push, they end up pulling." Abbey looked up suddenly. "Holy shit! That's it!" Sid raised an eyebrow. "Wait, what?" Abbey didn't have time to answer. She looked back at Thunderclap. The fire on the mainsail was out now, and the other 2 sails were raised. They were preparing to give chase as best they could in the unlikely event the foggy day managed to get away. She grabbed Dustin by the shoulders. "Dustin, listen to me." He answered through gritted teeth, his eyes still pressed shut. "Not now." His voice was barely discernible. He was near the breaking point. Abbey was sure of it. She gave him a gentle shake. "No, listen. You two are having a battle of strength. It's like you're both pulling a rope to see who can yank the other one toward them, right? But you don't have to play her game. Stop pulling the wind toward us. Push it at her." Dustin opened his eyes just a sliver. Then he nodded and closed them again. He took a deep breath and groaned in effort. A massive gust of wind blasted out away from the foggy day and against Thunderclap. Its 2 remaining sails filled, and the ship began to move backward, away from the foggy day. Dahlia toppled over, falling to the deck as the unexpected wind slammed against her. Dustin kept pushing, and now a large wave joined the wind in moving Thunderclap toward the city of Bode. Abbey squinted at the other ship. She could just barely see the people on the deck, and she saw Dahlia struggling to her feet. "Now!" Abbey yelled. "Go!" Dustin channeled the wind, turning it back at the foggy day. The mainsail filled with wind, and a cheer went up among the crew. They moved like the wind itself across the water, away from Bode and out of Thunderclap's reach. The flagship of Holdgate might have been faster, but with its mainsail destroyed, there was no way it could catch the foggy day. Rain still poured down on them for the next 20 minutes, and a few bolts of lightning hit the water in their vicinity. But they were too far away for Dahlia to wield her storms against them with any real accuracy. They'd done it. They'd lost Thunderclap, and they were heading back to Holdgate. Chapter 26. Jarvie and Benjamin were waiting in the magistrate's sitting room when he got up that morning. He walked downstairs and headed for the kitchen, intending to cook himself a simple breakfast of eggs over his fire when he saw the 2 men sitting in his living room, and froze. It only took him a moment to recognize them. When he did, he realized running would be useless. Benjamin was nearly as quick as he was strong. He'd proven that the only year he'd participated in the festival games. The magistrate's knee wasn't what it once had been. He knew he wouldn't be able to make it to the door before the blacksmith tackled him, and the magistrate had a policy of avoiding being tackled whenever possible. So instead of running, he walked over and sat down with the men. Perhaps his conversational skills could save his life, even if his old legs could not. The men said nothing as he joined them. They just watched him, their eyes cool, betraying nothing. Jarvie held a metal rod with a blue glow at the end that piqued the magistrate's curiosity, but he figured now wasn't the best time to ask about it. Instead, he said, "Master Jarvie, there was some debate among the storm captains as to whether you were involved in helping to free our murderous Arcadian friend." Jarvie smiled gamely. "Is that so?" The magistrate nodded. "A few of the captains, mostly the older ones who knew you back in your wilder days, joined me in the belief that you were definitely involved. The younger captains disagreed. They pointed out that you're a wealthy man, a respected man, even if you are a bit of a recluse. You'd have no reason to risk it all to help a criminal. Or so they said." Jarvie chuckled. "And what did you say?" The magistrate leaned forward and looked Jarvie in the eye. "I told them these things are rarely motivated by money. So tell me, Master Jarvie, what did motivate you to help Benjamin?" Jarvie thought for a moment, then answered with one word.
"Truth."
The magistrate didn't respond to that. He didn't know how. Instead, he turned to Benjamin. After another moment, the blacksmith finally spoke. "Magistrate, I'm very sorry for your loss. I can't imagine what you're going through right now." The magistrate frowned. How dare this man, the very man who'd taken his son from him, offer his condolences?
"Perhaps in Arcadia, you rend your clothes and weep for days when the inevitable happens. Here, we're made of stronger stuff. My son is dead. Nothing can change that. I remember him each time I look at the sea, but I move on. I seek the better things life has to offer, like justice."
"All the same," Benjamin said, "you have my sympathies. You also have my word that I had nothing to do with Bronson's death. I was home, asleep in bed, when the vile murderer struck." The magistrate let out a soft chuckle.
"So that's what this is. You've realized a life on the run isn't so appealing, and you've come to convince me of your innocence."
Jarvie shook his head.
"We seek justice, same as you claim to. The real question, Magistrate, is whether you actually want to find out what happened to your son. Or are you satisfied with the easy answer, even though it's wrong?"
The magistrate felt the anger boiling up in him. These two men, one an escaped prisoner, dared to break into his home and tell him about justice? He'd see them strung up in the center of town until the birds had devoured their entrails. But first, he needed to survive this conversation.
Gentlemen, a claim like that would require rock-solid evidence.
We don't have any, Benjamin said quickly. The magistrate chuckled again. Of course they didn't. That would require their claims to have a basis in truth.
Well, at least you're honest.
The blacksmith held up a finger, signaling he wasn't finished.
We may not have rock-solid evidence, but we do have evidence.
Taken alone, maybe none of it would sway you. But altogether? If you really are seeking justice, I think you'll want to look more deeply into the matter.
The magistrate stroked his beardless chin, resisting the urge to punch Benjamin.
Very well. I'm listening.
It was Jarvie who spoke next.
I spent some time with your bookkeeper yesterday. She had an interesting story to tell.
The magistrate sat up a bit straighter at that. Sybil had worked for him for years. What could she have to say to these criminals?
Jarvie continued. She told me that Captain Tor came to see her some days ago. He told her you'd asked him to review your appointment book.
The words were out of the magistrate's mouth before he could stop them.
I did no such thing.
Jarvie smiled.
Even so, that's what he told her. And he's Captain Tor, so she allowed it. Tor asked her some questions about what he read. He seemed especially interested in your upcoming meeting with Benjamin here. He pressed her for details, and Sybil told him Benjamin had a crackpot theory that a traitor was working among the stormships, and that you'd agreed to hear it, just to humor him. Again, this was Captain Tor. How could she not answer his questions? How indeed?
The magistrate felt a twinge of worry. He didn't like what these men were implying.
Why would Tor want to see my appointment book?
Benjamin shrugged.
Who's to say? I'm sure he had his reasons. But we found out something else. That very night was the festival. We have a witness who saw your son leave. And he didn't leave alone.
The magistrate put a hand over his mouth. How had these two men found this information when he himself hadn't, and he'd looked?
Who left with him?
Randall, Benjamin said. The magistrate took a shaky breath before speaking again.
First mate of Thunderclap.
Jarvie nodded.
The very same. So you have Tor looking at your appointment book and learning Benjamin is coming to speak with you about a possible traitor among the stormships. That night, Benjamin's sword goes missing, your son leaves the festival with Tor's first mate and is murdered shortly thereafter. As Benjamin said, not rock-solid proof, but perhaps something you'll want to investigate.
The magistrate couldn't believe what he was hearing. Was this possible? Could it be that Tor had ordered Bronson's death? It seemed outlandish, and yet it made a certain kind of sense. Tor was notoriously territorial about his assignments. He demanded the jobs he wanted, and he dictated which other ships would accompany him. He'd been furious when the magistrate had forced him to take the Foggy Day along on his most recent voyage. But the magistrate wasn't going to turn on the captain of Thunderclap on the claims of these criminals. He'd need to investigate. There was a knock at the door, and Benjamin and Jarvie tensed. The magistrate held up a hand.
It's all right. I want to talk about this further. Let me see who it is, then we'll continue.
Jarvie and Benjamin exchanged a worried glance before nodding their agreement. The magistrate opened the door to find a young boy standing there. It was one of the kids who worked on the docks, running errands for storm captains.
What is it, boy?
Sir, it's high tide. They've returned to Holdgate, and they need to see you immediately.
Abbey walked the decks of the Foggy Day, enjoying the open air. It was a crisp, cool morning, and there were no other ships in sight. It was just them and the open sea. For the first time since starting her journey, Abbey felt like she truly understood the allure of being a sailor. You had to put up with a lot. Cramped quarters, bad food, the occasional crazy stormcaller lady trying to kill you. But being adrift on the sea, alone with just your crew on the vast ocean, it made the rest almost worth it. Unlike her first day on the ship, no one had ordered her to scrub the bulkheads or haul rope. No one had asked anything of her. She almost felt bad, especially when she saw how hard everyone else was working. They all knew their jobs so well she'd probably just get in the way. She'd volunteer to help tomorrow. Today, she was going to enjoy the sea. She saw Dustin coming through a hatch onto the deck, and she sauntered over to him. "Hey, didn't you just go down there?" It had been a difficult struggle to convince him to take a break. Only when the sun started to rise and they could clearly see Thunderclap was not behind them did he finally agree to get some rest. "I was down there like 2 hours. I'm fine." He stifled a yawn. "Besides, you're one to talk. If you've gotten more than 2 hours sleep since we got off that wagon to Bode, I'll prepare dinner for the entire crew tonight." As funny as it would have been to see him wearing a chef's hat, she couldn't deny his statement. She'd only gotten about 30 minutes of sleep. She was still too fired up from the battle. Sid saw them from across the deck and waved them over. When they reached her, she gestured toward the captain, who stood on the quarterdeck.
"Captain said he wants a word with the three of us."
They made their way up to him, and Roy greeted them with a nod. "If it's not our heroes." Abbey cocked her head at that. "Well, that's subjective. You wouldn't have had to escape from those guys if I hadn't, gotten you captured." Roy chuckled. "Honestly, I should have figured it out years ago. The way Tor and his friends jealously guard the voyages north, and everywhere I go I hear stories of storm raiders, but it's never a first-hand account. It always happened to the friend of the cousin of someone who lives in the next village. I assumed it was just prejudice rumors. I guess I had my head up my ass."
"We all did," Sid said. "I never had any love for Tor, and even I didn't figure it out. My only question is, what's he doing with all the loot? He brings back more than the average storm captain, and Holdgate has certainly benefited from his ill-gotten gains. But if he's regularly raiding, there has to be more." Roy nodded. "Even more important is why he's raiding. When they had us prisoner, Tor sat me down and offered to let me join the storm raiders." Abbey was surprised at that. "No offense, but you don't seem like the other storm captains in their group. You're too, I don't know, humble." "You're not wrong," Roy said. "I got the sense that he's getting greedy. He wants to grow his fleet, and he wants to do it fast." "But why?" Dustin wondered. "Conquest." Dustin and Abbey exchanged a concerned glance. "Seriously?"
Sid asked. Roy nodded. "He wants to rule nations." Abbey shook her head. "Holy shit. This guy is even crazier than I thought." "Exactly," Roy said. "That's why he teamed up with the Barskull. He needs a land army." Abbey was still having trouble wrapping her mind around the idea. A storm captain who wanted to be a king. "There's something else." Roy looked around to make sure none of the crew was eavesdropping before he continued. "I'm not the only one Tor tried to make a deal with." Sid's eyes narrowed.
"Who else?"
Roy waved his arm, indicating the entire deck. "Everyone. He offered every single member of the crew a spot on Thunderclap and an equal share of the profits from the Bode raid as anyone already on his crew. They all turned it down. They turned down riches and a prestigious posting on the flagship of the fleet." Dustin blinked hard as he surveyed the deck. Roy nudged him. "Remember what I told you your first day? I told you we have the best crew in the fleet. Do you believe me now?"
"Yes,"
Dustin said meekly.
"I do."
Roy patted him on the back. "Anyway, I thought you should know. Now, Stormcaller, I'm going to need you at your best when we get to Holdgate and give our report. How about you go back below deck and get some more shut-eye?" Dustin shook his head.
"Not yet. I have to do something first."
"What's that?" Roy asked.
Dustin turned toward the crew. "I'm not going to sleep until I've learned their names. Every last one of them."
Chapter 27. It was mid-morning the next day when they spotted the ship approaching from the north. The previous day had been pleasant and uneventful. Other than constantly looking over their shoulder to make sure Thunderclap wasn't on their tail, the crew were back to their normal routine. Dustin hadn't succeeded in learning all the 47 crew members' names, but he was well on his way. As for the crew, they seemed to be enjoying the attention from their young stormcaller. They made a game of it, testing him when they passed him on the deck or bumped into him in a passageway, then razzing him if he failed to recall their names. Some of the crew had taken to calling him Daniel or David, pretending they couldn't recall his name either. Abby's guilt at not pulling her weight had finally gotten the best of her, and she'd returned to scrubbing bulkheads that morning. Sid came across her in an empty passageway and laughed.
You know, you don't need to do that. We've only been at sea a couple of days, and you gave it a pretty good scrubbing on the trip north.
Abbey frowned at her. Can you please just let me feel useful for a few minutes? Sid started to walk away, still laughing, but Abbey stopped her. That story you told in the village, Abbey said, about your brother. You never found out what happened to him? A shadow crossed Sid's face.
I haven't yet. But I will.
Abbey nodded. Listen, we don't know how long Tor's been storm raiding. We shouldn't assume your brother was part of it.
I don't.
Sid's voice was cold, but it softened when she spoke again.
I've had many years to consider what happened to him. Maybe he was a coward, or a traitor, or a storm raider. Or maybe he was a hero who was killed because he refused to follow Tor's evil orders. Honestly, it doesn't much matter. He was still my big brother, and I loved him. I'm not going to judge him harshly no matter what I find. I just want to know.
Abbey thought of her father and his past as a hunter in Arcadia. I get that. We don't love our families because they're perfect.
Wise words, Arcadian. You know, when this thing's all over, I'm going to try to convince you to permanently sign on to the crew of the Foggy Day.
Abbey considered that a moment. You might not have to try that hard.
Sid, you down here?
It was a male voice, and it was coming through the hatch.
I'm here,
Sid called back to him.
We need you topside. We've spotted a ship.
Sid glanced down at Abbey.
You'd better come too, unless you're having too much fun scrubbing those bulkheads.
They made their way above deck and found Captain Roy, Dustin, and a few key crew members standing at the rail on the quarterdeck, staring at the ship far behind them. It was so far away that it looked like little more than a dot to Abbey. Captain Roy shielded his eyes from the sun as he stared over the water.
Well, it's a Holdgate ship. That much is certain.
The others standing at the rail all muttered their agreement. Wait, Abbey said. How the hell can you all do that? A few of the crew members looked at her like she was stupid. Roy's voice was patient when he answered.
The build of the ship is the clear giveaway. You can see the cut of it, even from this distance. But also, look at how it's moving. It's made up some serious ground in the 10 minutes we've been watching it, and there's hardly any natural wind. That means they've got a storm caller aboard.
Huh. Abbey couldn't see any of that, but she wasn't about to say so. One of the crew, a man named Tanner, said,
Could it be a ship on its way home from the storm wall?
Sid grimaced at the suggestion.
Look at the direction, man. If it were coming from the storm wall, it would be coming from farther west. This one's clearly coming from Bode.
That leaves only two possibilities, Abbey said.
No.
Roy nodded toward the mysterious vessel.
There's only one ship that could be. You burned Thunderclap's mainsail. No way they had time to repair it or make a new one and catch us this quickly. And you saw high tide pass you on its way back to Holdgate. That has to be summer wind.
Abbey nodded. She agreed with his logic. What do we know about them?
Their stormcaller's a real bastard, Dustin said. His name's Wallace, and he takes stormcalling even more seriously than my old mentor, Harold. The way he sees it, he's blessed by the sea. He probably looks at storm raiding as his sea-given right.
Tanner spat over the edge at that. Abbey couldn't disagree. Roy nodded.
That's been my experience with him, too. Think you can outrun them, boy? It's not all that far to Holdgate.
Dustin glanced at Roy. All due respect, but I'm not sure that's the best play here. It's going to take time to explain things in Holdgate. It won't be easy to convince the magistrate and the other storm captains of what we saw, especially if high tide beat us home. Do we really want to show up in port with another ship hot on our tail and looking for a fight?
Roy stroked his beard. Perhaps not. You got a better idea?
Dustin stared at the ship for a moment before answering. Let's angle toward shore a bit. Then we'll let them catch up. Roy looked surprised.
Why would we do that?
We should angle toward shore because I'd like them to at least have a shot of swimming to dry land. And we should let them catch up so I can sink them. Dustin stood on the prow of the Foggy Day, watching the other ship approach. He'd calmed the sea, and the crew had lowered the sails. It occurred to Dustin that, as he'd learned as an apprentice, calming the sea had been the original purpose of weather magic. A bearded man with a robe and a wooden staff had come to Holdgate and taught them to quell the vicious waves so they could safely travel the seas for fishing and trade. He wondered how different the world would be today if the original magic users in Holdgate had stuck to that vision. Instead, it hadn't taken long for them to take what they'd been taught and twist it into something new, storm magic. And as a result, there Dustin was, getting ready to do battle with another stormcaller for the second time in as many days. He took one last look out over the glassy water. It wouldn't be long before the weather the stormcaller of summer wind was conjuring reached them. Captain Roy approached him. "You ready to do this, stormcaller?" "I'm ready." It wasn't bravado or even overconfidence that caused him to say that. Unlike the battle with Dahlia, he felt a peaceful certainty in facing Wallace, stormcaller of summer wind. Dahlia had warned him that he might burn himself out in fighting her, but instead, something else had happened. He'd grown stronger. It was like facing someone so powerful had unlocked a new part of him, a part that allowed him to draw in more magic from the sea and the earth, and allowed him to shape it more precisely. "Anything I can do to help?" Captain Roy asked. Dustin just shook his head. As much as he'd come to disagree with his old mentor's teachings about how a stormcaller shouldn't fraternize with the crew, he understood the philosophy behind it, misguided though it might be. In a battle, a stormcaller had to act alone. As much as the captain and the crew wanted to help, all they could do was watch and hope. He glanced back at the deck and saw Sid, Abbey, and a few others gathered there, watching him. He turned to Roy. "Captain, I'm going to do my best to make this as quick as possible. Be ready to raise the sails on my mark." "You got it." The captain hovered for another moment, then wandered off to join the crew. The foggy day began to move in the water, swaying from side to side as summer wind approached, bringing their angry weather along with them. Dustin had learned as an apprentice that every stormcaller had his or her own style for drawing power from the sea. For some, like Dustin, total concentration was the key, and part of his training involved learning to shut the world out while he stormcalled. For others, like Dahlia, it was about calmness, emptying themselves of emotion and letting the power flow into the void. For still others, like Wallace of Summer Wind, it was about passion. As the ship approached, Dustin could see Wallace standing at the prow, one hand on his staff, the other waving wildly in the air. He was turning his head left and right, shouting orders over either shoulder. The water seemed to mirror his aggressive attitude, and the rolling sea became choppy. Dustin decided he'd waited long enough. He'd wanted to confirm Summer Wind was coming here for a fight before he attacked, and he was now confident that they were. He closed his eyes and began. Pulling the power of the sea into him was natural now, like breathing. The power gathered and swirled inside him. He only had to shape it. Abbey watched from the deck as the sky suddenly darkened and distant thunder rolled. Sid stared up at the black clouds. "Our stormcaller isn't messing around." "Good," Abbey replied. "We need to get to Holdgate. My father's still in that cell, and I'd prefer he not stay there much longer." The ship was swaying pretty hard now, and Abbey gripped the rail for fear of going over the side. Sid, on the other hand, seemed to have no trouble keeping her balance on the wildly rocking ship. The stormcaller on the other ship was gesturing wildly and yelling at his crew. He raised a hand toward the foggy day, and a huge wave rolled toward them, sending them rocking even harder. "Any time, Dustin," Abbey muttered. As if on cue, a lightning bolt shot down from the sky and hit the mast of Summer Wind. Sid flinched. "Holy shit! Stormcallers don't usually use lightning at this close range. Too difficult to control. I've never even seen Dahlia do that." Another lightning bolt struck Summer Wind. Then another. It was chaos aboard the enemy ship. The crew was running frantically, trying to put out the fires that had sprung up around the ship. A fourth lightning bolt struck, and Abbey heard a loud crack. Then the mast of Summer Wind fell. A few moments later, crew members began jumping overboard, abandoning ship. The stormcaller still stood at his place on the prow, bellowing orders to a crew that had long since stopped listening to him. The fires had spread, and it was clear the ship was going down. Dustin turned toward the astonished crew gathered on the deck.
Captain, I'm ready to depart. Let's go to Holdgate.
Chapter 28. Benjamin and Jarvie sat at a long stone table in the magistrate's office, their hands shackled. 6 storm captains and 6 storm callers sat with them, all the ones currently in Holdgate. The only notable absences were the storm caller and captain of high tide. Every person at the table wore a troubled expression. After the arrival of high tide, Benjamin and Jarvie had willingly agreed to be placed into custody while the magistrate investigated their claims. They'd expected nothing less. Once they'd presented their case, they'd known it would be out of their hands. What they hadn't expected was the arrival of high tide. Benjamin didn't know what yarn the captain of that ship would spin. It was just another wild card, one he didn't need right now. The magistrate cleared his throat, then began.
Benjamin, Jarvie, we brought you here to discuss the story you told me yesterday morning in my home. I followed up on your claims. I personally spoke to Sybil and the storyteller woman, and I found their responses consistent with what you told me. However, there is a further complication.
Jarvie raised an eyebrow.
Do tell, magistrate.
Benjamin almost laughed. He was amazed at how his friend always managed to appear so in control, even as a prisoner. The magistrate continued.
As you know, high tide came home yesterday. Captain Uther told a very different story from yours. It seems the voyage north did not go smoothly. They arrived in Bode to find the city in flames and the Barskull in control of it. When they moved in to fight the Barskull, they were attacked by one of their own ships, the Foggy Day.
He looked pointedly at Benjamin.
I seem to recall that their new stormcaller, Dustin, spent a good deal of time in your blacksmith shop as a boy. Is that correct?
Benjamin didn't see any point in denying it.
It is. When your daughter left Jarvie's home after assaulting my guards, it seems she went to see her old friend Dustin. He smuggled her aboard. Somehow, over the course of a 2-day journey, she managed to convince Captain Roy and the crew to betray their allies. Against all odds, the Foggy Day somehow managed to escape after attacking the other 3 ships. Captain Uther can't be sure, but he suspects they're on their way back here to Holdgate to attack the city.
Jarvie chuckled.
If you'll excuse my saying so, magistrate, that sounds like a rather implausible story. The kind only someone desperate to cover something up would dare tell.
The magistrate looked at the storm callers and storm captains before continuing, as if making sure they didn't have any objections.
Actually, Jarvie, we felt the same way.
Benjamin sat up a bit straighter at that. Was it possible the magistrate believed him? The magistrate rubbed his chin as he spoke.
You have to understand, this puts us in a very difficult position. Either Uther's story is true, and a young woman somehow convinced one of the most even-keeled captains in the fleet to betray his allies over the course of a 2-day journey, or Uther is working with Tor, which means at least 2 of our best stormships are engaged in a conspiracy to kill my son, frame a blacksmith for the murder, and work with the Barskull for some unknown purpose. Both are equally difficult to swallow.
Benjamin leaned forward and looked the magistrate in the eye.
And yet we're sitting here. I take it that means you've come to a conclusion.
The magistrate nodded.
Obviously, we're a bit more inclined to believe the storm captain than the Arcadian blacksmith, so we called Uther here first. After he'd told us his story one more time, I asked him how Tor had taken Captain Roy's betrayal. He said that Tor was shocked and disappointed, but that he hoped we would show Roy some mercy when we caught him, in appreciation for all his years of service. That was when we knew for sure Captain Uther was lying.
One of the captains, a man named Stephen, shook his head.
I've known Tor a long time. He had many great qualities, but forgiveness ain't one of them. If another captain betrayed Tor, he'd want them devoured by sharks.
Slowly. Benjamin and Jarvie exchanged a glance. Jarvie looked as surprised as Benjamin felt.
We arrested Uther, his stormcaller and his first mate immediately, the magistrate continued. It took a while to round up his crew, but we got most of them. The jail is absolutely packed with those bastards.
I'm not sure what we're going to do with them long-term, but we've got them for now." He let out a sigh. "If they really are traitors, if Thunderclap has betrayed us and maybe Summer Wind has too, we are in real danger. Thunderclap alone could do some serious damage to the city. We need to work on preparing our defense." "Perhaps we can be of some assistance," Jarvie said. Benjamin shot him a look, but the older man ignored it. "My blacksmith friend doesn't like to brag, but he's a powerful magician in the Arcadian style. In fact, I'd venture to guess he could have broken out of that jail cell you had him in any time he wanted to."
The magistrate looked at Benjamin, the surprise clear on his face.
"We knew you could do some parlor tricks and that you knocked down some of the city guards who came to arrest you in your shop. But this is going to be a real fight against dangerous individuals."
Benjamin raised his hands and stretched them apart, so the chain between his shackles became taut. His eyes turned black, and a link near the middle of the chain turned red, then yellow, then white with heat. He pulled his hands wider, and the chain broke. The deformed, white-hot link fell onto the stone table in front of him. The storm captains and storm callers stared at him, mouths agape.
"I think I can handle it," Benjamin said. "If you want me to play a part in fighting Thunderclap, I'm happy to lend a hand."
The door to the office flew open, and the magistrate's bookkeeper, Sybil, ran into the room.
"Good seas, woman! Have you forgotten how to knock?"
The magistrate pushed back his chair and stood up at the interruption. Sybil put her hands on her hips.
"You're going to want to hear this. A ship just pulled into port. It's the foggy day."
Now it was Benjamin's turn to leap from his seat. Abbey was home. Abbey watched from the deck of the Foggy Day as they sailed toward Holdgate, and it grew from a speck on the horizon to the marvelous city where she'd spent most of her life. It was true that the people there hadn't always, ever, treated her like one of their own, but she still felt ownership over the place. She wanted to visit Arcadia someday to see where she'd come from and where her mother had spent her life, but Holdgate would always be home. She turned to find Captain Roy standing at her shoulder.
"There you are. I've been looking for you."
Captain Roy paused before continuing.
"Listen, Abbey, I think you should stay on the ship after we pull into port. We know the city guard is looking for you, and I'd rather not see you hauled off to jail."
"Same here," Abbey said dryly.
"Even the magistrate wouldn't dare board my ship without permission. As long as you stay aboard, they can't arrest you. Sid, Dustin, and I will go to the magistrate and make our case. When he understands the situation, and after he's released your father, then we'll come get you."
If he understands the situation. Abbey wasn't confident it would be easy to convince him that the best storm captain in Holdgate was a traitor. "All right. I'll stay aboard." The captain paused.
"Well, that was certainly easier than I'd expected. I thought you'd argue that you wanted to be there when we explained things to the magistrate."
Abbey smiled. "I guess I'm starting to trust you." Roy laughed heartily and clapped her on the back. They pulled alongside the dock, and a crowd began to gather. That was normal when storm ships returned. Even the smaller ships like the Foggy Day received a hero's welcome when returning from the north. But as the crew began to leave the ship, Abbey noticed the crowd was filling with more familiar faces. Storm captains and storm callers, and soon even the magistrate. And then she saw someone else. "Dad!" Ignoring Captain Roy's instruction, she raced to the gangplank, ran onto the dock, and headed straight for her father. When she reached him, she grabbed him in a big hug. Neither of them spoke for a long moment. They just embraced, delighted at the reunion neither thought would happen so soon. Finally, Abbey pulled away. "How'd you get out of jail?" Benjamin nodded toward Jarvie, who Abbey hadn't noticed up until now.
"He and I did a little investigative work. Nothing special, just solving murders and stuff."
Abbey gave Jarvie a quick hug. "Thank you. For everything." Captain Roy appeared at her shoulder.
"So much for waiting on the ship."
Abbey grinned. "I figured if my father's name was cleared, mine must be too." The magistrate looked at her.
"Nothing's clear quite yet. Let's go back to my office. We have much to discuss."
Dustin sat at the long table in the magistrate's office, on the left side with the storm callers. Captain Roy and the other storm captains sat across from him, and the magistrate was at the head of the table. Benjamin, Sid, Jarvie, and Abbey sat in chairs gathered near the foot of the table. It took more than an hour to explain what had happened during the foggy day's journey. Captain Roy and Dustin did most of the talking, since their positions gave their words an added weight. But when it came time to tell about the raid of Bode, Abbey took over. The faces around the table grew dark as she explained in great detail the destruction the Storm Raiders and Barskal warriors had wrought upon the northern city. Dustin then resumed the tale and told about how he, Sid, and Abbey had gone on the run, and about how they'd defended the mountain village from the Barskal's attack. Captain Roy gave the details of their capture by thunderclap. "How the hell did you escape?" the magistrate asked. Captain Roy, Sid, and Dustin turned to Abbey. "I, sort of set Thunderclap on fire," she said. When they'd finished telling their story up through the sinking of summer wind and their return to Holdgate, the room fell silent. Dustin considered the last time he'd been in this room. It had been after his testing, when he was given his staff and his cloak, along with the disappointing assignment of working on the foggy day. He remembered how they'd been interrupted by the clap of thunder that signaled the return of Tor and his crew. Dustin had been so in awe of Thunderclap then. How quickly things had changed. After a few moments of silence, the magistrate slammed his hand on the table. Everyone turned to him in surprise. "Son of a bitch!" the magistrate shouted. He took a deep breath, and his voice was quieter when he spoke again, though it sounded no less angry. "I was really hoping you'd say something that would contradict our suspicions. But unfortunately, I believe you're telling the truth." Heads nodded around the table. Dustin probably should have felt relief that they believed him, but instead he just felt anger. Tor had let these people down in the worst way possible. Harold, Dustin's old mentor, spoke next. "Tor's gathering a Barskal army? He wants to conquer nations? How crazy is he? Doesn't he know it was shit like that that brought down the old world?" "The real question," the magistrate said, "is what we're going to do about it. If I know Tor, he won't let this affront stand. Burning his mainsail was smart, but it's not going to delay him for long." Dustin raised an eyebrow. "Do you really think he'll come back here?" The magistrate nodded. "I do, and it won't be for a friendly chat. Now that the cat's out of the bag as to his storm raiding, he has no reason to play nice. He'll come to Holdgate to conquer it, and we need to be ready." Chapter 29. Dustin made his way down a familiar street. As a kid, he'd played there nearly every day, but as he'd gotten older and his storm-calling apprenticeship became more important to him, he'd avoided it. Those days were over now. As he reached the blacksmith shop, he paused in front of the door. It had been a long while since he'd been in there, too, but Benjamin had invited him, and he wasn't about to turn the man down. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. Benjamin greeted him with a nod. "Not wearing your stormcaller cloak today?" Dustin looked down at his plain clothes and smiled. "You know, when I was an apprentice, I thought I'd never take the cloak off once I earned it. Now, I guess things are a little more complicated than I thought." Benjamin nodded. "Believe me, I understand. There was a time I wanted to be part of a magical organization, too. It didn't turn out so great for me. The good news is the Stormcallers are redeemable. A lot of them truly want to do good. We just have to weed out Tor and his friends." "Easier said than done. The last time I faced Dahlia, I didn't do so hot. I'm lucky we made it out of there." "That's sort of what I want to talk to you about. Come with me." Benjamin led him to the back of the shop, past the forge and the anvil, to the storeroom. The shelves were lined with swords, helmets, horseshoes, and iron tools, all neatly arranged by type. He turned to Dustin, a serious look on his face. "You told us about the battle in the mountain village, how you stood on a tower and used your storm magic while Abbey fended off the Barskal warriors." Dustin nodded. "She saved my life that day. It wasn't the only time either." "From the way she tells it, you repaid the favor once or twice." "I guess we make a pretty good team," Dustin said. Benjamin smiled. "Always have. Ever since you were kids. You two have been outsmarting bullies twice your size from the time you could walk. Now with Tor,
Well, I'm glad to see you're still fighting bullies.
Dustin hadn't thought of it that way, but the blacksmith was right.
Benjamin held up a finger. I want to show you something. I made it a long time ago when I first came to Holdgate, and I think it might be useful.
What is it?
It's a weapon of sorts.
Benjamin turned toward a shelf covered with a variety of items, the only one in the room that wasn't carefully organized.
When I first got to the city, I was fascinated with stormcallers. The way you do magic is so much different than the way I'd learned it. Storm magic is powerful, but it has a fatal flaw.
Dustin cocked his head. What's that?
Controlling the weather is great if you're on a ship fighting another ship from a distance, but storm calling is crap for up-close combat. That's why Abbey had to defend you in that tower, right?
I suppose so, Dustin allowed.
I know it's here somewhere.
Benjamin continued rummaging around on the shelf.
Anyway, I got to thinking, what if you don't have people protecting you while you're storm calling? Shouldn't you have a way to protect yourself up close? So I built this.
He pulled something off the shelf and held it out to Dustin. At first glance, it looked like a normal wooden stormcaller's staff, but then he noticed the blue stone at the top and its iron setting.
What is it? Dustin asked. It's Magitech. It's an Arcadian method of building magical devices. You can use it as a storm-calling staff. But if anyone gets too close, check this out.
He pointed to a line of iron running down the back of the staff. It ended in a tiny hook.
Simply point the staff at them and pull this hook. It'll knock them back so hard they'll think twice about getting back up again.
Dustin ran his hand along the length of the staff. He loved the idea of being able to defend himself from attackers on the battlefield.
Benjamin gazed at the staff and shook his head. When I made this thing, I intended to give it as a gift to Dahlia in hopes the city would accept me and Abbey. Thankfully, I came to my senses.
Dustin winced at the thought. Why'd you change your mind?
I started dealing with the storm captains. Honestly, they were such assholes that I didn't feel much like giving them anything. Plus, I decided it might not be wise to advertise my magical abilities.
Dustin smiled. You certainly never hid them from me.
That wasn't on purpose. You were around so much I'd often forget you were here.
The young stormcaller laughed. He hefted the staff, and it felt right. Thank you for this.
Benjamin nodded. The power in that crystal won't last forever. Use it sparingly.
He paused for a moment.
Just promise me one thing. When the battle comes, do everything you can to protect Abbey.
Dustin almost laughed at that. Sir, if there's one thing I learned on our voyage north, it's that Abbey doesn't need any protecting. It might be Thunderclap who needs protecting from her. Abbey and Sid walked through the center of town where a ragtag group of 50 men and women was gathered. Abbey spoke quietly as they walked. This is what we've got, huh?
Sid cast a glance at the group.
They showed up. I'll give them that.
With most of the stormships at sea, Holdgate's defenses were currently pretty slim. There were the city guards, and there were a handful of smaller stormships in port. It wouldn't be enough. Not against Tor. The magistrate had put out the call for a volunteer militia, and these were the people who'd answered. Benjamin had done his best to outfit them with weapons from his storeroom, but there hadn't been enough for all of them. Some carried daggers, rusty old swords, and in one case, a pitchfork. The lucky few who wore armor looked uncomfortable. It didn't fit them well, having been left behind by some relative who'd died or retired from a life at sea. The magistrate had placed Sid in charge of preparing the volunteers, and she'd somehow roped Abbey into helping her. Looking at the group, Abbey put their average age at about 45, but that didn't tell the whole story. Most were either under 18, therefore too young to work on the stormships, or they were so old the storm captains no longer wanted them aboard. There wasn't much in between. Still, as Sid had said, they'd showed up. The magistrate had put out a proclamation declaring Captain Tor, Dahlia, and the crew of Thunderclap enemies of Holdgate. The people of the city were understandably shocked. Many refused to believe Captain Tor could be a storm raider, and even those who believed it weren't eager to volunteer to fight him and his crew. These were the exceptions. They didn't look like much, but Abbey reminded herself these people had courage, and that was a damn good start.
Abbey!
She turned toward the voice and was surprised to see Olaf, the boy she'd fought the day of the festival, standing in the front of the line, a goofy smile on his face. He was proudly clutching the sword Benjamin had made for him. Olaf leaned over to the boy next to him. "She kicked my ass in her father's shop last week. It was awesome." Abbey paused, a confused smile on her face. Hadn't this guy refused to shake her hand the last time they'd met? But if he was here to fight on their side, she wasn't about to turn him away. "Oh, hey, Olaf," she said. "Ready to fight some storm raiders?" Olaf rolled his eyes. "Please. Thunderclap is overrated. I've always been more of a fan of the Foggy Day." Abbey laughed. "Whatever you say, man. Glad you're here." She went back to walking along the line with Sid. Sid spoke too softly for the militia members to hear. "If all goes well, we won't even need to use them. They're our last resort in case things go badly. Let's hope it doesn't come to that." They'd spent the last 2 days planning for Thunderclap's attack on Holdgate. They had no idea how much damage Abbey's fires had caused the ship. She'd set fire to a sail and to a bulkhead below deck. The results could have been catastrophic. Or, with a well-disciplined crew that moved quickly to put out the fires, it may have been something they could fix in a matter of days. The leaders of Holdgate didn't know, but they had to assume Tor and his crew would get Thunderclap operational quickly. Opinions of when Tor would attack wildly varied, even among those who knew him well. Many of the storm captains thought he'd treat it like a normal storm raid and attack by night, using storms and heavy fog to obscure his approach. It made a certain type of sense, especially since Holdgate had a wall around it manned by stormcallers. The less they could see you coming, the better. Others believed Tor would want to demonstrate his power in a more brazen daylight attack, perhaps involving an invading Barskull army as well as Thunderclap's assault by sea. Round and round it went. Some believed Tor would attack as soon as he could, while others felt he would wait a few months and try to catch them off guard. Some believed he would travel to the storm wall and try to recruit some allies, while others thought he would want all the glory for Thunderclap. In the end, no one knew for sure, and that uncertainty was putting everyone on edge. Sid drew a deep breath. "Well, should we get started?" Abbey nodded, then turned toward the gathered militia. Sid addressed the crowd in a loud voice developed by years of shouting orders over the clamor of crashing waves. She greeted the volunteers and congratulated them on their courage. "I don't expect all of you to be expert warriors," she told them. "The one thing I do expect is that you'll listen to my orders and that you'll carry them out quickly and to the best of your ability. Over the next few hours, I'll give you all your assignments. If the alarm bells ring, I don't care if you're in bed or off hunting in the woods. You get to your assignment in no more than 5 minutes. Lives could depend on it." She stood straight and proud as she spoke, somehow managing to look even taller than she really was. "I'll also assign you a partner. You stick with this person no matter what happens. When the fighting starts, look for 2-on-1 opportunities where you and your partner can corner one enemy. Fighting 2 people at once is difficult. I don't care how tough you are. And speaking of tough, I want to introduce you to someone." She turned and gestured toward Abbey. "You've probably seen Abbey around town over the years. Maybe you thought of her as nothing more than the blacksmith's daughter or the Arcadian girl. But I've seen this woman do things over the past few days that I never would have thought possible. She fought Barskull warriors. She battled hardened sailors. She snuck aboard Thunderclap and set the damn thing on fire." Abbey forced herself to remain still as all these people looked at her. Sid continued. "The point is, a week ago she'd never been in a battle in her life, but the opportunity arose, and she stepped up. Now I'm not saying you will do the amazing things she's done, but some of you might. This battle won't be easy, but it will be a chance to test yourself against some of the best and see what you're made of." She took a step forward, hands on her hips as she surveyed the militia. "I can show you how to fight. I can show you how to form up to give yourself the best opportunity for victory. But what you do when the fighting starts, that's up to you." Chapter 30. The alarm bells rang an hour before sunrise the following morning. No one had seen Thunderclap, but the sudden emergence of a thick fog was enough of a tip-off that the watcher on the wall began ringing his bell, and the others throughout the city quickly picked up his refrain. echoing him with their own chimes. Everyone got to their places with impressive speed, mostly because the key people were sleeping near their stations. Every stormcaller in the city, all 7 of them, were sleeping in homes next to the wall, and 5 minutes after the first bell rang, they were standing at their places, their staffs resting in seawater. The volunteer militia responded almost as quickly, getting to their designated places in well under the 5 minutes Sid had allotted them. Abbey and Benjamin were sleeping in a boathouse near the docks along with the crews of the Foggy Day and a few of the other stormships. They quickly ran to their small boats when the bells rang. As they waited to release their lines and begin rowing, Benjamin touched Abbey's arm. "Hey, I know this isn't a normal father-daughter activity, and it might sound strange to hear me say this, but I've dreamed of fighting by your side since the first time I saw you hold a sword." Abbey smiled at her father, genuinely touched. That is strange. Awesome, but strange. There were 20 small boats, each with 10 sailors. The idea was to row out to Thunderclap as it approached Holdgate and overwhelm it, attacking with hooks and boarding as quickly as possible. The boats were just one small part of the plan, but the idea was that Dahlia would be so distracted by the larger threats that she wouldn't pay attention to the small boats rowing toward her. The 3/4 moon gave a surprising amount of light to see by, or at least it would have if not for the unnatural fog. They waited for 10 long minutes. Then the nose of a massive ship appeared through the fog. "Go!" Captain Roy shouted from one of the other boats. A massive wave created by one of the stormcallers on the wall swept them up, surging them toward Thunderclap. Now 2 other stormships came into sight, one on either side of Thunderclap. It was Undertow and Wavebreak, the 2 biggest ships currently in port. Their stormcallers would keep Dahlia busy while the sailors on those ships as well as those on the small boats attempted to board. Abbey held tight to the edge of the boat as it sped toward Thunderclap. She couldn't wait to board the ship and pay those storm-raiding assholes back for what they'd done to Bode and who knew how many other cities. A few moments later, they were at Thunderclap. The fog was so thick it was impossible to see what was going on up on the deck, but the big ship was still moving toward Holdgate. All around Abbey, sailors were throwing their hooks, trying to catch the rail. She looked at Benjamin. "Ready to do this?" Benjamin just smiled and hurled his hook into the air. It immediately caught, and he started climbing. Abbey quickly followed. There was no way she was letting her father beat her to the deck. Halfway up, she glanced toward Holdgate. Though she couldn't see them, she knew the stormcallers were standing on the wall, waiting to make their move. Abbey felt a twinge of pride as she reached the top of the rope. Despite all Holdgate's problems, they had come together to face this threat, and they were doing a mighty fine job. Soon there would be more than 200 fighters aboard Thunderclap, and there would be even more once the sailors from Undertow and Wavebreak boarded. Tor and his storm raiders might be tough, but the combined might of Holdgate would be enough to take them down. They might have been able to repair their ship from Abbey's fires, but they wouldn't be able to recover from what was about to happen to them. She hauled herself up and threw her leg over the rail. Swinging her weight forward, she slid onto the deck, then hopped to her feet and drew her sword. Then she stopped, confused. Her father and the rest of the Foggy Day sailors looked just as perplexed. The deck was empty, but for the men and women who'd just boarded, and 5 men kneeling near the mast. Captain Roy stomped up to the kneeling men. "Who the hell are you?" One of the men, a short, fat man with a patchy beard, smiled up at the captain. "We're the crew of Thunderclap, sir. As the ranking officer, I'd like to humbly offer my full surrender." Captain Roy blinked hard, confused. "Where are the rest of you? Where's your captain? Your stormcaller?" The man shook his head sadly, clearly struggling to keep the smile off his face. "I do not know, sir. We simply woke up yesterday morning and they were gone. I suppose they abandoned ship." The captain grabbed the man by the shirt. "Of all the bullshit I've ever heard, that's about the least believable." He turned to his crew. "Search the ship. See if there's anyone else hiding aboard." Worry gripped Abbey like a vice. All the best fighters in Holdgate were either on Undertow, Wavebreaker, or climbing the hull of Thunderclap, and every stormcaller in the city was standing on the wall, facing the sea. She ran up and grabbed Captain Roy's arm. "We have to go back."
What? Back to Holdgate?
Abbey tightened her grip. Captain, they're just trying to distract us. They don't want to raid Holdgate. They want to conquer it. We have to get back there and fight. They're already in the city. Dustin stood on the wall, gazing out at the sea. If there had been more than 7 stormcallers on that wall, he might have felt more confident. But the best and brightest of the fleet were in the north fighting Barskull, in the south protecting trading ships, or in the west maintaining the storm wall. So it was up to Dustin and 6 others to defend the city. His old mentor, Harold, stood to his right, and a stormcaller named Audrey stood to his left. Audrey had been silent since they'd taken their places, gazing out into the fog, a look of concentration on her face. Harold had not. He nudged Dustin and pointed into the fog.
The thing you've got to understand, boy, is that Dahlia's a genius. Perhaps an evil genius, but a genius nonetheless. That's why we send the expendable ones first.
He gestured down toward the crew of the Foggy Day in their small boats.
Expendable?
It was difficult for Dustin to keep the fury out of his voice. He gripped his staff, the new one Benjamin had given him, and tried to ignore the man. He'd put up with his mentor's dickishness for 12 years. He could do it for one more night. Harold held up a hand.
Now don't get me wrong, I know that's your crew. But there's one thing I tried to teach you that you never understood. The crew is just a tool. We use them to raise the sails and steer the ship and cook our meals, but they're not like us. Not really. We have a connection to the sea that they'll never understand. If not for us, they wouldn't survive a day out there on the open sea.
Dustin turned to his mentor.
And yet, other places sail without stormcallers. You told me that yourself.
Harold scoffed.
Sure, if you want to call that sailing. There.
Harold pointed at the nose of Thunderclap emerging from the fog.
That's the old bitch now.
Go!
The voice belonged to Captain Roy. He was calling from one of the small boats on the dock, the ones Harold had called expendable.
I've got this,
Harold bellowed. He closed his eyes, and a massive wave swelled up, carrying the small boats forward. Harold opened his eyes and smiled.
You see, boy? Pay attention, and you might learn something today.
Harold shook his head as the boat surged toward Thunderclap.
I almost feel sorry for them. They won't last long against the Storm Raiders, but hopefully they'll buy us enough time to mount our real defense.
Dustin couldn't hold back anymore. He spun toward Harold and put a hand on the man's throat.
Those are my friends, and I won't have you talk about them like that. I'm not your apprentice anymore. I'm a damn stormcaller, same as you. Now shut up and concentrate on the task at hand, or I swear I will call down a wind so strong it will knock you off this wall.
He let go of Harold's throat and turned back toward the sea. Audrey chuckled.
Seems like you're the one who's learning something today, Harold.
Harold rubbed his throat, but he didn't respond. Dustin glanced at Audrey.
Isn't it a little weird that Dahlia hasn't done anything but call some fog?
Audrey nodded.
I was thinking the same thing.
A sudden shout came from behind them, and Dustin turned. The fog was too thick to see much of anything down in the city. Dustin swallowed hard.
Why is the fog thicker in the city than over the sea?
Not even Harold had an answer to that.
We have to go down there, Dustin said, his eyes searching, desperate to see through the fog. Something's not right.
Audrey hesitated.
What good would we be without seawater?
Dustin cursed softly.
Right. Then stay here. See what you can do about dispelling that fog. I'm going to check it out.
He grabbed his staff and dashed down the stairs and into the city. As he went, he heard more shouting. The fog was even thicker now that he was down in it. He could barely see where he was going. He had a choice to make. Either he could stop and try to dispel the fog, or keep going and blindly attempt to find his way through it. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to keep moving. He'd be more effective with his storm calling if he knew what he was fighting. Besides, he was almost sure he smelled smoke. The shouts were getting louder now, and he hurried toward them. He rounded a corner and stopped dead in his tracks. The street was full of storm raiders. Sid and her militia were doing their best to fight them, but they were greatly outnumbered. It had to be the entire crew of Thunderclap here in the streets. Who the hell was on the ship? And behind them, Dustin saw the source of the smoke. The magistrate's building was ablaze. Dustin hesitated again. He felt so helpless. Should he join the fight or try to put out the fire? Either way, his most effective move would require him to storm call. He stepped into an alley and touched his staff to the cobblestone below his feet. First he'd call the rain. Then he'd do what he could about the storm raiders. He closed his eyes and pulled in all the energy he could hold, drawing it in with a desperation he'd never had before. The sky cracked with lightning, and rain poured from the heavens. When Dustin opened his eyes, the fog seemed to have lifted a bit. He could see the people fighting in the street more clearly. He even saw Abbey's old friend Jarvey joining in the fight, using some kind of metal rod as a weapon. Everywhere he looked, he saw storm raiders standing over fallen Holdgate's men and women. Sid was still standing, fending off an especially fat storm raider with her 2 swords. "Isn't this interesting?" Dustin spun toward the voice, and saw a wagon parked in the shadows on the edge of the street. Dahlia stood in it, her eyes alive with magic. She took a step forward, and a bit of seawater sloshed over the edge of the wagon and onto the street. "Young Stormcaller," she said, "it seems you are in a great deal of trouble." Chapter 31. Dahlia glared down at Dustin. "I know you're new at this, but you did pass your testing, right? You do know that your primary usefulness in a fight is storm calling? And that storm calling requires seawater?" Dustin looked around, scanning the ground and seeing fallen militia members everywhere. Anger boiled up inside him. How many people had Dahlia Tor and their crew killed this day? How many decent Holdgaters had met their end because of these greedy bastards? He turned back to Dahlia. "Did you seriously fill a wagon with seawater?" "We had to water seal it first. We've been planning this for a while, just in case we had to move against Holdgate." She glared down at him. "I didn't think the day would come so soon, though. Thanks to you and your Arcadian girlfriend, we had to move a little quicker than we'd planned. It's a shame." She waved toward the bodies on the ground around them. "If not for you, these people could have lived a few more years. Ah, well." "You're not going to survive this, Dahlia," Dustin growled. "Holdgate has seen you for what you truly are." Dahlia smiled. "Indeed. That's why I'm going to burn it to the ground." She turned toward the street and yelled, "Randall?" The first mate of Thunderclap trotted over to her. "What is it?" "Be a dear and kill this young Stormcaller while I destroy the city." Randall nodded. "All right." Dahlia's eyes began to glow. She seemed perfectly relaxed, standing in a few inches of seawater in the back of that wagon. The rain abruptly stopped, and a hard wind began to blow. "She's trying to spread the fire," Dustin realized. She wasn't just threatening to burn down the city. She was actually trying to do it. Dustin looked up at the wall where the Stormcallers were stationed, wishing he could signal to them to fight her, to bring on a heavy rain. He didn't know what they were doing up there, but they were apparently too far away to fully understand what was going on. The first mate stalked toward Dustin, his sword held in front of him. Dustin lowered his staff, pointing it at Randall. Randall chuckled. "You going to fight me with a stick?" "Nah," Dustin said. "I'm a Stormcaller. We prefer to use magic." He pulled the hook on the back of the staff, and a wave of blue energy burst out of the end. The energy slammed into Randall's chest, knocking him onto his ass. He didn't get back up again. Dahlia blinked, and the glow in her eyes dimmed. "You are full of surprises, young Stormcaller." Dustin set the end of the staff on the ground and gripped it. "You have no idea." He couldn't wait any longer, and he couldn't count on the Stormcallers on the wall. He was going to have to act now if he wanted to save Holdgate. Dustin closed his eyes and called the storm. He called the rain, pulling on the energy in the ground beneath his feet. He found after a moment that he could even feel the tide pushing and pulling somewhere to the east. As the raindrops began to fall onto his skin, each one focused on him, allowing him to draw a bit more energy. Then suddenly, the energy pulled back. "Dahlia, She was fighting him. Her energy was fighting his. She spoke through gritted teeth. "How are you doing that?" Dustin didn't answer. Instead, he worked harder, shaping the energy into rain even while he was using it to stop Dahlia's wind. "There's no seawater," Dahlia said. Her voice came out in a weak groan. "Where are you getting all that power?" Dustin risked opening his eyes for a moment. He felt a bit of the power slip away, but it was worth it for what he saw. Dahlia's eyes were squeezed shut, and cords of muscles were standing out on her arms. She was struggling. Dustin closed his eyes again and redoubled his efforts. After a moment, he felt Dahlia's grip on the power slipping. Something slammed into the side of Dustin's head, and he cried out in pain. He opened his eyes and realized he was on his back. Randall stood over him. He was rubbing the knuckle of the fist he'd just used to punch Dustin. "You've got a hard head," he said. He picked up Dustin's staff and gave it a close look. "Fascinating. A magic stick. What will they think of next?" Dahlia looked at Randall, her eyes alive with fury. "I had him. You didn't have to do that." "Apologies, ma'am." He pointed the staff at Dustin. "But you told me to kill him, and I always obey orders." Abbey, Benjamin, and 8 sailors sat in their small boat, madly paddling for shore.
"They tricked us," Abbey said. "I can't believe we fell for it."
"In our defense, they are storm raiders," Benjamin said. "It's not crazy to assume they'd come from the sea."
"Which is exactly why we should have seen it coming," Abbey replied.
Benjamin pulled on his oar and let out a grunt. "The only way I can figure it is they snuck ashore somewhere outside town, one small ship at a time. Then they approached from the east side of the city while our attention was facing west toward the sea."
Abbey shook her head in frustration. "No one ever said they weren't smart."
They reached the shore, and Abbey and Benjamin took off for the center of town, the sailors close at their heels. The other boats were landing quickly, and their occupants leaped onto the docks and followed, eager to join the fight. The fog appeared to be lifting, and Abbey saw a building was on fire up ahead. It started raining a few moments later.
"Nice work, stormcallers," she muttered.
She ran toward the fire, her eyes fixed on the blaze. It would take a hell of a lot of rain and a hell of a lot of luck to put that thing out. The militia was spread throughout the streets, and it was clear they weren't doing well in this battle. Despite Sid's best efforts to prepare them, one day wasn't enough. The crew of Thunderclap was making quick work of the barely trained forces. Abbey saw Benjamin run up to one of the Thunderclap crewmen. The sailor stood a head taller than the Arcadian. "Well, if it isn't the blacksmith," the crewman sneered. "Good. I could use a new sword." Benjamin smiled. "I'm happy to share mine with you. Tip first." His eyes turned black, and his sword burst into flames. The crewman was too stunned to mount a defense as Benjamin charged and ran him through with his fiery sword. The blacksmith spun toward another Thunderclap crewman and dispatched him just as quickly. Abbey stared for a long moment. She'd never seen her father when he wasn't holding back. It was a thing to behold. With him on their side, they just might stand a chance. She heard a familiar voice shout and turned toward the sound. She saw Dahlia standing in a wagon, storm-calling. Nearby, Randall, first mate of Thunderclap, hovered over Dustin, who was flat on his back on the ground. Randall was holding Dustin's stormcaller staff, the one her father had made, and was pointing it at Dustin. Abbey's eyes widened. She knew what that staff could do. It was designed primarily to knock people back, but at that range, it would be deadly. She charged Randall and dove at him, wrapping her arms around his body and tackling him to the ground. He let out a surprised shout as he slammed onto the cobblestone. Abbey wasn't going to let up just because she had him down. This guy was 8 inches taller than her, and his arms were thicker than most men's legs. She punched him in the face with her left fist, then her right. She threw punch after punch, pummeling him, not wanting to give him a moment to recover. With a groan of frustration, he grabbed her by the waist and pushed her off him. She rolled as she landed, and she quickly sprang to her feet and drew her sword. Randall squinted at her like she was crazy, then laughed as he drew his weapon. "Are you serious right now? I could squash you like a bug." "No offense, but I've heard that before." She rushed at him, feigning a strike at his midsection. When he moved to block it, She went for his head. He just managed to block the blow. "I can't help but notice you're not laughing anymore," Abbey said. Randall growled. Then he charged. An image flashed through Abby's mind of fighting Olaf in her father's shop. That fight hadn't been that different from this one. Randall was certainly more skilled, but he relied on his size and his strength, just like Olaf. And that Abbey could handle. She took a step back and easily parried the strike, hitting the tip of Randall's blade with her sword. She made a counter-strike, swinging for his neck, but he somehow managed to stumble out of the way. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Benjamin helping Dustin to his feet. The Stormcaller looked a little shaken, but he picked up his staff and shut his eyes. Abbey realized the rain had stopped, and the wind was whipping hard against her. She glanced up at the magistrate's building and saw the flames were licking the neighboring structure, driven by the wind. "Damn it all," Abbey thought. "Dahlia is going to burn down the city." Randall raised his blade again and grimaced at her. "Let's finish this." Abbey started to reply, but paused as she saw someone creeping up behind him. "You know what, Randall? You're not even worth my time. You're just a lackey. It's your bosses I'm interested in. Isn't Tor supposed to be the greatest swordsman in the land? Where is he, anyway?" Randall smiled. "You'll never get the chance to find out. I'm going to." He fell to the ground, blood pouring from the wound in his neck. "Hey, thanks," Abbey said to the man who'd stabbed Randall. "No problem," Olaf said, his sword raised. "Just remember, I saved your life, so that kind of proves I'm a better swordsman than you if you think about it." Abbey's eyes narrowed. "It doesn't prove that at all. Just because—" "Wait, I'm debating this with you now? Go kill some storm raiders." Olaf smiled, gave her a mock bow, and ran off. Abbey scanned the area, trying to figure out where her help was most needed. Sid and Benjamin were engaged with storm raiders, but both were doing fine. The militia was actually rallying with the help of the new arrivals. But Dustin, he wasn't looking so good. He was gripping his staff, but not like he usually did when he storm-called. His back was hunched, and he seemed to be using the staff to support himself. She turned and looked at Dahlia. The woman seemed to be having a much better time of it. She looked perfectly relaxed, and bluish-green light poured from her open eyes. A Thunderclap crewman stood in front of her wagon, protecting it from any would-be attackers. The rain was completely gone now, and the fires were spreading. A voice spoke in Abbey's ear. "Remember when you said this felt like cheating?" She turned and saw Jarvie standing next to her, holding out the shocker, her father's old weapon from his Arcadian days. "I think it's time to cheat." She took the shocker, but she wasn't sure what Jarvie wanted her to do with it. "I've done some tests," he said. "That shocker likes water. A lot. And that Stormcaller appears to be standing in about 3 inches of it." Abbey nodded and turned toward the wagon. Maybe it was time for this weapon to finally do some good. Sword in one hand and shocker in the other, Abbey charged the wagon. The man guarding Dahlia saw her coming and raised his sword, but Abbey stabbed him in the arm, and he dropped his blade. Her next strike finished him. Dahlia noticed Abbey approaching the wagon, and her eyes widened. "What are you doing, you filthy Arcadian?" Abbey smiled. "I'm using filthy Arcadian magic." She sank the shocker into the water, and Dahlia jerked once, and collapsed. The smell of lightning filled the air. Abbey tossed the shocker back down to Jarvie, then she started to climb up onto the wagon. Before she could, something slammed into her back, sending her reeling to the ground. She looked up and saw a Thunderclap crewwoman glaring down at her, holding a mace. The woman raised the mace, preparing to bring it down on Abbey's head, but Abbey was faster. She sprang forward, driving her sword through the sailor's stomach. Abbey turned back toward the wagon. To her surprise, Dahlia was trying to stand. She crouched shakily as she put her weight on her staff. No, she wasn't trying to stand. She was trying to storm-call. Dahlia's eyes suddenly glowed blue-green, and a thick fog materialized, obscuring Abbey's view of the battle around her. Arms reached into the cart and grabbed Dahlia, lifting her to the street. But was it storm raiders or militia members who had her? The fog was too thick to be sure, and Dahlia was disappearing into it. "Abbey! It was Dustin. "Get over here! Quickly!" Abbey kept her eyes fixed on the fog where Dahlia had been a moment before. She wanted to pursue the stormcaller, but there was a desperate urgency in Dustin's tone. "Listen to me," he said, his voice weak from exhaustion. "I couldn't figure out why the stormcallers on the wall weren't helping. Then I remembered. We haven't seen Tor." It took Abbey a moment. Then she got it. Shit. She had a choice to make. Pursue Dahlia or try to stop Tor. "Abbey, he's going to kill them." She thought for a moment. Then she turned to Jarvie. "Dahlia's trying to escape. Find my father and Sid and make sure that storm-calling witch doesn't make it out of the city." She spun back toward Dustin. "You see what you can do about quelling these fires. I'll go after Tor." She turned and dashed toward the wall without waiting for a reply. Abbey raced up the steps toward the top of the wall. If Dustin's suspicions were correct, there wasn't a moment to lose. It was raining hard now. They'd managed to stop Dahlia, and it appeared the militia and the Foggy Day crew had the Thunderclap crew well in hand. They'd stopped the Storm Raiders. All but one. The most important one. She reached the top of the stairs and froze. What she saw made her gasp. Tor stood alone on the top of the wall, his bloody sword in his hand. He was looking out at the sea. The fog was gone now, and the sun was rising over the city. It was still dark over the water. The bodies of 6 stormcallers lay dead along the top of the wall. He glanced back, saw Abbey, and chuckled. He turned back toward the sea.
"You know, I was sort of hoping it would be your father. I've always suspected there's more to him than meets the eye."
"It runs in the family." Abbey's voice shook with anger when she spoke again. "You've lost, Captain. We took out your stormcaller and your crew." He turned back to her at that, genuinely surprised.
"The boy defeated Dahlia?"
"We did it together. The people of Holdgate." Tor scoffed. He gestured at the column of smoke rising behind her.
"And yet the city burns."
"Not for long. The buildings can be rebuilt. You haven't destroyed anything permanently." She shook her head, truly disgusted at this man. What was it all for? All this death? Tor thought about that for a moment before answering.
"Call it a test run."
Abbey bristled at that. A test run for what?
"I needed to test my theory. I've been a storm captain a long time, but I've never attacked from land, and I've never attacked a city as fortified as Holdgate. It's sad that I lost my ship and my crew in the process. And if Dahlia's truly dead, well, I'll believe that when I see it. But if she is, that's a greater loss than all the others combined. Still, it was worth it to know how my plan will play out when I attack my real target."
Abbey was barely able to contain her rage. All this killing was practice? What the hell was he talking about? "I don't understand. If Holdgate isn't your real target, what is?"
Tor let out a laugh. "Haven't you figured it out? A heavily fortified, landlocked city with magical defenses? My target is Arcadia."
Abbey gritted her teeth. He held up a hand.
"Don't get me wrong. It won't be easy. But with my Barskal army, my fleet of ships, and my other allies across the sea, I believe we can do this.
He trailed off as he looked at Abbey.
"My dear, did you know you're shaking?"
"Yes, in fact, I did." She raised her sword and charged. If Tor was surprised, he didn't show it. He smoothly stepped into a defensive stance and raised his sword. He deflected Abbey's attack with the flick of a wrist.
"Not wise," he said.
He thrust his blade, quick as a flash. Abbey spun out of the way, but the blade bit into her left arm, cutting the skin. Tor gave his head a slow shake.
"I imagine a girl like you is used to winning sword fights with her speed. Am I correct?"
He struck again, and she barely managed to deflect the blow.
"I'll bet all the boys rely on their strength to beat you, and that's how you catch them off guard."
He didn't even sound out of breath. Abbey tried to feint to the left, but he didn't fall for it.
"Sadly, you'll find that's not the case with me," Tor said. "I never assume. I test my opponents and find their weaknesses. Only then do I commit myself to an attack."
He lunged, thrusting his sword toward Abbey's chest. She dove to her left, again narrowly avoiding his blade. Tor tisked softly.
I'm afraid you're not going to beat me, dear. You simply don't have it in you.
Abbey struggled to catch her breath, holding her sword in front of her, carefully watching him for any sign he might strike. She hated to admit it, but a tiny part of her thought he might be right. She wasn't going to give up, but the inevitable outcome was becoming clearer. She'd given her all, and it wasn't enough. She'd come damn close, but this bastard was going to defeat her. No, that wasn't right. She hadn't given everything. Not yet. She suddenly remembered what she'd discussed with her father after that fight with Olaf in his shop. There was one part of her she hadn't used in this fight. She attacked, swiping at his face with her blade. He took a step back, easily dodging her strike. He let out another laugh.
I'm sorry, dear. I don't mean to laugh, but that was just pathetic.
She held her sword straight in front of her, gripping it with both hands. Then she concentrated, just like her father had taught her. Her eyes went black. "Captain Tor," she said, "come here." She reached out with her magic and pulled. Tor slid forward, his eyes wide in shock, his feet gliding across the blood and rain-slicked stone, and Abbey's sword went through his chest. She let go of her sword and let Tor's body fall to the ground, where he could lay beside the ones he'd killed. Epilogue. Abbey looked down at the empty wagon. Most of the seawater had drained out by that point. Apparently, the crew of Thunderclap wasn't as great at water sealing as they claimed to be. Something else had disappeared, too. Dahlia. Benjamin shook his head. We tried like hell to find her, but with the fog and fighting, she managed to escape. At least a few of her crew made it out as well. Abbey couldn't help but be angry with herself. She'd gotten the captain, but she'd let the Stormcaller slip away. At the same time, she knew she'd made the right choice. If she hadn't gone after Tor, she wouldn't have known about his plans. Or his allies. Sid climbed up on the wagon with Abbey.
The crew of Thunderclap rallied a bit after you left. They formed up and gave it one final push. If not for Benjamin, we would have been lost.
She gave the blacksmith an admiring look. The way he combined his magic and his swordsmanship was a thing of beauty. It's not surprising Dahlia snuck off during the madness. She won't get far, Captain Roy said. Every man, woman, and child on the Caldfell Peninsula will soon be looking for her. Dustin struggled up to the wagon with Sid and Abbey. A knot was already forming on his head from where Randall had clobbered him. The fires in the city were out now, and the poor guy looked bone-tired. I'm just glad it's over, he said. Abbey answered softly. It's not. Sid turned to her. What do you mean? Tor said he has an army of Barskull warriors hidden somewhere on the Caldfell Peninsula. He said he has other allies across the sea. Not only that, but we just lost 6 Stormcallers. That's 6 stormships we can't send searching for Dahlia. She looked at Captain Roy. I know you're optimistic that we'll quickly catch her, but I'm not so sure. The way Tor made it sound, they have allies everywhere. Roy nodded. Perhaps you're right. We're going to give it our best damn shot, though. And even if we don't catch her, we stop the threat. Tor's dead, thanks to you. No, Abbey said. She looked at the people around her. Her friends, her brothers and sisters in arms. It was all of us. I just happened to be the one holding the sword. Sid climbed the gangplank to the now empty Thunderclap. The ship was docked, and the few remaining crew members had been hauled off to the already crowded jail. She took her time walking the deck, exploring the ship from bow to stern. Then she ventured below deck. She walked through the sleeping area and the cargo hold. The scorch marks left by the fire Abbey had started were evident both above and below deck, but the ship was structurally intact. The crew must have done an exceptional job of putting out Abbey's fires quickly. It wasn't too surprising. After all, no one had ever accused Thunderclap of having an undisciplined crew. Everywhere she walked, Sid thought of her brother, Elliot. He'd lived and worked aboard this ship. Then he'd disappeared. The one man Sid knew could give her the answers about her brother was dead. Tor had been tight-lipped, but as long as he'd been alive, she'd held out hope that he'd eventually relent. Sid ran a hand across her bald scalp and looked out at Holdgate. She'd questioned the remaining Thunderclap crew members, but she didn't hold out much hope on that front. She'd tried that before. She'd gotten crew members drunk, she'd offered them bribes, and she'd threatened them. No matter the approach, their answers were always the same. Eventually, Sid came to believe that the crew members truly didn't know what had happened to Elliot. With Tor gone, there was only one other option. If Sid wanted answers, she needed to find Dahlia. And that's exactly what she intended to do. After a day spent cleaning up the city and tending to the wounded, Abbey and Benjamin headed back to the apartment above the blacksmith shop and sat down at the kitchen table. "You know," Benjamin said, "when I asked you to go see Jarvie, I thought he'd help you escape south. I never thought he'd send you north with the stormships." Abbey smiled. "I kind of figured that wasn't your original plan." Her father looked her in the eyes. "Thank you. For everything. I know you went there to prove my innocence. That sense of justice you have, you get that from your mother." "You're welcome." She patted the back of his hand. He looked her in the eye. "Abbey, I'm sorry I never told you the truth about my past. And I'm sorry you had to hear about it from Jarvie." "I don't care about what you did then. I care about the man you are now." "That means a lot. I'm done hiding from that stuff. It's time to start making up for it." He rapped a knuckle on the table. "Speaking of the future, what's next for you? Is this old blacksmith shop going to be enough for you now that you've seen the world?" "Now that you mention it, I do sort of have a job offer on the foggy day, and I did enjoy sailing." Benjamin leaned back and scratched his beard. "Huh. Captain Abbey. I kind of like the sound of that." Abbey laughed. "I hardly think they'll start me at captain. Roy might have something to say about that." Benjamin waved a hand in the air as if shooing away the notion. You'll work your way up in no time. Wouldn't it be sweet? You and Dustin, Storm Captain and Stormcaller, running your own crew, fighting Barskull." Abbey smiled. "Now that you mention it, that would be pretty sweet." The winter night slid across the calm, glassy ocean, racing northward. The crew was a seasoned collection of mercenaries, stormship sailors thought long dead, and misfits who'd left civilized life behind for something more exciting. Even this strange group of sea-hardened veterans couldn't believe how fast they were traveling. At this rate, they'd reach Bode in a day and a half. The woman standing at the prow, clutching her staff as she smoothed their waters and hastened their winds, had only spoken one word to the crew since she'd boarded. "Bode." She hadn't needed to say anything else. They all knew who she was, and they knew that if she was on their little ship, things had gone very badly for her. As such, no one spoke to her, and everyone kept their distance. For Dahlia, that first day aboard the Winter Night was a time of introspection. It wasn't that she'd lost the battle that bothered her, it was how she'd lost it. Caught off guard by that damned Arcadian girl while she was doing battle with the Foggy Days' young Stormcaller. Dahlia had been winning, too. If she'd only had a little longer, she could have broken his mind. She was sure of it. Years of planning, all undone by an Arcadian girl and a metal rod. Even more disturbingly, the young Stormcaller had used storm magic on dry land, which was impossible. Dahlia allowed herself an hour of moping, and then she decided to move on. There was good that had come from this battle, and she vowed to focus on that. First, she was grateful she'd had the foresight to keep the Winter Night around in case they ever needed to make a fast escape. The ship had followed Thunderclap at a distance for years, just in case. Tor had always said it was a waste of money, but Tor had always been short-sighted. She didn't know whether Tor had survived, and frankly, she didn't much care. She was done with him either way. He'd served his purpose. Granted, he'd been very handy with a sword, and it had been nice to let someone else be the public face of Thunderclap, and he certainly was easy to manipulate. But lately, he'd gotten a bit too full of himself. He'd begun to actually believe it was his plans they were pursuing, not hers. It was ridiculous. After she'd spent months trying to convince him to lead his first storm raid so many years ago, after she'd had to prod him endlessly to seek an alliance with the Barskull, after she'd spent the day before every storm raid carefully explaining the plan to him, and worried through every raid just hoping he wouldn't screw it up. She was done with all that. Bode was a necessary first stop. She'd need to spend a little time with Errol to assure him their plans were still on track and to convince him of who had really been in charge all along. From there, she'd likely visit Barskull itself. It had been too long since she'd seen her old friend there. She glanced over her shoulder at the crew working on the deck. One of the men caught her looking and quickly became fascinated with the rope he was tying. Dahlia shook her head. These men were pathetic. But they could be a useful weapon to her, just as Tor had been. She wouldn't throw them away because of their simple imperfections. Dahlia smiled as she thought about the upcoming voyages she'd make once she claimed a ship worthy of her. It would be nice to rule directly rather than through a proxy. Now that she thought about it, it was a silly tradition that a ship needed both a storm captain and a storm caller. It was more efficient to have one person do both jobs. Just one more thing she'd fix when she ruled the Caldfell Peninsula. But she was getting ahead of herself. She needed to keep things simple. Get her fleet, get her army, conquer Arcadia, then use the riches of Arcadia to take over wherever she damn well pleased. That had always been the plan, and nothing had changed. Certainly not because of some blacksmith's daughter and a rookie stormcaller. She added one more item to her list. Learn the secret to stormcalling on dry land. If she could figure that out, it would make the invasion of Arcadia that much easier. Dahlia looked out over the water and smiled. She had a plan. She just needed to execute it. And execution was what she did best. Author notes. P.T. Hylton. Written June 10th, 2017. I know I'm weird, but I've always loved watching storms. I come by it naturally. When I was young, we lived at the bottom of a large hill, and when the storm clouds started to gather, my dad and I would ride our bicycles to the top. We'd wait for the first drop of rain, then we'd race down the hill, trying to beat the storm to our driveway. We made it home dry more often than not, and, safety issues aside, it was a hell of a lot of fun. Then my dad would set up lawn chairs in the garage, and we'd watch the lightning flash through the open door. But storms can be destructive, too. Deadly, even. They're dangerous. They're exciting. A bit like Abbey, I guess. Thank you so much for reading Storm Raiders. When Michael offered me the opportunity to write in the Age of Magic, I was thrilled. The Kurtherian universe is such a rich world, and it's freaking astounding how Michael and his co-authors have taken it in so many interesting directions. There's something about the Age of Magic that is especially, sorry, I can't help myself, magical. Edit. He should have helped himself, Michael. Because in the Age of Magic, we know something the characters don't. Us TKG veterans know what's going on under the proverbial hood of the magic in this world. We know about the etheric. Chris Raymond and Lee Barbant play with this idea brilliantly in their Rise of Magic series. If you haven't read it, go, now, do so. Not only will you get a kick-butt story, but you'll learn a lot more about Arcadia. Justin Sloan took the idea to another land with Shades of Light. Again, you should read that book. I jumped at the opportunity to tell a tale of how magic had shaped the Nordic lands in the distant future. I knew that it would have Viking influences, but I also knew it would be very different than traditional Viking culture. For one, the ships would be different. If they were harnessing the wind with magic, they'd likely develop something more advanced than a traditional Viking ship. The idea spiraled out from there, and after getting lots of great input from Michael, Chris, and Lee, my dreams were soon filled with stormcallers, Barskull warriors, and an outsider blacksmith's daughter with a thirst for adventure and a need for justice. If you're a veteran of the Kurtherian Gambit universe, welcome back, and thanks for giving a new TKG writer a chance. If this is your first Kurtherian book, wow, you're in for a treat. Besides the books listed above, I suggest you jump in right at the beginning. Book 01 is called Death Becomes Her, and it's a great ride.
I'm hard at work on Book 2 of the Storms of Magic series, and holy crap, it's going to be fun. Let's just say Dahlia's not going down without a fight, and Abbey's more than ready to give her one. Also, Benjamin's about to learn his past may not be done with him yet. Finally, Michael and I would love it if you took a minute to leave a review for this book. It doesn't have to be anything long or eloquent. Just a sentence or two about your thoughts on the book would be plenty. It helps us and our future readers. Until next time, best, PT. P.S. If you dug this book, you might want to check out my other stuff. The Savage Earth. It's been over a century since humans lost the war with the vampires. The few thousand survivors live on a massive airship that circles the Earth, moving with the rotation of the planet so it's always in sunlight. But if humans want to take Earth back, they'll need to learn to survive the night. Zane Holloway. The fate of a kingdom rests in the hands of an assassin. Welcome to a world of magic, mystery, and political intrigue. The Deadlock Trilogy. Frank returns to Rook Mountain, Tennessee to find his hometown beset by deadly creatures. Mysterious Zed is the only one who can control them, but is he a local hero or the source of the trouble? Sign up to make sure you don't miss my new releases and giveaways. Author Notes. Michael Anderle. Written June 10, 2017. Thank you, not only for reading this book, but also making it all the way through these author notes as well. P.T. Hylton is another author who, for whatever reason, has written intriguing stories, but his ability to crack the marketing side of the business has been challenging for him. Now, those who know Justin Sloan know that he is a collaboration fanatic. I actually asked him about that one time, and the short answer is he worked in a company where the collaboration was part of the job. He loves doing it, and so he continues doing it to this day. So fast forward to when Justin learns that we are opening up the Age of Magic to a few new authors, and he suggests we need to take a look at one of his collaborators. Now, I've never read anything by P.T. Hylton. Before P.T., I kinda knew everyone who had been writing in the universe. Now I'm getting pitched with someone I don't know. At all. So I did what any self-respecting publishing mogul, I crack myself up, would do, and I go work on something else and don't do a damned thing on the request. Because busy and all. Then Justin comes around to ask once more, and I agree that I'll go do it real soon. But lawn fairies and releasing a book happens. You get the picture, right? Finally, I get another poke from Justin, and I go immediately to review one of PT's books. By now I'm feeling like an ass for not having done it earlier, only to find out I should have done this shit a long time ago. It took only like 3 pages to figure out. This author knows his story. So we act all cool and stuff, being the aforementioned publishing mogul, wipes tears of laughter from his eyes. Sorry, I can't keep typing that without losing it. For the record, I think what I did was immediately get a hold of Justin and ask how do I connect with PT to see if he wants to join. Now there was actually another group involved, which is CM Raymond and Ellie Barbant, the Beard, because they are the caretakers of the Age of Magic. So they had to agree as well. I remember one conversation in Slack where CM Raymond was effusive towards Justin for pushing so hard for PT. So getting their agreement wasn't a picnic either. Needless to say, all of us owe Justin a beer in the future for sticking to his guns and making sure we gave PT a shot. So, raising a Coke to Justin, because I don't drink beer, for pushing us so hard, and another to P.T. Hylton for writing such fun characters that fit so well into the Age of Magic. I'm off to publish this book and continue writing Forever Defend as we travel from Roma to Venice tomorrow. Ciao. Michael Anderle. P.S. P.T. Hylton's website for all things PT is www.pthylton.com. This is Gabra Zachman. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Storm Raiders by P.T. Hylton and Michael Anderle. Text copyright 2017 by P.T. Hylton and Michael Anderle. Production copyright 2017 by LMBPN Audio.
It happened that the king's son gave a ball, to which he invited all persons of fashion. Our 2 young ladies were invited, for they were people of distinction in the country. They were much delighted and were absorbed in selecting the gowns and headdresses which would best become them. Here was fresh trial for Cinderella, for it was she who ironed her sisters' linen and starched their ruffles. All day long, they talked of nothing but how they should be dressed. "For my part," said the elder, "I will wear my red velvet dress with French trimmings." "And I," said the younger, "shall only have my ordinary skirt. But to make amends for that, I shall wear my gold flower mantle and my diamond necklace, which are very far from being ordinary."
You're a stormcaller of the future. Okay, so maybe he's faced Barskull warriors, and maybe he's led troops into battle. Big deal. He's old. The words seemed hollow, even as he spoke them. The man was a stormcaller, and Dustin had foolishly mouthed off to him. Now he was going to pay the price. There was nothing he could do about that now. The only thing he could do was prepare. He closed his eyes and centered himself. The sea is my ally. He reached out, not with his hands or even his mind, but with something deeper, with his spirit. He gently touched the sea and began the wordless conversation that was storm magic. The old man was right about one thing. The sea was a fickle mistress. She couldn't be forced to do anything. Even asking outright was often fruitless. She had to be coaxed. Dustin needed to take the energy flowing through the sea for its own purposes, ask to borrow just a little of it, and then gently reshape it. It was a bit like riding a wild horse. It took a combination of gentleness, firmness, and the wisdom to know when to use each of them. He felt the power of the sea thrumming up through his staff and into his hands now. He was connected. He was ready. On the shore, he saw the old man appear on the wall that overlooked the sea. The top of the wall had a trough filled with seawater, Dustin knew, so stormcallers could touch their staff to the water, thus allowing them access to storm magic for defense of the city. The old man stood still for a long moment, both hands on his staff. And then the sky began to darken. Waves started to crash against the rock as the previously gentle swells around Dustin grew into angry waves. He felt a momentary surge of panic, but quickly pushed it away. What he needed was a calm mind and spirit. The waves were crashing over the rock now, slamming into him with a cold, wet force. It was all he could do to keep his grip on his staff. He risked a look up at the wall and saw the old man was walking away. Dustin breathed a sigh of relief. It was bad, but since the old man was leaving, it wouldn't get any worse. He'd conjured the storm, and it was up to Dustin to dispel it so he could swim safely back to shore. He closed his eyes and tried to concentrate. It was so chaotic. The noise, the way his body shivered as the wind whistled past him, the slippery feel of his staff. He tried to get hold of the sea's energy as he had so many times before, but that felt chaotic too. He silently asked the sea, begged it really, to give him control, but it seemed to be listening to a louder voice. He worked for over an hour, struggling in vain to get the sea under control. Every time he thought he was starting to get it under control, it slipped away from him, and the waves seemed to slam against his rock with renewed fury.
I shall be telling this with a sigh. Somewhere ages and ages hence, 2 roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less travelled by, and that has made all the difference. Robert Frost, 1916. And that made all the difference. Over the years, I have often reflected upon Robert Frost's poem. Choosing not to listen to my highly educated dad's advice and attitude about money was a painful decision, but it was a decision